Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and top diplomat Marco Rubio meet EU leaders in Paris for talks on Ukraine. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni meets President Trump at the White House. And scientists find strong evidence for life beyond our solar system on a giant planet 124 light years from Earth. Now, the White House has said a man who officials have acknowledged was wrongly deported to a prison in El Salvador will never live in the U.S. again. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was deported to Central America from Maryland after he was accused of being a member of the banned MS-13 gang, a claim his lawyer has denied. A judge has ordered President Donald Trump's administration to secure his return to the U.S. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has doubled down on accusations that Garcia is a gang member. Let's hear more of what she said during a press conference yesterday.
So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again.
At the same press conference, the White House press secretary was joined by the mother of a Maryland woman who was murdered in August 2023 by an alleged illegal immigrant from El Salvador. Patty Morin told reporters about the death of her daughter, Rachel. Let's take a look.
Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this.
For more on this, I'm joined by correspondent Sarah Firth in Washington. Sarah, thank you for joining me. So we've just seen grieving mother Patty Morin in the White House. She's extremely distressed, but her daughter's case isn't directly linked with Garcia's. Has this caused any confusion at all?
Leigh Ann, it has. I mean, what you saw there was a heartbroken mother, a devastating story, her daughter Rachel being killed. And what you had in that press briefing, a room of stunned silence from those attending as they listened to those details. Now, earlier in the day, we'd had an update on the briefing that we were told there was this unexpected briefing where there would be this special surprise guest. Now, it's important to note that that devastating story that Patty Morin told about her daughter Rachel, the man responsible for that is Victor Martinez Hernandez. He is a fugitive from El Salvador, and he has been convicted by a jury for Rachel's murder, among other things. I mean, you heard those devastating details. It was very difficult to listen to. But this is coming at a time when you have in the center of the spotlight this case with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He is the man from Maryland who was mistakenly deported by the administration's own admission to El Salvador. That is ongoing. Now, the White House, what they have said is that this case of Patty Morin, the reason that they've raised it, the reason that she was speaking, is because you had the Maryland senator going out to El Salvador to try and advocate for Garcia to be brought back to the United States. And at the same time, you've got the White House saying, look, that case is getting more attention than this case where you've got these illegal terrorist people committing heinous crimes who are in the country illegally, and these are the people that we're targeting. But of course, there is a conflation between two very different situations. And important, again, I think, to note that in the case of Patty Morin and Rachel's murderer, there has been a legal process. When it comes to Garcia and his situation, there has been no due process, and that's what's causing a lot of controversy at the moment.
A federal judge has declared there's probable cause to find the Trump administration in criminal contempt of court over their removal of dozens of Venezuelans. Why is this so important, and what is the White House's response to this?
So it was a pretty remarkable development. You've had the judge come out, the federal judge, saying that he'd found a probable cause exists to find the government, as you said, in criminal contempt. Now, the judge says that the administration disregarded his order to turn around deportation flights. This was back sometime in March. The planes did not turn around. There was some 200 people that were deported. Now, what you then later had was these men have been deported under an old act. It's called the 1978 Alien Enemies Act, and it allows the president to carry out deportations without some of the usual legal due processes that you would normally see. Now, it's usually enacted in the wartime. The Supreme Court, after these deportation flights took off, said that the president is allowed to use those powers. But this federal judge saying it doesn't change the fact that the order at the time was disregarded. So now what you've got is a one-week deadline for the White House to respond before you see this escalation. I mean, there is an argument that it is already a pretty significant escalation in what we're seeing right now, which is essentially a battle between the judiciary and the White House over the president's powers. The White House has come out, they have condemned this ruling, and they've said they are going to appeal. Potentially, the Trump administration could take this all the way to the White House. And it is important to note, again, whilst they've admitted some of the issues with the case of Garcia, that he was potentially wrongfully deported, the White House has said in their statements that he will not be coming back to America. And I think important as well, just to say that as well as saying they've not made a mistake, you've heard from the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, very clear in her message about him not coming home. The message from the White House is clear. The president is 100% committed, they've said, to ensuring the removal, the deportation of these people that they call criminals and terrorists. The critics here and some of the judicial system are saying there needs to be due process. So, Leigh Ann, expect to see this clash, if you like, between these two branches continue and potentially get a bit nastier as time goes on.
Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you very much for joining me. Now, President Donald Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and top diplomat Marco Rubio are meeting with EU leaders in Paris to discuss their efforts to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine's foreign minister and defense minister have also arrived in the French capital to take part in the talks, which are being hosted by the French President Emmanuel Macron. For more on this, I'm joined by freelance journalist Lisa Louis, who is in Paris. Lisa, thank you so much for joining me. What are today's peace talks focused on, and is this meeting a sign of hope in the ceasefire talks?
you could certainly think that, given that up until now there have been very much two parallel paths in these efforts to bring peace to Ukraine. On the one hand, you had the US, Washington, talking directly to Putin, to Russia. And then on the other hand, the Europeans kind of sidelined, but coming together in what they call a coalition of the willing, more than 30 countries, saying that clearly Russia is the aggressor and no one else, not Ukraine, not anybody else. And also the Europeans putting on the table, that idea of security guarantees, which would include a so-called reassurance force, so troops or planes being sent to Ukraine once a ceasefire agreement is signed. These were parallel paths, and today you see the US for the first time in months meeting European delegates on that issue on Ukraine. Mind you, these talks are taking place behind closed doors, a number of talks with very little press access, and that is also an indication of how delicate the moment is.
Lisa, top US diplomats Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, their visit in Paris comes at a time of fraught relations between the European Union and America.
Absolutely. They have been discussing over tariffs. We all remember Donald Trump's threat to impose high tariffs on Europe and on many other countries before largely withdrawing them. Obviously, they are at a disagreement over what method to apply in numerous matters. And obviously, one of those matters is Ukraine. Donald Trump had promised to bring peace to Ukraine within 24 hours of going back to the White House, of being president again, and that clearly hasn't worked out. And so today's talks here in Paris might be an indication that the US have come to that realization and think that they need to bring Europe back to the table to achieve peace in Ukraine.
So ahead of this meeting, Volodymyr Zelensky is asking his allies to put pressure on Russia as the war continues. What exactly is he calling for?
Well, he is saying that Russia is spreading false narratives. Russia has been saying that they're not the aggressor. They've been talking of Nazis in Ukraine, which President Zelensky clearly rejects. They have also been saying that Ukraine should, belong to Russia. Moscow is apparently now asking for 5 regions that it is occupying or partly occupying at the moment to be declared Russian, something that Ukraine is clearly rejecting. Moscow has been saying that if they were to sign a ceasefire agreement, Ukraine would have to be disarmed. There couldn't be any foreign troops stationed based in Ukraine, and that Ukraine could also not join any international alliances such as NATO. So clearly there's a huge gap between what Ukraine says and what Russia says, what both countries are hoping for. And Ukraine, well, President Zelensky is now putting pressure on Europe to strengthen him and to clearly say again that Russia is the aggressor. Mind you, that's something that especially President Emmanuel Macron has been saying numerous times over the past few years. He's also been saying, we are clearly standing on the side of Ukraine. Europeans are hoping that the US will support them in that effort, but Mr. Macron also said that, we are hoping for the best, but we're preparing for the worst. So the Europeans are willing to go it alone when it comes to, supporting Ukraine, but hoping that they might be able to bring the US on board after all.
Lisa, meanwhile, EU chiefs have said they will travel to Ukraine to see what a reassurance force made up of European troops could actually possibly look like. What more can you tell us about this?
Well, that was a proposal that was put on the table a few weeks back here at a summit, for example, 3 weeks back in Paris, led by the UK and France. They were saying we're going to send our chiefs of staff to Ukraine to find out what the reassurance force could look like, but also what the Ukrainian army might need in the long run to be able to be that first level of security guarantee that the country needs in order to prevent a new war from breaking out once a ceasefire agreement is reached. Now,
these different people have been looking into what that might mean, but there is some kind of disagreement between the different parts of that coalition of the willing that includes more than 30 countries, with France, for example, saying we need to put boots on the ground, send soldiers to Ukraine, and other countries such as the UK rather saying we need naval forces or, planes to be sent to Ukraine. In any case, that reassurance force would probably not be on the front line. It would be further back, but it would be ready to fight back if attacked. That's at least what Emmanuel Macron was saying 3 weeks back at that summit here in Paris. But as I said, so far we have not heard many concrete details what the reinsurance force would look like. Indeed, we only have heard that once a ceasefire agreement is reached, it might stay there for 5 years.
Freelance journalist Lisa Louis in Paris, thank you so much for your insights. Great to have you on the show. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The Israeli military says it struck a Hezbollah infrastructure in the south of Lebanon overnight. It says it will continue to stop attempts by the Iran-backed group to build or establish a presence in the region. The strike comes despite a fragile ceasefire agreement that was made last November. A Tesla whistleblower has won the latest round of a long, drawn-out court battle against Elon Musk and his company. In 2014, engineer Christina Balan lost her job after raising a safety concern about a design flaw that could affect a Tesla car's braking ability. Balan won a wrongful dismissal case but continues to fight a defamation case after Tesla claims she used its resources for a so-called secret project. Ahead of elections in Australia, opposition leader Peter Dutton has clarified that he believes in climate change. It comes after he faced backlash for saying that flooding and natural disasters were part of the history of our state of this country during an election debate on Wednesday. And finally, a sloth at a British zoo has undergone pioneering dental surgery to cure its toothache. Rico, the two-toed sloth, required surgery after two root abscesses caused swelling on his face. The 25-year-old animal is believed to be the first sloth to have an operation like this. In the last hour, Italy's Prime Minister has arrived at the White House to meet President Donald Trump. Giorgia Meloni is the first European leader to travel to Washington since Trump introduced 20% tariffs on the EU, which he has since paused. It's believed Meloni will try to convince him about the benefits of a zero-for-zero tariffs deal for the entire EU. For more on this, I'm joined by our correspondent, Kate Fisher, who is in Washington. Kate, thanks so much for joining me. So Meloni is meeting Donald Trump today. She has a really difficult job on her hands as she tries to position herself as a mediator between the US and the European Union.
Yeah, she's got a real tightrope to walk between representing the interests of the European Union and remaining in US President Trump's good books, which she does seem to be. She was, of course, the only EU leader invited to his inauguration, and the pair have just been speaking outside the White House ahead of a lunch they will have before that bilateral meeting. And they were complimentary of each other once again. Donald Trump saying how much he liked and respected her, also saying that 100% there would be a trade deal with the European Union, but it will be a fair deal, he said. And Meloni herself also said that she was sure we will be able to make a deal. I'm here to help with that, she said. And I think the best way is that we simply speak frankly. And perhaps, certainly the European Union is hoping that she is their one hope of speaking frankly to Donald Trump, since no other EU leader has been to the White House since those tariff tariffs, those large tariffs, were imposed and then paused on the EU. Ursula von der Leyen, the leader of the European Commission, also has been trying to get an interview, a meeting with Donald Trump, and failing to do so. So she has been speaking to Giorgia Meloni ahead of this meeting to try to ensure that the EU's point of view is front and centre of that conversation, because there is a concern that perhaps she will put Italy's ahead of the European Union. She has said that won't be the case, and that she is there to negotiate a deal for the entire 27-nation bloc. But it's certainly a lot of pressure on her, which she has acknowledged ahead of these talks, both for the European Union and for her own personal political capital.
So, Kate, I actually just see some lines coming through, actually, and apparently Meloni is going to invite Donald Trump to Italy. So maybe that's her olive branch at the moment. We also know she did go to Trump's inauguration. But I was just having a think about this. Italy has a huge trade surplus with the UK. Can we expect Trump to discuss trade, tariffs and put pressure on Meloni to buy more American goods?
Yes, I think that will certainly happen. That is Donald Trump's whole reason for these tariffs, he says. I'll also just acknowledge that J.D. Vance, the US vice president, and his family will be in Rome this Easter weekend. So there is definitely perhaps a growing relationship between the White House and Italy right now. And you're right, Rome recorded a trade surplus of $4.39 billion with the US last year. That's the third highest among EU member states. And the US is now Italy's top non-EU export market. So it is huge. And much of that recent growth in Italy's trade surplus stems from some of those sectors that Washington's so concerned about: industrial machinery, pharmaceuticals, textiles, and of course, food and wine. Americans love Italian wine, Parmesan cheese, Parma ham, and luxury Italian fashion. And those tariffs have caused Rome to halve its growth forecast. That's how serious it is. But the Trump administration gave a briefing to reporters before this meeting and said that they see Italy as an important market for US products. So, yes, they want to see Italy buying more US products, and they see it as having a key role in the Europe, Middle East, India trade corridor. But of course, this trip is being closely coordinated with the European Union, and trade policy is something the EU is in charge of. So the emphasis is likely to be that it's not just Italy, but the whole EU needs to commit to buying American, especially, and I think this will come up when it comes to defence and liquefied natural gas. That will be a key point in discussions.
So I was actually just going to touch on defence. Italy spends about 1.5% of GDP on its military. This is, of course, way, way below the level that America believes is appropriate. Do you think this will be another talking topic? And obviously, when J.D. Vance came over to Europe, this seemed to be a big part of his speech.
Absolutely. In that call I was just talking to you about ahead of this meeting with reporters, we were told that the US president will press the point that Italy needs to spend more on its defence, which is a key demand that the US has of all its NATO allies. The official was saying that there are 8 countries that aren't meeting their 2% threshold, and Italy is unfortunately one of them at 1.49% of GDP. It's among the lowest in Europe, and it's well below what this official described as a much needed threshold. And also, as you say, not just J.D. Vance's speech, but you may remember those private messages between Donald Trump's top national security team were made public after a journalist was added to the messaging group. And we heard J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth, the defence secretary, really being disparaging about European defence, saying that they hated bailing out Europe and they loathed European freeloading, was how the defence secretary described it. He said it was pathetic. So certainly defence is clearly a key issue for the Trump administration, and that's yet another tightrope that the Italian Prime Minister has to walk.
Kate Fisher, I actually nearly just forgot about that signal scandal. I feel like so much has happened since then. But thank you so much for joining us from Washington. Great to have you on the show. Let's take another look at some of the other stories making headlines today. Saudi Arabia's defense minister has landed in Iran. Prince Khalid bin Salman arrived in Tehran to meet with officials ahead of weekend talks between Iran and the US over the Iranian nuclear program. President Trump's trade war and threats to make Canada part of America have dominated an election debate in Canada. The leaders of four major federal parties have been grilled about their response to Trump. There's a second debate in English on Thursday before Canadians vote on the 28th of April. And police in Spain have discovered an illegal shooting range run by a criminal group. The site was hidden 3 stories under a home in Granada. 3 people have been arrested and multiple weapons along with $68,000 were seized. And finally, China says it will integrate artificial intelligence applications into the school curriculum as part of an overhaul of its education system. The country hopes that will help cultivate the basic abilities of teachers and students and also boost innovation. Now to an amazing story. Scientists say they found strong evidence that shows here are signs of possible life along our solar system. A Cambridge team studying the atmosphere of a planet called K2 18b has detected signs of molecules which on Earth are only produced by simple organisms. Astrophysicist at the University of Oxford, Chris Linnott, explains more.
Just woken up here to the news that this group in Cambridge, led by Niku Madhusudaran, think they may have found what they describe as hints of life on a planet around a star about 120 light years away. If true, this would be the most astonishing discovery. The search for life is astronomy's big goal at the minute, but I don't think we're quite there yet. What they think they found is the signature of something called dimethyl sulfide, DMS, a chemical in the atmosphere of this planet. And on Earth, DMS is made only by life, and so it's what's called a biosignature. If we found an Earth-like planet and we saw it in the atmosphere, perhaps we'd conclude that there must be life there. Now, this is not an Earth-like planet. Even in the models used by the Cambridge team, it's got a thick atmosphere, it's a bit smaller than Neptune, and it maybe has deep down a water ocean. Other people say that actually the planet's a magma world with lava on its surface, or perhaps just a small and compact version of, say, Uranus in our solar system. So there's a lot of debate about what this planet is. There's a lot of debate about whether this signature is real, whether they really have seen this chemical. These observations that came out today back up previous results that also hinted at the possibility that DMS was there. But it is controversial, and lots of other experts will want to get their hands on this data and reanalyze it. I think there's a couple of things we can conclude. One is that this work is hard. These planets are distant, we don't see them clearly. In fact, we only get data for this planet when it happens to pass in front of its parent star. And teasing out what might be there in this atmosphere is really difficult. But the real lesson, I think, is that there's a diversity of planets out there way beyond anything we could have imagined. Almost everything you've seen in science fiction exists in the universe, and that's true of the chemistry of these planets too. So we should expect not Earth-like planets, and not even planets that are like those we see in our solar system, but all sorts of strange things going on. And the next step, as well as more telescope observations using NASA and ESA's James Webb Space Telescope to follow up on this result, the next step is really to get the modelling right, to understand what chemical reactions are possible, and therefore how to explain what's being seen in the atmospheres of these planets. So maybe one day in the far future, we're able to look at a planet, say, yes, we understand what's going on there to such an extent that we can be sure we're seeing chemistry that's associated with life. But we're not there yet. But we are trying.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. United Airlines says it expects its financial performance to remain resilient despite economic uncertainty stemming from new tariffs. They say demand for extensive premier offerings and international travel will limit some of the financial gloom. Hermes says it will fully shift the burden of tariffs in the United States to its wealthy clients. This comes after the French luxury brand posted first quarter sales that slightly missed market expectations in a rare show of weakness. Meanwhile, Hermes this week became the world's most valuable luxury company. Turning to the sports news now. Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk has signed a new 2-year contract. The defender's contract was due to come to an end in the summer, and he, of course, joins Mo Salah in extending his stay at the club. And Neymar left the football field in tears after injuring his leg just 34 minutes into his first start in the Brazilian Series A Championship this season. The Santos forward was handed a start during the game against Atletico MG after returning from 6 weeks out, and that was with a thigh injury. King Charles has released an Easter message saying the world still needs faith, hope and love. The King shared his message ahead of attending the annual Maundy service with the Queen at Durham Cathedral. For more on this, I'm joined from London by our correspondent Ollie Barrett. Ollie, great to have you on the show. The King has delivered a very poignant message looking to build bridges ahead of Easter. What more can you tell us?
That's right, Leigh Ann. The Easter message from the King is something that comes at a time when he talks about one of the puzzles of our humanity being how he says we are capable of both great cruelty and kindness. He talks about this paradox of human life running through the Easter story and referencing some of the things that we're all seeing around the world at the moment. He says that we see this in the scenes that come daily before our eyes. He talks about other faiths as well, as you say. He talks about when Jesus walked the earth, that he reflected, the King says, the Jewish ethic of caring for the stranger and those in need. But he also describes that as a deep human instinct echoed in Islam and other religious traditions. And really this reflects one of the things that we expected to see when Charles became king, was this idea that in some ways he wanted to portray himself, particularly to the British people, as a defender not just of the Christian faith in the UK, but of all faiths that people practice and follow here. And I think, as I say, that that's reflected in this Easter message. And he talks of 3 virtues he says the world still needs. In his words, faith, hope and love.
He also presented commemorative coins to 152 people at the traditional Maundy Thursday service. Ollie, why is this so significant?
Well, this is a tradition that dates back to around the 13th century here in Britain, the reign of King John. The reason 152 is the number is that is 76 men and 76 women, and that is the age of the monarch. Charles at the moment 76 years old. And as you say, this Maundy money is handed to pensioners these days. It used to be handed to what you might call elderly people, and they get 2 pouches. One is red and one is white. One of the pouches has pennies that add up to the number 76. The other pouch has money that traditionally was a gift that could be spent on things like food and clothing for the elderly and the vulnerable. These days, most of the people that receive that money keep it as a souvenir rather than going out and spending it. But as I say, it's an important royal tradition that dates back centuries here in the UK, and one that Charles actually missed last year because of his health. This year, though, back at the Maundy Thursday ceremony.
But there were also protests at the event, weren't there, Ollie?
There were. The group which is called Republic were at the event, and they were calling it at their protest a tone-deaf tradition. Republic is an anti-monarchist group which believes that the UK should abolish the monarchy and become a republic. They do often follow the King and other royal members around events up and down the country, making their point. The polls at the moment continue to show that the royal family is very popular with most British people, not all. The polling also suggests that that is more true among older people than among younger people. And Republic, as I say, continue to make their presence felt at events up and down the country. But there were also today big crowds there to cheer King Charles as well, as I say, as he returned to this Maundy Thursday event after missing it last year because of his cancer treatment.
What else will the King be doing to mark Easter this weekend?
Well, as a religious man, it's an important weekend to him, so we always are told that there'll be plenty of time spent reflecting, and there's an important Windsor service on Sunday. Now, interestingly, this year there's been a bit of a change of plans to that, because we're told that Catherine and William, the King's son and daughter-in-law, and their family will not actually be at Windsor for Easter weekend. They will be spending the weekend in Norfolk. We're told by royal sources that that is because they're choosing to spend time together as a family before the children go back to school, but also because of the scrutiny around Catherine's health as well. Some will have some concern about whether there might be a health-related reason to them missing Easter in Windsor again this year. But as far as we can tell from royal sources, this is a family reasoning, and we're also told by sources at the palace that this is something that very much has the King's sign-off.
Ollie Barrett in London, thank you so much for joining us. Now a reminder of our top stories. President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and top diplomat Marco Rubio meet EU leaders in Paris for talks on Ukraine. Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni meets President Trump at the White House. And scientists find strong evidence for life beyond our solar system on a giant planet 124 light-years from Earth. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next, followed by Hadley Gamble's interview with the British Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, former British Chancellor, that is. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The United States presidency, a role steeped in history, tradition, and since 1951, a firm two-term limit. But with President Donald Trump once again hinting at the idea of a third term, a question many thought was long settled is back in the headlines. Can he actually do that? I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
Congratulations, Mr. President. We're going to beat this coronavirus, or whatever you want to call it. Congratulations.
Let's start at the beginning with George Washington. After serving 2 terms as president, Washington voluntarily stepped down in 1797. It wasn't required by law, but it set a powerful precedent that U.S. presidents shouldn't hold on to power indefinitely. That unwritten rule held strong for over 150 years. Presidents like Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe all followed Washington's example. In fact, it became so ingrained in American political culture that no one even seriously tested it until the 1940s. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt. Elected during the Great Depression and leading the nation through World War II, FDR was elected 4 times, the only U.S. president to ever do so. His extended presidency raised concerns about the concentration of power in a democracy. And so after his death in 1945, Congress acted. The result was the 22nd Amendment, ratified in 1951. It states no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. That sounds pretty clear, right? 2 terms maximum. Despite that, Trump does have a habit of dropping hints about a 3rd term.
So many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we're doing. Most importantly, they love the job we're doing.
In 2018, he praised China's President Xi Jinping for making himself president for life.
And Xi is a great gentleman. He's now president for life. Maybe we'll have to give that a shot someday.
Was the comment on giving that a shot one day a joke? Maybe, but he's kept the idea alive. By 2020, he floated the idea of postponing the presidential election, raising eyebrows nationwide. And more recently, in interviews, he said he's not joking about wanting a 3rd term.
I'd love that. His 3rd term. Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that.
This has fueled speculation, not just in the media, but among constitutional scholars and political observers alike. So how could this happen? One theory says Trump's running mate, say J.D. Vance, wins in 2028, with Trump as his vice president, then steps down, allowing Trump to return. But legal scholars point to the 12th Amendment, which bars a twice-elected president from being elected as vice president. Could Congress repeal the 22nd Amendment? Technically, yes, but it's a long shot. Amending the Constitution requires a 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate, plus ratification by 3/4 of the states. That's a steep hill to climb. Over the years, other presidents have hinted at a 3rd term. Ronald Reagan, popular in his day, reportedly joked about it. Bill Clinton once said he thought he could win a 3rd term if it were allowed, but none seriously pursued it. So is Trump actually planning a 3rd term? Or is this just classic Trump, keeping the media and his supporters on edge? Some believe he's testing the waters, gauging public reaction. Others say it's all part of his brand, provoking controversy and staying in the headlines. For now, the Constitution is clear. But could Trump try to change it? Maybe. But history and the law suggest he could be up against an uphill battle. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The World Police. It's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek term thrown around to deride the US, but does the world actually need one strong, capable leader? Without it, is there chaos or greater global cooperation? The rise of China, coupled with President Trump's America First policy, has thrown the current world order off balance. So, are we witnessing a changing of the guard? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Since retaking the White House, President Donald Trump has made some bold and seemingly irrational moves, upending the global trading system, openly criticising Ukraine and re-engaging with Russia, and even threatening to take Greenland by force. They may appear unrelated, but there is one common thread.
China. China.
China.
China. China.
China.
China.
China.
China.
China. China.
China wants to make a deal.
China is the biggest threat to the US as the dominant superpower since the Soviet Union. China's GDP is projected to reach $25 trillion by 2030, second only to the US. America has a larger defense budget, but China's manufacturing capabilities are unrivaled. And then there's China's pragmatism. Unlike previous US administrations, China's global alliances and deals aren't underpinned by ideology. It boasts win-win deals to build highways, high-speed rail lines and other critical infrastructure without becoming embroiled in domestic conflicts, regime change or multi-trillion-dollar wars. Today on Counterpoints, we'll debate if Trump's actions show the US has accepted that China is a real threat to its dominance. What will determine global dominance in the future? And how will the US-China competition affect global conflicts? Welcome to Counterpoints on Arabiya English. Joining our panel on the current US-China standoff and its repercussions globally is Elliot Abrams, Distinguished National Security Advisor, who has served Republican US presidents from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Beijing-based Center for China and Globalization. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Now, leaders from both the US and China have referred to their relationship with each other as one of the most consequential bilateral relationships in the world. For years, their interconnectedness has allowed both countries to prosper, but recent developments suggest that period is over. Victor, let me start with you. Do you think that recent actions by the Trump administration has revealed what America maybe hasn't admitted for a long time, that it is really concerned by China's rise and perhaps considers it a threat to its global dominance?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, China's rise is inevitable. No one can stop it. The United States cannot stop it. That's the mega trend. Secondly, this trade war launched by President Trump and his government against the whole world, including China, is the wrong war. And it's not constructive. It throws all the rules of the game out of the window. It damages the free trade. And while different countries need to come up with strategies, how do they want to deal with the United States in this manhandling of mankind, China has decided to rise up to the occasion and strongly defend the free trade. China will fight to the end, as the government has declared, and China has now imposed the retaliatory tariff up to 125% against all U.S. exports to China. Now, if things are not handled well, this means complete stop of China-U.S. trade, both ways. No goods exported from the United States to China, and complete stop of everything made in China to the United States. This is decoupling. If the United States wants to really welcome this, China will reciprocate, and causing the breakup of China-US relations. Whether this will evolve from peace to war, well, let's all be prepared. In essence, what China now declares is that it is prepared to fight to the end trade war, tariff war, technology war, or real war. So the ball is in Trump's court. You decide, and I will reciprocate. I will never succumb to the U.S. pressure. And this is the moment of truth. China wants to defend free trade. The United States wants to destroy free trade.
Right.
The rest of the world is watching, and there will be a choice by the end of the day.
Elliot, if we look beyond the trade war onto global dominance in general, do you agree with what Dr. Gao is saying, that China's rise is inevitable and it's unstoppable?
First, thank you for having me. China's rise is inevitable. China's belligerency, and you just heard some of that belligerency, I would have thought is not inevitable. Maybe it is under Xi Jinping. But the problem that the United States has with China is not its rise, it is China's conduct. First of all, China, from the day it joined the World Trade Organization, has never believed in free trade, and it has not practiced free trade. It has taken advantage of the WTO to build up its own economy at the expense of other economies, and it has used its power to threaten neighbors. For example, the Philippines. That's just one very good example. Or Vietnam, there's another example. Or Taiwan, there's another example. The problem is not China's rise, which I agree is inevitable, and which ought to favor the people of China and really the people of the whole world. But it isn't doing so because of the way China is actually conducting itself.
Could the same be argued, though, about the US? When we talk about conduct, a lot of the US's allies would argue that perhaps the US's conduct doesn't represent that of a global leader anymore either.
Well, I wouldn't defend every single thing that President Trump has done. But I think if you look at the Philippines as a good example, there was a point at which the United States had bases in the Philippines. The Philippines told us, you should leave. So we left. Now, the Philippines being threatened by China, the Philippines is asking us to help with their defense. So we're helping. I think that's the way a friend should behave. Now, when it comes to tariffs, I think what President Trump is really saying is, look, China wants to manufacture every single thing that people are buying in the world and slowly but surely hollow out their own manufacturing. It isn't just the U.S. that is saying that's not acceptable. I think you'll increasingly find the Europeans saying that that's not acceptable either. So I think what President Trump is trying to do is to say that unfair trade practices are not going to be permitted. Now, Victor says he wants free trade. I don't really think we've seen free trade on the part of China over the last couple of decades recently, and particularly under Xi Jinping.
Victor, would you like to respond to that? Is China interested in free trade?
2 points. With due respect to the distinguished American panelist, the Philippines. Allow me to announce it for the record. To have U.S. operating military bases in the Philippines today is against the Philippine Constitution. So you are engaged in an illegal activity in the Philippines, according to the explicit provisions of the Filipino Constitution. So my advice is go to check out the Filipino Constitution and see whether your operation in the Philippines is legal or not. Secondly, it's very evident that the United States wants to turn the Philippines into a proxy and even wants to go far to provoke some conflict between China and the Philippines so that it can benefit its geopolitical ambitions against China. This is a very explicit game plan. We can see it very clearly. The Filipino boundary is well demarcated by the Spanish-American Treaty 1898. Everything that belonged to the Philippines was handed over by the Spanish Empire to the United States. It was, again, very much declared, very clearly defined when Japan surrendered. Everything belonging to the Philippines was handed over by the Japanese occupier to General MacArthur. So anything which was not in the U.S.-Spanish Treaty of 1898 did not belong to the Philippines. Anything that Japan did not surrender back to the United States did not belong to the Philippines. We do not need to go back to the Congressional Library in Washington or the Naval Archive.
I think we may have lost Victor Gao there for a moment. We'll re-establish that connection and go to you, Elliot Abrams. What do you think about China's activities in the South China Sea? Is this an example of where the US can exert its dominance as a superpower when we talk about global dominance maybe in terms of defense budgets and military capabilities?
Well, the United States is not seeking global dominance. It is seeking to help people who are near China, who fear this new China. Who do I mean? Everybody. I mean, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, Vietnam, South Korea. You can just look at the map. Really, all of China's neighbors now fear its effort to dominate first the South China Sea and the first island chain, so-called, and then all of Asia. And the United States, sure, we're responding because in some cases we have defense treaties. In other cases, we have friendship. I mean, in the case of the Philippines, we had bases, we gave up the bases. Now the Philippines wants help from the United States in defending itself. But so do really all of China's neighbors, except perhaps North Korea, which is a sort of more or less ally of China. So I think the problem here is, go ahead, yeah.
Well, I just was going to ask, that's all well and good if we consider perhaps previous US administrations, even Republican administrations, who had very active foreign policy interventions. Donald Trump, the current US president, seems more keen on domestic focus, America first. So is the US relinquishing their rights and responsibilities as a global leader? They can't complain when someone else steps in.
Well, first of all, this behavior on the part of China, to which I was referring, which belligerent behavior, I would call it, that has led so many of its neighbors to fear it, has been growing slowly but steadily over the last, 15 years, let's say, really since Xi Jinping took over. So it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It is true that President Trump would like to be able to concentrate more and more on the American economy. But what does that mean? For one thing, it means dealing with China and trade with China. It means dealing with the fact that most Americans, and this is really bipartisan, most Americans have come to the conclusion that China today, under Xi Jinping, is a greatly expansionist military and economic power that is trying to achieve dominance first in Asia, but then outside of Asia. So I wouldn't focus too much on the Trump administration. And in fact, to the extent that we want to, Trump has made it very clear that his main concern outside the United States is China. That's why the tariff policy is focused so much on China rather than, for example, on Europe.
Do you think then that it is realistic that we are moving away from a unipolar superpower system where we have the US at the top to maybe a point in the near future where the US and China are going to be sharing and competing equally for global dominance, more of a multipolar view?
Well, yes, in the sense that there was a kind of unipolar moment at the end of the Cold War when the Soviet Union collapsed. And that's, 35 years ago now. And in those 35 years, China has invested a great deal in its military, vast expansion of its military, in an effort to rival the United States as a superpower. So I think that's right. I think we're in a place where there is no unipolar leadership by the United States. The question is, what kind of global power, what kind of superpower will China be? And I think an awful lot of its neighbors are telling us all that it is a pretty belligerent superpower and that they're afraid of it.
Is competition, though, in terms of global dominance, for want of a better phrase, a good thing? Is it about time that the US needs to accept that it doesn't act alone and in a vacuum?
Well, I don't think the United States ever really wanted that kind of global dominance, unipolar systems. But when you say, is it about time? I mean, the question really, I'd say two questions. One, what are the facts? And the facts are that China, from a military and economic point of view, has been rising steadily over the last couple of decades, or actually several decades economically, since really the arrival of Deng Xiaoping. And that is an inevitability. What is not inevitable is how does this newly powerful China behave economically and militarily? Does it threaten its neighbors? Does it use its economic power to dominate other countries? Does it, for example, does it try to dump massive amounts of manufactured goods on other countries and thereby hollow out their own manufacturing capabilities? A lot of Americans would tell you that's the kind of thing that happened here. And there are a lot of other countries, I think, that are afraid of it. And I think you're going to see more tariffs on China, particularly with the U.S. tariffs preventing some manufactured goods from coming here. There's a great fear, I think, that China will be targeting other economies and trying to move out its manufacturing there, because the fact is they've overbuilt their manufacturing capacity. They have much more capacity than they need to serve the people of China.
Okay, we're going to move on to our second segment about what global dominance looks like. And I see we can welcome back Dr. Victor Gao. Thanks for rejoining us. I apologize for that slight technical glitch. Let's move on to our second sort of segment of our debate. The US under Donald Trump has pursued a more perhaps realist foreign policy. He's interested in doing business with countries rather than lecturing them on how they should govern. So this is something we've been seeing from China in their dealings with foreign countries for quite a long time. So, Dr. Gao, let's go straight to you. Is the US under so much pressure from China that now they're taking a play directly out of China's playbook and operating on the world stage the way China has been?
Well, first of all, doing business is fine, but doing business by holding a gun at your head is not acceptable. Not to China, probably not to everyone else. Different countries may have different views about what the United States is doing, and it wants to tailor-make its response accordingly. That's fine. But for China, you cannot hold a gun to China's head and issue ultimatum and demand all the impossibilities, for example, and ask China to swallow that. China is the country that values dignity and decency and honor more than economic gains or economic losses. So if you want to hold a gun at China's head, China will hold a gun at your head. If you want to strike China in the cheek, China will strike you back. That's the decision and the determination of the Chinese nation. This is not belligerency. This is the minimum decency you need to apply to international relations. How can you demand other countries, I will slap you in the face, don't slap me back, otherwise I will punish you more? That's the law of the jungle.
But does China really have the power to be that sort of bold against the US? They have a much bigger defense budget.
Let me assure you one thing. I studied arms control and deterrence at Yale Graduate School, Political Science Department. By today, China and the United States can both destroy each other and cause Armageddon for mankind. China wants to pursue peace. The United States is advocating for war, tariff war, trade war, technology war, talent war, and possibly a perverse version of the proxy war or Cold War or hot war. China wants to promote peace of all kinds. Now, for your benefit, China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. Can you believe it? We've dealt with countries of all kinds, different sizes, different conditions, and we treat them equal, big or small. And China wants to pursue peace. China wants to be the barrier, standard barrier of free trade. Now that the United States abandons free trade and uses bullying and intimidation to force other countries to follow its line of thinking. No, this is not what China wants to do, and China will not accept that.
Elliot?
This is the moment of truth. Who is the standard barrier of free trade?
Go ahead.
I would say that China does not practice free trade. It is not, and it has never been, the standard bearer for free trade. For example, free trade would not permit the massive, massive theft of intellectual property in which China has been engaging for decades and is still engaging today. That's not part of free trade. The United States, as you should know, under President Trump, above all, wants to avoid war. He is currently engaged in an effort to bring the war in Ukraine to an end, to bring the war in Gaza to an end. A negotiation with Iran has just commenced. So the last thing President Trump wants is foreign wars. But what he is doing is, to begin with, protecting the American economy. And that's not a declaration of war. That is an effort which I think any government would undertake to protect its own people and its own economy from practices that, in his words, have robbed the American people and the American economy over the last few decades. So I think Dr. Cao is being quite belligerent in his rhetoric. I'm not entirely sure why. Donald Trump is not threatening war against China. But the United States does have some treaties with Japan, for example, defense treaties. And we're not prepared to see China run roughshod over the rights of all of its neighbors.
Dr. Gao, the US may not be declaring war on China, but Vice President J.D. Vance recently said, to make it a little more crystal clear, I'm quoting here, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture. So it's maybe not a declaration of war, but it's certainly not a show of respect to another global leader. Is this how a world superpower should behave?
Well, J.D. Vance and I went to the same law school, Yale Law School. I was 20 years ahead of him. I'm ashamed by what J.D. Vance said, because he kept talking about the Chinese peasants, etc. Let me make the simple point. The urban population in China is about 3 times as big as the total population in the United States. The middle class in China is more than the total number of the people in the United States. So if J.D. Vance comes to China, he could barely find a peasant at all, because he will see the urban population. And by today, China is one of the leading industrialized nations in the world. Now, talking about intellectual property, let me emphasize one point very briefly. China now has more patent approved every year than the United States. China is a leading nation of protecting IPR. So no more use those misinformation or mislabeling to describe China. China is a fierce defender of the intellectual property rights for its own good, for mankind's good. And the United States has accused China of intellectual theft for something which it does not even have. And Huawei now has more powerful intellectual property rights, creating more wonderful, miraculous products than anything that the United States can dream about. So if you want to talk about RPR, we can spend an hour talking about RPR, but let's talk back about this trade war. The trade war launched by Trump is wrong. It's the wrong war. It's the war against mankind.
Right.
China is fighting back, and China views this the moment of defending open trade and free trade. Leigh Ann even said, no trade is free. that means his mind and his soul are not free. He's suffering from demons. He's suffering from all these ulterior motivations. In China, we advocate free trade. China is the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. This is a convincing evidence that by practicing free trade, China is #1 in terms of international trade with the rest of the world.
Okay, I can see by your face there, Mr. Abrams, that you want to respond.
Well, I just don't think, these statements are persuasive. China protects intellectual property rights for China. It doesn't respect intellectual property rights for others. In fact, most frequently, it tells companies that want to do business in China that they must hand over intellectual property rights. And then what the Chinese do is copy the product and then produce it in massive volumes so as to put that original company under enormous economic pressure, which is, again, the last thing the United States or Donald Trump, President Trump, wants. But this is, I think, this is indicative of the kind of wolf warrior diplomacy, as it's called, that Xi Jinping's China has adopted. And it is exactly that to which the United States is responding.
We were talking there about intellectual property. So let me ask you both this. What will determine global dominance in the future? It was simply currently or in the past the size of a country's defence budget. If you had big military, you were a big superpower. Will that change? Is it going to be R&D, innovation, AI? I'll ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. Will that play a greater role in the future? Maybe not overtake defence, but is it going to be more important in maintaining global dominance?
I think so. I wouldn't use the term global dominance, but I would use the term economic and military power. Both are much more linked now to high tech. We began to see that in the war in Iraq, which is, 20 years ago now. And we see more of it with artificial intelligence. And I think you can't find a military analyst today who would not say that tomorrow's military power is greatly linked not just to the industrial plant of a country, but to the highest levels of technological advancement. I think that is true.
And what about you, Dr. Gao? I mean, the US still has a bigger military budget. Is China looking at innovation, at artificial intelligence as a way it can counter perhaps what it doesn't have in tanks and missiles?
Well, talking about the military budget, the US military budget is larger than the next 10 countries' military budget combined together. So the United States has a lot of military budget, a lot of equipment, etc. That's for sure. Now, the point I want to make is that if you can destroy the world 1,000 times versus, for example, if you can have the world destroyed 10 times, there is not a lot of difference. Now, in the world of nuclear age, mutually assured destruction is the rule of the game. Between China and the United States, they have already reached mutually assured destruction if any country wants to use war as an instrument to achieve its geopolitical goals. Both China and the United States can destroy each other multiple times, regardless of whether the United States has a larger budget or otherwise. Therefore, from the Chinese view, the world in the future, according to my personal dream, for example, should be a world of peace. A world every country will be treated equal. Every country respects each other, and no country will be allowed to dominate against any other country. MAGA, or Make America Great Again, is fine, but you cannot achieve that at the expense of other countries. You cannot achieve your greatness by belittling, by delegating or relegating other countries to the lowest echelon of the hierarchy. Every country has its ambition. Every country wants to be in the first front, first row, for example, and no country should be allowed to trample rules of free trade, to trample international order, and to dictate to others, to issue ultimatum, to hold a gun at your head, to demand submission to my will. This is the law of the jungle, and China will never have a part of that, and China will fight to death to oppose that.
Before we move on,
well,
Mr.
you know,
Abrams,
it's interesting. Can I just say, yeah, if that were the policy of China, then first, China would not be massively expanding its nuclear weapons, which the United States is not doing. But China is. It seems to want to be able to destroy the world over 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Secondly, China would not be massively expanding its conventional strength, which won't really have any effect on the United States and our nuclear standoff. The purpose of that is to intimidate neighbors.
All right. Well, we sort of are linking in. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Can I add a point? Everyone knows that the United States has the largest, if not one of the two largest nuclear arsenals in the world, and China's warheads added up together only account for a fraction of that of the United States. That's number one. Number two, in terms of conventional weapons, China is a complete match against the United States. And China does not want to look at its neighboring country. We have 14 land neighboring country. We have 6 maritime neighboring country. No one is a match against China. China's military buildup, if it is real, is basically to prevent the United States using war as an instrument, try to surprise China and try to wrestle China down, or to delay China, to derail China's peaceful rise. That's the only purpose. China is making sure that the American gets the message. If you want to impose war on China, you get war. If you want to destroy China, you get destroyed. If you want to bomb China out with nuclear weapons, you will be wiped out with nuclear weapons. That's the mutually assured destruction theory, mad theory, that everyone in Pentagon, everyone in Washington, D.C. should fully know about. China is not going to be pushed around, and China will fight to the end, one way or another, peacefully or otherwise. So the choice is in Washington. China wants to be a partner of the United States, rather than being a slave of the United States or being a subordinate of the United States.
Jesus.
Trump said one thing.
Does that sound like the words of a partner, Mr. Abrams?
No. I mean, again, the belligerence of this rhetoric, war and attacks and nuclear war, it's really quite striking. About the United States bombing China, I'm not quite sure where this is coming from. Well, it's coming from Beijing. And it is this kind of rhetoric, but more importantly, this kind of policy that has led the United States and others to be fearful of the direction in which Xi Jinping is taking China.
Well, we are talking a lot about conflict, even though we've been hearing that China wants peace, the US wants peace. The Cold War was obviously one of the arguably most dangerous periods in history, with 2 nuclear powers hovering their fingers over the big red buttons. And now it sounds like there's an allusion to maybe the same period happening now. Elliot, do you think that we are actually heading to a turbulent period of conflict because of this US-China competition, or is this just bluster?
Well, I think it's more than bluster. I think we're seeing actually Chinese actions in the South China Sea. We're seeing actual preparations for an invasion of Taiwan. We're seeing China taking territory maritime territory that belongs to others, that is in their economic zones. So I think it's more than just bluster, and I do think it's dangerous. I think this is not what the Chinese people want, but it is the policy of the Communist Party and of Xi Jinping. So yes, I think we are in for a period of greater danger for all of those who are neighbors of China and for the United States. And why? Well, we see it in this kind of remarkably belligerent tone that Victor Gao is taking.
Dr. Gao, do you want to respond? Is this a period as dangerous as the Cold War?
Well, first of all, since the end of the Cold War in 1991, how many wars has the United States been involved? The world knows. If the Americans pretend not to know, the world knows. How many wars has China been involved in? Zero. Let me emphasize, zero. This is the track record of China defending peace. And that is the track record of the United States being involved in war after war after war. So I think while the American policymakers in Washington may pretend that they don't know the truth, mankind as a whole knows about the truth. They know China today is the most important stabilizing force in the world. Washington is the most disruptive force in the world. China stands for peace. The United States is eager to use war to solve its geopolitical problems in one region after another. No one can hide away from the hard truth and hard data. That is the world we are faced with. China wants to promote peace. China wants to promote peace with the United States. But if the United States dares to impose war, any kind of war, tariff war, trade war, technological war, Cold War, proxy war, hot war, China will fight back. That's not belligerence. That's the Chinese people's determination to anyone trying to impose war on China.
Mr. Gao, do you agree? I mean, if you ask some of China's neighbours, India comes to mind, would you say that China hasn't provoked any conflict?
China has never provoked the conflict. Even if you look at the 1968
I'm going to ask
clash.
Mr. Abrams to respond to that. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Abrams. What do you think about what Dr.
Well,
Gao
I think
said?
if China and India have fought, China and India have fought, China and Vietnam have fought. China is today supporting Russian aggression in Ukraine, Putin's war in Ukraine. China is today threatening all of its neighbors in the South China Sea. So I think a peaceful China would not be speaking the way Dr. Gao is speaking today.
Dr. Gao, what do you think about that? We have heard in the news recently about Chinese fighters being captured in Ukraine, fighting for Russia. China may not be there as an official military boots on the ground, but obviously China behind the scenes is lending support.
Come on, China has a population of 1.4 billion people. You have read reports about Chinese nationals fighting on the Ukrainian side, being killed on the battleground. Now you talk about an arrest of a couple of Chinese nationals fighting on the Russian side. I haven't verified all the details, but assume it is true. It is not surprising. The Chinese people have freedom of movement back and forth across the border. And I would not be surprised if there are Chinese nationals fighting either on the Russian side of the war or on the Ukrainian side of the war. This is natural. There are lots of mercenaries, one kind of another, fighting on one side of the war or the other side of the war. If you go to Kyiv, you see national flags of almost 100 countries honoring the dead soldiers killed in the battle. So let's be honest, let's be realistic. We are talking about a war, and you are talking about 1.4 billion people in China. Some love Russia, some love Ukraine, and if, as the American panelist, with due respect, said, if China is really involved in the war, supporting Russia, the war would be over immediately, because no one can fight against the military might of China if China supports the military operations by Russia.
Okay, let's turn our attention to the Middle East then. And let me ask you, Mr. Abrams, first. We have seen China trying to take on a mediating role, bringing together the disparate Palestinian factions to try and get agreement there, to provide a suitable alternative during the peace negotiations. Do you think that the US has languished its role as a global diplomat and now China has had to pick up that mantle?
No, I think, in fact, the Chinese role in the Middle East has not been particularly strong, neither militarily nor diplomatically. The United States is working now with the new government of Syria, with the new government of Lebanon, working with the Israelis, Palestinians, Jordanians, Egyptians to try to get some kind of peace agreement in Gaza. I think, in fact, China's influence in the Middle East, diplomatically and militarily, is quite limited.
Dr. Gao, does China have the ability, if you say it wants peace, why hasn't China maybe done more, played more of an active role in trying to mediate the situation in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, everyone knows that China brought the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran together, and they shook hands and they agreed to peaceful coexistence. This is one of the most important breakthroughs in human diplomacy. And I think both countries count on China as a guarantor for that peace accord between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran. And this actually is a cornerstone of peace and stability for the long run in the Middle East. Now, there is a war involving Gaza, involving parts of West Bank, involving southern Lebanon, involving Syria, etc. China's position is very clear. China always supports the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. China always demands the two-state solution. China will always oppose very vehemently against any Israeli attempt to seize the land of the Palestinian and to damage and undermine, sabotage the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. So whatever China is doing as a permanent member state of the United Nations Security Council, as one of the largest economies in the world, is for record of mankind. China is doing the right thing in opposing injustice and violation of the Palestinian people's rights, and China will continue to do that. And in this process, you do not know how many people in the Middle East, for example, the Palestinians, they basically say they can only trust the Chinese. They cannot trust any other country because other countries have their ulterior motives, their own agenda. Talk to the Jordanians, talk to the Lebanese, talk to the Syrians, for example, talk to the Saudis, talk to almost all the Arab countries. They see China as a country without vested interest. And they want to rely on China to achieve the legitimate goal of the Palestinian people. That is their own homeland. That is their own sovereign country. That is becoming a full member state of the United Nations. China is behind all these policy initiatives, and China declares to the world, China is the staunchest supporter of the Palestinian people's legitimate rights.
Mr. Abrams?
Well, first of all, that reading into what Arabs think is something I would never dare to do, and I don't know how Dr. Gao or anybody else can do it, and I think it's false. But with respect to Israel and the Palestinians, it's interesting because China's views, China's rhetoric have risen and fallen. China's relationships with Israel have risen and fallen. They've been closer and more distant. And it has nothing whatsoever to do with China's policy toward the Palestinians. That's completely derivative. What the Chinese have done is move closer to Israel when they thought there'd be maybe some high-tech benefit. Now they've moved further away because they've moved further away because they seem to think that the most important thing is to be on the side against the United States. So if Israel is going to be allied with the United States, they'll drop it. But if you follow the rise and fall of China's relations with Israel and the tone of its rhetoric on the Palestinians, it has nothing to do with Palestinian rights.
Dr. Gao, is there a lack of sincerity to China's actions?
Allow me to. Absolutely not. China has the unique and extraordinary skill of having good constructive relations with Israel on the one hand, as well as with Palestine and all the Arab countries and Muslim countries in the world. China now deals with Israel as it is for those bilateral relations for the mutual benefit of Israel and China. China continues to pursue that. For those actions committed by the Israeli government, Israeli National Defense Force against the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, China rise up to condemn, regardless of the constructive bilateral relations between China and Israel. Therefore, I think most countries find it puzzling How can China maintain good relations with Israel on the one hand and be the staunch advocate of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people on the other hand? That means China does not have a vested interest in this whole war. China supports whichever party which is the right party and condemns whichever party which commits atrocity and denies the people of their legitimate rights. This is what China has been doing for decades, and this will continue to be done by China in the coming decades. China is the strong supporter of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people from the very beginning till eternity, period.
We're almost out of time, but
I wish you were equally, I just want to say, I wish China was an equally strong supporter of the legitimate rights of the Chinese people, who have no civil and political rights whatsoever under Xi Jinping.
I did want to ask you, though, Mr. Abrams, what did you think about what Dr. Gao said there? Do you think that perhaps China is able to mediate, to have a distinct and special relationship with both sides that the US no longer can because it has a vested interest?
No. China does nothing for the Palestinian people. Take a look, for example, at the aid that it gives the Palestinian people. Pennies, nothing. No, I think it's false. That is, what is China's influence in Syria? Basically none. It's Israel, Turkey, the United States. What is its Syria, Lebanon, the Palestinians? There's actually rhetoric. There's no real influence. When peace is made in Syria, when peace is made in Lebanon, when efforts are made for peace between Israel and the Palestinians, Egypt counts, Jordan counts, the U.S. counts, the EU counts. China these days does not.
Gentlemen, I wish we could continue, but we are out of time. I thank you both for your respectful and insightful comments. Thank you for being part of our panel on Counterpoints. Mr. Elliot Abrams, Republican Presidential National Security Advisor, and Dr. Victor Gao, the Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our episodes at Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most American newspapers continue to follow President Trump's trade war and what is becoming to be known as Trump's war on American institutions and universities, with most reporting on Trump's request of the IRS to revoke Harvard's tax-exempt status. As for British newspapers today, most focused on the Supreme Court trans ruling, with some celebrating it, while others explained what it really means. Writers like Suzanne Moore in The Telegraph went as far as saying that the courts have spelt out what British politicians are too scared to say. However, other news like the trade war still had a big share in today's news stories, editorials and articles. The Guardian editorial, for one, celebrated the UK's Supreme Court landmark ruling that the legal definition of a woman in the Equality Act refers to biological sex, not gender identity, saying it's a victory for truth over faddish radicalism. Others had a different opinion. Sam Howells, as you can see, tried to explain the ruling in The Guardian today, saying it is not what it seems. He emphasized that the court said its role was not to define a woman in general, but only as it applies in the law. Fowles also points out that the ruling means there are now multiple levels or legal categories of women, trans women with or without certificates, and so on, making the law more complex. The author concludes that trans people still have protections under Equality Act, but some sections now apply only to biological women. The court urged politicians to clarify the law, warning against using this decision for political gain, according to the author. Martin Kettle wrote in The Guardian today saying that Britain should stop pretending a trade deal with Trump will be a game changer for the UK because it won't. Kettle warns that the UK should be cautious about a trade deal with President Trump's United States. While trade agreements usually sound positive, the author argues that Trump's approach is about power, not partnership. He wants to win, meaning others must lose. The piece highlights how Trump's administration is demanding changes to the UK laws, such as repealing hate speech protections as the price for a deal. It also notes that the economic benefits of Britain would be small, especially compared to trade with Europe. The article argues or urges UK leaders to see a US deal as a defensive move, not a path to prosperity, and warns that Trump's real goal is to pull Britain further from Europe. In the end, the author says the UK must choose wisely, as real growth depends more on Europe than on any US deal. The Financial Times focused today on economic news as expected, publishing numerous articles about President Trump's tariff policies and their repercussions at home and abroad. One of those articles asked an important question, which is the world losing faith in the almighty US dollar as Donald Trump's trade war is forcing investors to confront the possibility that the dominance of the US currency might fade or even end? While Chris Murphy, who is the junior U.S. Senator for Connecticut, also wrote in the Financial Times today with certainty that Trump's tariff policy has nothing to do with trade. Murphy argues that President Trump's recent tariffs are less about economic strategy and more about consolidation of his personal power. The author explains that Trump's chaotic and sweeping tariffs, followed by a sudden 90-day pause, have destabilized markets and confused economists. Rather than aiming to help American workers or rebuild industry, the tariffs are used as leverage, forcing companies to plead for exemptions, often in secret, and compelling their loyalty to the president. The piece warns that Trump's approach is part of a broader campaign to weaken key democratic institutions, including universities, law firms, and the media, by threatening funding or access. By making industry leaders dependent on presidential favor, Trump is undermining the rule of law and edging the U.S. closer to autocracy. The article concludes that these tariffs are a tool for control, not policy, and urges public vigilance to protect American democracy. Across the Atlantic, the New York Times published a news analysis on its front page today, talking about a hint of a shift in strategy in the U.S. as some of the country's most powerful institutions have started choosing to resist the president's decision. Luke Broadwater detailed in his analysis how major American institutions are openly resisting President Trump's escalating demands for control over universities, law firms, and also the media. Harvard University became the face of this backlash by refusing to comply with President Trump's sweeping requirements on hiring, admissions, and campus policies as well, despite the administration freezing $2.2 billion in federal grants. Now, over 500 law firms have united in support of colleagues targeted by Trump, and news organizations as well are fighting legal battles to maintain press freedom. The article highlights that while Trump's tactics have forced some institutions to yield, Harvard's stand is inspiring others to fight back. Faculty, students, and activists are rallying for academic freedom and the rule of law, signaling a new era of public resistance against political pressure, even as the financial and operational risks remain high. Shadi Hamid highlights in his opinion article in the Washington Post today the growing fears over free speech and due process for immigrants and international students in Trump's America. The administration has begun detaining and deporting also visa holders, green card holders, and even legal residents for expressing pro-Palestinian views or criticizing U.S. allies like Israel. Hamid explains that students and academics have been arrested and sometimes with little warning for activities as simple as writing an opinion or joining a protest. The government is also monitoring social media for anti-Semitic activity as grounds for denying visas. The article points out that legal experts as I said, points out that legal experts warn that these actions threaten First Amendment rights and create a climate of fear and self-censorship, not just for immigrants, but for all Americans. The author concludes that unpredictability and political targeting are undermining America's reputation for freedom and the rule of law. Moving on to the Wall Street Journal, whose editorial praised one of Trump's achievements, which is sharply reducing illegal border crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border, with apprehensions dropping to historic lows since his return to office. The piece credits Trump's tough messaging and renewed cooperation with Mexico for deterring migrants, noting that even large migrant caravans have shrunk and big city complaints about migrant arrivals have also faded. Of course, this article argues that this success actually gives Trump a unique political opportunity to pursue broader immigration reform, and it also sees that could include fixing asylum standards, reducing the court backlogs, and also expanding legal pathways for workers and dreamers. While Trump's focus remains on enforcement and deportation, the editorial suggests he could use his political capital to push for lasting bipartisan solutions that address both border security and also America's economic needs. And we'll end with the Jerusalem Post now, where Douglas Bloomfield recounts in his opinion article the dramatic diplomatic movement between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Bloomfield goes on to say that Netanyahu, expecting support and a strategy session on Iran, instead he learned in Washington that the U.S. would begin direct nuclear negotiations with Iran without Israeli involvement. Now, the article also highlights the sense of betrayal that Netanyahu felt, especially given his past efforts to push Trump to abandon the 2015 Iran deal. Now, Trump's priorities are shifting. seeks a quick foreign policy win, even if it means sidelining Israel's interests. Adding to Netanyahu's disappointment, Trump is also preparing a nuclear cooperation agreement, possibly with Saudi Arabia, that is not linked to Israeli normalization, undermining one of Netanyahu's top goals. All this is according to this Jerusalem Post article, and the article also suggests that Trump's approach is driven by personal ambition and a desire for diplomatic victories, while Israel is left worried about being excluded from critical regional decisions and security guarantees. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Kwasi, it's great to have you on Al Arabiya. Thank you.
Lovely to see you.
I want you to give me your assessment of where the UK is today.
I think the UK is in a difficult place. As you know, I was Chancellor of the Exchequer briefly, and we tried to get growth back into the economy. I think what's happened over the last 3 years is, yes, things have stabilised, but this issue of growth is still baffling everybody. The government, the Labour government, came in July last year, and they did two things on the fiscal side. Firstly, big things. They decided to give a wage hike to the unions, which essentially baked in higher costs. And in order to pay for that, among other things, they increased taxes in the budget in end of October it was, by £40 billion. Now that 40 billion was falling primarily on businesses. So we have essentially what's the jobs tax, is national insurance on employees. That was increased, so employers have to pay that. And they also, for the first time, put farmers in inheritance tax, having to pay inheritance tax. And we always protected farmers because they were custodians of the land and we wanted them to hand over across generations their property. They've decided to put taxes on that. And the upshot of all of this is essentially if you put taxes on capital and business owners and wealth creators, you're really going to put a dampener on growth. And we're seeing this now, that's my view.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing, the Bank of England in February downgraded the growth forecast for 2025 for the UK from 1.5 to 0.75, so they halved it. And I think later this week, the OBR, whose forecast is 2% for this year for the UK, they are reputed to be downgrading that to 1%.
Yeah.
So all that means is that the economy isn't growing as fast as you would like, and that means you have more money that you need to raise in taxes, or you need to reduce spending.
So the cuts that they're making today, when we talk about the NHS, when we're talking about the billions that they want to spend, particularly on defence,
Sure.
Are those good things?
Yeah, I think they are good things because...
Why didn't the Conservatives make those cuts?
Well, look, the Conservatives were dogged by lots of different issues. I think we actually lacked courage. I think we could have been more courageous on spending, on reducing spending. But as always happens, the MPs were very reluctant to do that. And I think we should have taken them on. I mean, one of the problems we had, I think, in the mini-budget, this is my view, is that we didn't walk the walk on spending. We were quite happy to reduce taxes, in that Reaganite way, the Laffer curve and all of that.
Yeah.
But my view has always been that you've got to match that, not one for one, but you've got to show willing on expenditure reductions. And we weren't specific about what we were going to try and reduce or what, the growth we were trying to stall in spending, particularly.
So they're doing the right thing now.
Well, I think partly
Yeah.
they are by force of circumstances. They have to look at spending reductions because, you know, if all the major outlets, you know, the OBR and the bank, are reducing their growth forecasts,
Yeah.
where are you going to get the money? There's not tax revenues coming in because the growth is low.
Yes.
So you've got to, in that situation, I think, look at spending. And that's what, in a way of necessity, is making them more virtuous because they have to find the savings.
What makes you nervous about Rachel Reeves?
Well, look, I don't have anything personally against her. I think she is quite an old-fashioned socialist. But I don't think she's any different really from anyone in the Labour Party. People say, oh, they've got to get rid of Rachel Reeves, but it's not obvious to me when I look at the Labour benches, you know, the 400 MPs, which of them is going to do anything differently or anything better than what she's doing. And from my own experience, having been Chancellor of the Exchequer, having been fired by the Prime Minister, sacked, I can tell you that once a Prime Minister does that, they're very vulnerable. I mean, in my case, Liz Truss, I think, lasted 6 days before she resigned when she sacked me. And I'm pretty sure that the media and the politicians will come after, the opposition will come after Keir the minute he gets rid of Rachel Reeves.
Quasi Liz Truss, she's in America. Some of the things she's saying seem to be a bit mad.
Well, look, I think she's obviously dealing with the fact that she was ejected very quickly. I think she's essentially doubling down and saying she was right. And I think there's a lot of what she says.
But most of the country told her she was wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean,
is that
UK,
a failure to accept?
Well, look, in the UK, I think the very damaging thing for her wasn't actually losing the Prime Minister job, but was losing her seat at the general election. I think that was something that, you know, she took perhaps quite badly. And as a consequence of that, she's got more time to go and spread her message. And, you know, if you're in the UK and you've lost your seat as an MP, it's probably quite, you know, it makes sense to go to the US or other places to try. And, you know, she's very committed to free markets, very committed to liberty and freedom. And, you know, if she's got a willing audience there, why shouldn't she go and engage, you know, stateside?
Are you going to buy a ticket?
I go to the States a lot. We hang out with a lot of the same people. We believe very many of the same things. I just have a very young family in the UK, and my ability to travel to the United States is limited. And I'm actually spending a lot more time in Africa and the Middle East. That's what I'm doing, you know, from a commercial point of view.
Do you think there's a comeback that she could expect to
Never
make?
say never in politics. That's my first rule. But I'd be very surprised if she came back anytime soon.
Yeah.
I think now, having set her stall as the growth person and the low taxes, she's aligned herself with essentially the kind of MAGA crowd.
Yeah.
The only problem from that point of view, from the point of view of Britain, is that the MAGA constituency in the UK is a lot smaller than clearly the MAGA constituency in the US is.
Yeah. What does Donald Trump mean for the UK?
I think he's a very difficult person he's unpredictable, so he's a very difficult person to kind of analyse in that way. I think a number of things he did as a Conservative, I, you know, rejoiced at. I think he was very good on issues relating to the woke agenda, culture wars, you know, the 72 genders or whatever, all of that. He clarified a lot of that. I think he's right on NATO. I think NATO has to stump up more money, frankly.
Needs to evolve.
Yeah, it needs to evolve. And, you know, I'm older than you, I hasten to say. But I remember a time when essentially we took for granted the American defense umbrella. You know, in the Soviet Union days, America was always the person, the power, as it were, that Britain and Europe looked to guarantee their safety. And Trump is essentially, as far as I can see, ripping all of that up.
Yeah.
So it is a challenge. But Europe is responding. We're saying that we've got to spend more on defence. You know, we're going to take up the challenge of, you know, policing whatever deal comes out of Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's all reasonable. But I think there's also the kind of crazy Trump. There's the kind of reasonable Trump, I think. And I think on defence, on Europe becoming more responsible, on some of the culture war stuff, I think he's quite sensible. But then, you know, the tariff wars against everybody announced at the same time. You know, the Greenland, Canada 51st state. There's a kind of wild side which is very unpredictable.
Yeah. How do you see Keir playing this?
I think Keir actually is doing quite well. I think he's much more of a kind of foreign policy prime minister than a domestic prime minister. But he's got the right temperament. Yeah. He's managed to charm Trump, as far as I can see. I know Peter Mandelson quite well. He's very good, at charming, powerful people. He's made a career of that, Peter. Yeah. And I think we're trying to tread a balance, the Keir is, between the US on the one side and Europe. How that ends up, I don't know, because clearly Trump is a conservative. I mean, he's had various iterations, but he's now firmly on the conservative side. Yeah. And Keir is very much, I think, a progressive social democrat, we call them, in the UK.
How do you see the Conservative Party dealing with reform?
Very tricky. I mean, the Conservative Party always used to be described as the most successful political party in the Western world. It's been around for hundreds of years. The one thing the Conservative Party was very good at was essentially not being outflanked on the right by any other party. Reform is broadly a right-wing populist party, and it's very difficult to see in the short run what you do against them.
They're very good at messaging.
They're good at messaging, and also, I mean, this has happened all across Europe, even in America. I mean, if you look, again, 20 years ago when I used to go to these things, conventions in the US, the Republican Party was very much like the old Tory party. You had the Bushes. It was very deferential, very respectful. The kind of the elite, the Republican elite, was very identifiable with big business and a certain way of doing things, the transatlantic alliance. Trump essentially blew up that whole scene. And you've had that in Europe as well. You've got Le Pen in France. You've got the AfD in Germany. I mean, Meloni's political heritage was very much on the right. So this populist right-wing movements, these movements are, you can see across the Western world or the developed world. And reform, in my view, is just an iteration of that. People are angry about migration. They're angry about, cost of living and inflation. They're angry about national identity issues. And you can see that across a lot of populist parties. So what's happening in the UK isn't that different from what's happening in other countries.
If you were advising the Conservatives, what would be your advice?
I would say the one thing, and this is my experience in politics, what you can't do is try and chase them on their agenda. You've got to sketch out, you've got to define your own ground and then stick to that ground. But you need to be patient because there are going to be some uncomfortable moments. Reform will do well in the odd by-election, they'll do well in polls, but you've got to just be very, very consistent and very disciplined on your messaging. If you try and run after them, I think things can go wrong because it doesn't seem authentic. If you're just echoing exactly what they say, that's not authentic, and I don't think you'll convince enough people to support you.
Is Kemi Badenoch able to do that messaging?
Look, I think she is. I think she's in a very difficult position. I mean, as you know, I love history. I can't think of any leader that could deal with these circumstances in a good way for the Tories. I mean, even Winston Churchill, if he came back, do I think reform would disappear? No, probably not. So I think you've got to be just very consistent and patient. Because in the end, and we've seen bits of it already, these parties do tend to have infighting. They tend to fall apart. But I think trying to chase them on their own ground would be a mistake. I mean, it's happened in Europe. They tried to, ape and mimic what, the French party. I mean, they kept changing their name. I think they call it the Republicans now, Les Républicains. They've tried to ape what Le Pen has done, but that hasn't got them anywhere. Yeah. This is the Sarkozyist party. It was called something else in those days. But they haven't got it made any ground.
When you look at the sort of last 20 years, I mean, in the first election, nobody thought Donald Trump would become the nominee.
Nobody.
He went in, somehow managed to take that nomination, and he had literally no infrastructure around him whatsoever. Do you foresee this happening with Nigel Farage?
I think anything could happen with Nigel. He could disappear, or he could actually get very close, if not get into number 10. Who knows? Yeah. Still a long time. I mean, I remember I went to the Republican convention in 2008. Yes. It feels like a million years ago when McCain was nominated. If you told me in 8 years Trump would be the nominee, no one would have believed that if you'd said that. And then even in 2015, I was in the United States speaking to Congress colleagues, and they said, Kwasi, you don't know anything about American politics. There's no way Trump is going to get the nomination. And all I could see as a foreigner was that he was ahead by 10 points in all the polls.
Without the money.
Without the money, nothing.
Yeah,
It was
which
just
Nigel right now doesn't have the money.
No, but so I wouldn't rule anything in or out. And even that year, we had Brexit, don't forget. And again, at the beginning of 2016, nobody thought Brexit was going to happen.
Yeah.
And then by the end of 2016, we had Trump as winning the election. And then we had Brexit. So that year totally upshot, destroyed all our preconceptions.
Yes.
So I'm very cautious about making predictions now.
Yeah. When you think about what's happening right now, the talks between the United States and Russia happening in Riyadh, this sort of upending of the Western order, are you worried?
I am worried, actually, because, look, I'm nearly 50. And all my life, we in the West, particularly in the UK, looked to America as a guarantor of the world order, however you define that, that they would guarantee our security. Now, we were probably wrong to be so complacent. And, of course, Trump is challenging that. But we did also believe in the rule of law. We thought that America was a rule of law country. And there was that phrase, the leader of the free world. People remember that.
The shining city on a hill.
All of that stuff. But now, doing a deal with Putin, who is so obviously in the wrong. I mean, Ukraine was a sovereign state, which he invaded. I mean, nobody had done that since Adolf Hitler, frankly, in Europe. I mean, it was extraordinary occurrence. I was in cabinet at the time.
Well, since he did it the first time.
Yeah, that's right.
In 2014.
He did it, that's right. But this was in a way more blatant.
Yes.
And more aggressive. And I was in the British cabinet at the time, and we were appalled. And Boris, I think, really came into his own by supporting Zelensky and supporting the Ukrainian people, as we did as a country. So to see Trump essentially rip that all up and potentially do a deal, we don't know the nature of the deal, but do a deal as he's doing with Putin, is very disappointing.
Yeah. Do you anticipate that the deal that Zelensky is going to get is going to be a good one for Ukraine?
Look, above all with Trump, I'm fascinated by him. I've been watching him for, 10 years he's been around. He launched his campaign in 2015, so it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
We know kind of what the tricks he pulls. He's a reality TV guy. He wants to, pull rabbits out of the hat, surprise people. So let's just wait and see. I don't think we can definitively say now what the deal is. I suspect there'll be some more surprises along the way.
It's sort of a big picture kind of question, but when you think about the ability to project influence, with the UK struggling in terms of the economics and struggling, frankly, with the Trump effect, there's just not that much ability to look beyond your borders now, beyond Europe.
It's challenging.
What does that mean for the Middle East?
So I think in terms of the Middle East, I've always felt a real passion for the Middle East, the culture, the language, the traditions of it. And I think Britain was uniquely placed because of the empire and colonialism, all those reasons, historical reasons. But I think we've really retreated within ourselves over many decades now.
Yeah.
But I think Brexit, in time, will give us an opportunity to have our own foreign policy. It already is. And I'm very hopeful that our governments re-engage with the region. I think we've retreated a bit. Certainly as a Conservative cabinet minister, I was very keen. I visited Saudi, I think, at least 3 or 4 times, as well as other countries in the region. And I think Britain's, given our history, and unlike Britain, the Middle East, they're aware of their history. We're less aware now, funnily enough. But I think there's a real role to play politically as a kind of intermediary and a friend of many countries in the Middle East.
Well, at a time when they're experiencing phenomenal growth.
Absolutely.
Is it, in your mind, a mistake for the UK not to be a player?
No, it would be tragic for us not to be involved. I mean, I was in Dubai in December. I've been to Riyadh many times. In fact, I went to Riyadh for the first time 12 years ago, and it's transformed. Anyone who went to Riyadh, before 2013, 2012, and went to it today would be amazed at how Riyadh has grown.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to continue. I think there's huge opportunity in the Middle East. I think Britain, given its historical associations with the region, is very well placed to benefit from that.
Talk to me about you. Are you planning to make a political comeback?
Look, my rule number 1 in politics is never say never. Okay, never say never. I would never rule it out. Having said that, I'm enjoying doing various consulting roles. I'm an investor. I'm really enjoying life out of politics. And occasionally I'm in the best of both worlds, because I'm out of politics. I'm not in the House of Commons. I'm not in the front line, which can be very, very challenging and quite stressful. I'm not in the front line of politics.
Yeah.
I've got an independent life, commercial life. But, you know, nice people like you invite me on those shows to opine on events and be a commentator. So I'm in a privileged position at the moment.
Yeah.
But commentators can never actually influence events in the way that politicians can, and I'm very conscious of that.
Do you anticipate, or could you ever see yourself working with reform?
Look, I always say this in elections. You fight the election, and then you see what the numbers are.
Yeah.
And a world in which the Conservatives and Reform hold the balance of the House of Commons, you can bet your bottom dollar that they will come together and work together to try and create a government. Obviously, before the election, you go at it hammer and tongs, your rivals, your competitors. But let's just see what happens at the election. I mean, I remember when I first was elected to the House of Commons, we were in a coalition, the Conservatives, with the Liberal Democrats. Nobody anticipated that before the election, but we just had to work with them as a result of the election. So all bets are off.
Yeah.
And I think it would be premature before the next election to say what that combination would look like.
Is there any scenario in which you could see the Conservative Party disappearing?
I think you have to factor that in. The Conservative Party is a very, very old party. I think it's unlikely.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have a guarantee of life. It doesn't have a God-given right to exist forever. And politics is competitive. You know, if you are not selling products politically that people want to buy, want to vote for, then, you know, you've got a limited shelf life. I mean, I've seen in Europe, we had the Socialist Party in France, dominant party. It's kind of irrelevant now. I mean, it's very, very small. And there are lots of other parties in Europe that have fallen by the wayside.
Talk to me about the day it all started to fall apart. You were in the United States.
I was in America.
Yeah.
I was warned by a friend that my tenure was very brief. I was sort of incredulous.
How did you take that news?
I was like really surprised because it was obvious to me. Well, I thought two things. I thought, yes, I can see how that can happen, given the pressure we were under, given the pressure particularly the Prime Minister was under.
Yeah.
But then I thought, well, if she sacks me, it's over for her.
Yeah.
It's almost like pulling a grenade and blowing up your career. So I thought, she won't do that. That was my thought. And then I was summoned back a day before the IMF meeting closed. And so I pretty much thought, well, she's going to summon me to sack me. And I was, driven into number 10 with outriders, and there was no traffic, all of the trappings. Went into number 10, and she said she'd sack me. And I was as dry-eyed as I am now. I was completely incredulous. As I recall, I think she was crying because it was very stressful. And I just thought, this is over. It's over. Your premiership is done.
Yes.
Because essentially you've got your fireguard as your chancellor, and once you've got rid of the fireguard, you're totally exposed to the to the fire. And so she asked me. She was very kind, actually. She said, "This is my press conference. This is and she read her statement. She did a 9-minute press conference after the day she sacked me. It was on the Friday, and I said, "Forget about what you're saying. The only thing they'll ask you is if you've sacked your chancellor for doing what you've campaigned on and what you wanted, why are you still there?" And in the press conference, about 4 people asked variations of that question. And then, as I said, 6 days later, she'd resigned. And all I remember of that period while I was chancellor was sort of chaos and panic. And, I was responsible for it. I'd made the statement, we'd worked together. But then it was the real test of leadership is in dealing with the crisis. Crises always come. They always come. It was a particularly acute crisis. And I still think, and I thought then, that there was probably a way through it. But, it wasn't my station in life to decide how we approach that.
When you look back at it, I mean, do you think that was the thin end of the wedge in terms of pushing the Conservatives from power?
I think it was a contributory factor. But you've got to remember we'd been in power, 12, 13 years.
Yeah.
It was very unlikely, once Boris had gone, I thought it was unlikely that whoever took over was going to win. I mean, he was a proven election winner. I was someone who backed him really right to the end. I didn't think it was necessarily the right thing to get rid of him.
Yeah.
But once he's out, you've got to decide who the leaders are. And, you know, I think both Rishi and Liz Truss had very organised campaigns. I liked what Liz said because she was a tax cutter, she was a small state person, and I backed her. And then when she won, she appointed me, you know, to the very senior role. And then after that, as soon as that happened, I think we went at it very, very fast.
Yeah.
And we should have been more measured. I have no doubt about that.
When you look back at it, I mean, what would you have done differently?
So I would have delayed it. I mean, one forgets, but the Queen passed away. The Queen Elizabeth II, who'd ruled the country for 70 years, the longest ruling monarch, died within about 2 or 3 days of Liz Truss being appointed Prime Minister. And I think that was a moment when everything should have paused and we should have taken our time to process that event. As it happened, our mini budget, looking back, was 3 days after the Queen's funeral, 4 days. And I just think that everything was concertinaed into such a short time. And looking back, I think that was a big mistake.
Yeah. What responsibility do you feel?
I feel, you know, major responsibility.
Is it guilt?
No, I feel that it's such a waste because, you know, I still believe in the ideas. And I just think, you know, we squandered an opportunity really to change the dynamics in Britain. And when I look at what Labour is doing, it breaks my heart because they're just increasing taxes. They're not really cutting spending. I mean, they say they will, but you know, there are huge commitments that they're making. And the UK, historically and traditionally, is a very dynamic, forward-looking, global country. You know, we're traders. Napoleon described British people as Britain as a nation of shopkeepers.
Yes.
And we've always taken that as a source of pride. You know, it's about trading, it's about commerce, it's about looking to the world. And I see a Britain that is not moving, not really innovating. And it's the same problem across Western Europe. And I look at my time in office and think, I wish I'd done more or had more time to change direction of the country.
What do you say to people who criticize you?
Well, look, I mean, that's a feature of politics, Hadley.
You don't take it personally.
No. I mean,
it's hard not to.
It's hard not to, but if you speak to anybody at the top, you know, who's been a Treasury Minister or a Prime Minister or Defence Minister or someone very, you know, you've got to take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
There is no politician in the history of the world that everyone adored. I mean, even Winston Churchill, in his time, I've mentioned him, I think he's a great man. But at his time, he was a very divisive politician. So you've got to just really follow what you think is right. You've got to have that conviction. And I think Liz Truss did actually have conviction. And you've got to believe in things and really, really fight for them. And not mind so much what you know, the slings and arrows of the daily political battle, if you like.
A final question on immigration. Do you regret the Conservative stance on immigration?
No, because, look, I'm the son of immigrants. I mean, I'm very proud of that. But as you know, people have said in the past, it's all about numbers. You know, when my parents came to Britain 60-odd years ago, more than 60 years ago, the net migration was about 50,000 a year. In 1 year, the Tories, I think we had 900,000. So you can see there's a massive difference between 50,000 people,
I mean, because the country can't afford it,
and 900,000 people. And, you know, that's unsustainable.
No.
And that was, I think, we talked about reform a lot. The reform didn't rise because of the mini budget.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the mini budget had an impact. But reform's rise has been, I think, based around this question of immigration. And if we were talking about the fact that right-wing populists, for want of a better phrase, have come across the Western world. And it's largely around immigration and national identity and low growth. I mean, that's part of the picture. And I don't really feel the Conservatives got that right, got the immigration piece right.
What is the solution to that? I mean, you send them home, find them jobs. How do you do that when you have
it's very
a period
tough.
of low growth?
Well, I think Britain rather. I mean, in England as well. I mean, we think of England in terms of where London is based and the capital and the main country of the United Kingdom. I think, in a way, it's a victim of its own success because very tolerant Britain, very friendly people, very welcoming people. And I think a lot of people around the world look at Britain and think, actually, if I'm going to emigrate to somewhere, that isn't my country. Britain is probably a good place to go because they speak the English language, the benefit culture is quite generous, people are welcoming. And that's a victim of its own success because it becomes a magnet for lots and lots of immigration. And actually that's an issue that people object to.
Yeah.
Not because they're racist or anything like that. It's because they see their culture, their country changing very quickly. I mean, very quickly. And they think, well, hang on a second, you know, why is this happening? Did I vote for this? And that's where Nigel Farage, and not just Nigel, other people, can really gain traction.
So if you were to grade the Conservatives on that issue alone, D?
We screwed that
minus?
up. I don't want to use such graphic language, but we didn't do very well on that. And Kemi Madnock is right to say we didn't do well on this. And that was a combination of things. I think that the administrative state was so absorbed with Brexit and COVID that we perhaps weren't as focused as an administration on trying to control borders. And it's a difficult thing to do. And you've got to be very tough to get a handle on it. And the problem for the Conservatives that we had was that we actually campaigned to reduce it to tens of thousands. I don't think it would have been as damaging for us as an issue if we hadn't made the pledge in 2010, and I think again in 2015, that we were going to reduce the numbers drastically. That was something which we said something and did, and what happened was very different to what we said.
It's great to have you on the program. Thank you for joining Al Arabiya.
I loved it.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special interview. I'm Joanne Surya. My guest today is an Olympic swimmer, UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador, and someone whose extraordinary journey from war-torn Syria to the global stage has inspired millions. So much so, her story became the subject of a powerful Netflix movie. She recently returned to Syria for the first time in a decade, and today she's with us to reflect on that emotional homecoming and the legacy she's building. Yusra Mardini, thank you and welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. First, I want to start with your recent return to Syria. It was your first time back in 10 years. Describe what it felt like when you first arrived.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it was very emotional for me. I was in complete denial. It felt like I was dreaming. The point where I crossed the Lebanese borders and I was like in Syria, like I was on my way and I was like, I saw "Welcome to Syria." I immediately started crying, and it was more emotional that my mom was sitting next to me, and it was also her first time in 10 years. So I felt very, very grateful and lucky to be able to go back.
And you did share powerful footage of the destruction, even where your family's home once stood. What was more difficult, leaving that first time at the start of the war, or going back now and seeing all the destruction?
I think there are two completely different experiences. Also, I'm in a different age in my life. When I left, I was 17 years old, and now I'm 27. So I learned a lot in the past 10 years, and I grew up a lot. And for me, when I left, I was a child. I didn't understand what sides, what's going on, politics, nothing. I just knew that I had to run. I had to save my life. And now I went back intentionally to my country to be able to help, to be able to rebuild the country. So both leaving was something that was very, very sad, but returning doesn't have to be, right? So yeah, they are two completely different experiences, and I reflect on both of them.
I want to go back to when you were leaving Syria the first time. Can you describe the days leading up to the day you actually left?
Yeah, it was honestly years. It wasn't just like specific days, but I shared another video on social media where I showed the place where the missile hit in the pool. And for me, this was insane for me to see again. But that was the day that me and my sister decided, okay, we need to risk our lives maybe one more time and live and have dignity the rest of our lives, because that day there was a missile that hit the pool. There was a bomb attack that happened on the football field where someone died, unfortunately, and then the hotel where athletes lived in also was bombed. It felt like a scene from a movie. We got in the car with my mom, and like the missiles were hitting like behind, and I would turn and I would see the glass, like I would see from the glass of the car that like the missiles are hitting, and to me I cannot acknowledge that still in my brain, to be honest. And then my sister and I think we were young and naive and brave enough to say, hey, we can do this. Like we can take this trip. And we weren't the only ones. Millions of refugees did that.
And you were saying you were young and naive. If that had happened 10 years later, now at this age, what would you do? What would you have done differently?
I'd be way more terrified. I would 100% trust myself and my sister to do it again. And I feel like my father raised us to be fighters. My mom taught us that education is very important. So we were raised by tough parents, and we were taught not to give up. And I think, I don't know what the outcome of the journey would have been, but I know that I would have fought until the last breath.
And going back to your recent visit, being away for 10 years, I'm sure there's so much that you missed. What were some of the things that you did, some places that you went to see, any people that you went to see that you haven't seen in 10 years?
It was very overwhelming for me, because the reason why I went back, it was a mission with UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, and Syria's refugee crisis or displacement crisis is the #1 in the world. It's really sad. It's 13 million people were displaced within and outside of Syria. 7 million still are displaced, and 81% go back to their destroyed homes, including myself. So for me, I have a plan B, right? I have a home in Germany. I established a new life, but other people don't. So it is my duty and my responsibility to go back as a Goodwill Ambassador. And we went to multiple cities in Syria. We met with families. We saw projects that UNHCR are running on the ground. It was incredibly helpful for me to see that even in the destruction, I met a young girl that came, and her smile was bigger than all of us combined, right? And I was like, for these children, I want to do my best. And then I also saw my grandma. After 10 years, I saw my friends. I saw the pool. For me, the pool is more home than home. And for me, just to be able to sit and just like listen to the quietness and just the birds, as cheesy as that sounds, it gave me so much peace. But I'm not going to also make it sound like it was only positive, because when I came back now, I've been struggling for like a few days, like with traumas resurfacing. How can I help my people? How can I move forward? I also saw the destruction to the point where I'm like, how can we recover from this? But I have so much hope that we will, and I have so much hope that people like me, UNHCR, so many organizations will rebuild the country.
We'll talk about your humanitarian work in just a bit, but still on your Syria trip, you mentioned your grandma. You didn't see her for 10 years.
Yep.
How was that reunion?
It was amazing. So my mother did not tell anyone that we're going back, and I told her maybe we should tell grandma. And then she was like, no, I want to surprise her. So I think she was in a shock. It took her a while to really fully believe that we were there, and it was she's definitely older, so it was amazing that we got to see her, and the look on my mother's face, seeing her mother after 10 years, was definitely priceless.
Yeah. Of course. Another big part of your story is the pool. You mentioned that earlier, and also it was probably one of the most dramatic scenes in the film and in your life, in real life. So the missile landed in the water while you were in the water, and you're saying that pool is where your journey began as a swimmer. Describe how it felt being back where it all started for you.
Yeah, it is really emotional because a lot of people ask about this specific missile scene, and this happened every day. It happened in the pool, it happened in my school, it happened on the streets, it happened where I live. I would see people protesting, and then someone would get shot, and then they would carry the body and protest again. So for me, it's just, it was really important to share what was happening with millions of Syrians. It was never about me telling my own story only. Me and my sister understood the responsibility of this is the story of millions of refugees around the world, not just Syrians as well. So when the missile hit the pool, in reality, I was training, and everyone ran outside of the pool, and we all went to the changing rooms, and then we took our stuff, and then we went to the gym, because the gym had a downstairs room where we all stayed. We waited for our parents to come. And then I still remember when I got to the car, to my mom, she was shouting because she was like, "Are you okay?" And because I was in a shock, I couldn't answer. Because when I was walking outside of the pool, it wasn't only one missile, it was multiple attacks. Why? Because every sports complex in Syria was a military base. So we were targeted all the time. Not athletes, but there was so many things that were going on that we didn't understand. So when I got to the car, before like 2 minutes of getting to the car, there was an explosion in the hotel. So all the glass flew, and I was like in a shock. I got to the car, my mom was like literally shouting, and I was like, so this is something that happened every day, unfortunately.
Yeah. And looking back at that, if there was never a civil war, and you never experienced all that trauma and that experience, how different would your life be now?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is a very interesting question, but I don't think I can answer that one, to be honest, because it happened, and I learned from it, and I'm grateful for it. And if I stayed in Syria, I would have still had the same dream of going to the Olympic Games. I would have fought for it every day, but I don't think I would have learned as much as I learned now. I would have not been able to understand that I have a bigger role in life than just sport. And I am definitely deeply grateful for every step of the way, for meeting the refugees that I'm meeting, for being able to tell not just my story, but the stories of millions of refugees around the world. So, you know, I believe there's a universal plan for me, and I'm happy that I get to learn about who I am and what can I do in the world, and that I can do better and I can help people.
You mentioned your visit to Syria was actually part of a UN mission.
Yeah.
You've done incredible humanitarian work since becoming the youngest UNHCR ambassador Goodwill Ambassador in 2017. What has that experience over the years meant for you, especially now after having returned, to help rebuild your country and help your own people?
Yeah. To me, UNHCR and everyone that works in it are silent heroes, because you don't get to see everything they're doing on the ground. But I was very surprised in a positive way with everything that they're doing in Syria, because it is a very difficult country in the way of like the sanctions. How can we help with the sanctions? You know, still there are very, very heavy sanctions on Syria right now. And UNHCR is doing everything in their power on the ground to tell people that like 370,000 people went back to Syria right now, as example. But they went back to their destroyed homes. And they don't have access to food. They don't have access to clean water, to medical attention. They don't have the basic human rights. And UNHCR is there to make sure that these refugees or these returnee families are, you know, taken care of. And when I went to like a few of like the community centers and I saw the kids and I saw what they were doing, I also had like a circle where I talked to women because they come in for therapy, as example. And one of the women told me, my dream is like to continue my education, so I can come back and be a therapist in the community center. And to me, this is like, it's incredible, because you're learning how to, they're already teaching they're teaching refugees how to give back already, you know, with the very little that they have. So for me, the work that I do with UNHCR and being an advocate is the most important job in my life, because I understand how important this is, and I understand how important my voice is. Because if a girl saw me in the camp or saw me in Syria now, and she was 6 years old and said, Yusra could, so can I. That's everything I want in life.
And you did meet one of those girls. You posted her video on Instagram, the one in the peacoat.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that encounter.
It makes me both happy and sad. Her home is destroyed. As you can see in the video, like, there are literally holes on the walls, and then like they live in the second floor. So one thing that really concerned me is that, like, when they're looking out of the window, they're kids, and let's say like she's this tall, and then the wall is like this tall. So this is already a concern. There is no safety. The windows are like still being built right now because like UNHCR is supporting them. So for me, I was so sad walking in, and then she came in and she was wearing her Eid clothes, and I was like, what are you wearing? And then she was like, this is my Eid outfit. And I was like, this is life. This is what I learned from refugees, that no matter how dark these times are, there's always light. There's always positivity, and this is my story. When there was no hope for me, there was sport, and there was something that's keeping me going. And now what keeps me going is people like Khulud, because she came in, she gave me the biggest smile, you know, until the moment I left. We had a conversation. She came and told me, your nails are pretty. And she like asked me questions about my life. I talked to her and her brother and sister. So in general, these are the stories and these are the people that give me motivation to do the work that I do. And I hope that I can go back and help her and help all the young children, you know, whether they're orphans or not. I hope I can give back.
And I think that's the thing about kids, right? They're so innocent. They don't really know what's really happening.
Yeah.
So something so little as a coat or your nail colors just made, you know,
absolutely
caught their attention, made them happy.
Absolutely,
yeah. So in addition to your work with the UN, you actually, just over a year ago, you launched your own Yusra Mardini Foundation. Tell us more about that and why it's important to you to support refugees of all backgrounds, not just Syrians, because that is part of the mission, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So after participating with the Refugee Olympic team in 2016 for the first time, you know, the team happened for the first time. So it was something very new. I was like, I don't know if I want to be called a refugee. I'm going home. So for me, I didn't understand the magnitude of everything going on. I didn't understand what could this team mean. So when I decided to be a part of the team and I went to the Olympics, I realized that we gave hope to the whole wide world. And I was like, oh, wait, hold on. This is not only about me anymore. This is about the kids in the camps. This is about the mothers. This is about the teachers, the architect. This is about me spreading a message of hope and this team spreading a message of hope. So I started receiving messages from young athletes, from you know, grandmas, from people. And then when the swimmers was released, I told my team it's time. I was like, it's time to launch this foundation. And then they were like, are we ready? And I was like, we need to launch the foundation. It is time. So when we launched the foundation, we decided to, I co-founded with my coach, the one that trained me for the Olympics, and we worked together on it, and I have incredible support from UNHCR as well. So the projects that we focus on is giving access to education and sports to refugees worldwide, because my father advocated for sports in my life, and my mom advocated for education, and both are so powerful. And I want to give them the opportunity to dream. You know, I want to give them the opportunity to be able to say, I want to become a doctor. I'm like, okay, how can we do it? How can we help you? So we have, we started with sports projects. We started with a few projects on Lesbos, as example. I also returned after 9 years last year, and I swam in the ocean where it all happened, but for a good cause. It's called Swim for Good. And you swim as a relay with refugees, volunteers, whoever wants to do it. And the distance is 10 to 12 kilometers to honor the journey that refugees go through to arrive to safety. And many don't. So that was really important for me. And then there are projects that we did in France. There's a resettlement project we're working on with the International Olympic Committee and a university in Canada where athletes get to study and work towards getting an asylum in Canada. So yeah, it is all very new. I'm learning step by step, but I think it's the best thing I've ever done.
And how do you hope to expand that foundation?
I hope to expand that foundation specifically this year in helping my country. As I mentioned earlier, it is still the biggest displacement crisis in the world, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. And for me, my dream for this year is to be able to build schools, to be able to build hospitals, to be able to help my people heal and understand that we can all work together towards a better future. But that's basically what I want for this year. In general, my dream is to be able to help every refugee around the world, even if it sounds crazy.
You can do as much as you can, I think, and it makes a difference for, even if it's one person, it makes a huge difference. So from everything that you've seen, everything that you've experienced, and we can't not mention that incredible journey that you took from Syria to Turkey and then swimming in the sea to make it to Greece. Do you think people actually understand what it means to be a refugee without having experienced it?
It depends. It depends on the person you are. It has nothing to do with a country. It has nothing to do with where you're from. I think the education about who is a refugee, why are they refugees, where are they coming from, is there's a lack around the world. I think we need to educate our children who are refugees, why do they leave their homes. I mean, so many Syrian refugees are already returning home, right? And the reason they left is because they lost their homes. They lost their parents. It wasn't safe enough for them. They were thinking about their future. So for me, it's really important to educate people about what a refugee is. I did not turn into a swimmer when I arrived in Germany, right? I had the dream since I was in Syria. I was a swimmer. The doctors that left Syria, forcibly because of the conflict, because of everything that happened, they arrived in Germany and continued doing what they love, which is, being a doctor. So for me, it's I never judge. And I never want to judge someone that's judging refugees. I want to be someone that can explain that to them and say, hey, let's have a conversation. You love our food, right? Like, you love Syrian food, you love Lebanese food, you love Middle Eastern cuisine, so give us a chance as well, right? When I got to Germany, it wasn't easy for me neither. I was like, it's cold, I don't know if I love the language, but slowly when I gave it a chance, I realized that Germany is an incredible place, and it hosted me, and I call it my second home now, right? So I think it's about being open-minded and learning who refugees are and why they leave their country.
And how much do you think social media plays a role in explaining this, this idea of refugees and what it actually means?
The most powerful tool right now, in my opinion. I think social media can. Everything that our generation or even the younger generation is seeing on social media is incredible. It's a tool of journalism, in my opinion. It's a way of bringing the truth out, and it's a way where you can educate yourself about a lot of things, but also it can be very misleading. Sometimes I saw stories about myself. I was like, wow, who is she? Like, I don't, that's not my story. So you have to be very, very careful who you're following, who are you getting your information from. But in my opinion, social media is a very powerful tool. Look at the video I just posted about my home. And I posted it because I understood the magnitude of why I need to do that. And because a lot of people can't, and I can. And my voice is heard, so I had to.
And you also showed another side of Syria, driving through the streets, the people. Tell us more about that part of Syria that's still, alive and moving.
It's a beautiful, beautiful country. A lot of people have the wrong idea about Syria, and I say it's one of, the oldest countries in the world. The oldest capital is in Syria. The culture and the history is so rich. I hope people get to, educate themselves more about it. Listen, it's not perfect, and it needs a lot of help right now. And it needs, the streets, you can tell they're very old. They need everything needs renovation. Even when you're driving, the ways are not like they're not fixed, and but it's just like we love it so much. We're so proud of where we come from, and leaving as a refugee even makes you miss it more, because it's also the people. When you go back, you're like seeing your grandma, her apartment is the same, you're like going to the same place, and you're like, oh, this is a new restaurant. It wasn't there when I was there. But also, like, I was passing through places in the car, and I was like, oh my God, this is the corner, and this is that, and this is that. And the driver was like, wow, you remember a lot. And I was like, I love my country. So it's a beautiful country, and it's a very rich of culture country. So for me, I really, really hope that we can come together as one nation and build it again.
Hopefully one day. Just to wrap up, just last question. Do you plan to return to Syria one day permanently, or is Germany a new home?
Syria is my home, and Germany is my new home. You can have multiple homes, I believe. And for me, I cannot tell you like what the plan is 100%, but what I know is that I have two homes. I have people that I care about in Germany. I have people that I care about in Syria. So for me, that would be a dream, to go back and live in Syria, but I need to be realistic. The country needs a lot of help. More than 90% of the population needs humanitarian aid. So my role right now is thinking of people before thinking of myself. But I would love to. I would love to go back and, open a swimming academy. I would love to go back and be someone that rebuilds schools, as I mentioned, someone that is like a force for this country. But I have no idea what the future holds. But I think that's the situation of many, many Syrians, not just me. But what I can tell you is that we love our country very, very, very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Yusra. I really enjoyed that conversation. And I look forward to what else you're going to do with your foundation and the work that you do.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
And to my viewers and the audience, I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. This was just one story of many people who have left their countries or were forced to leave their countries to make a future for themselves and now give back to their people. Thank you, and see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio meet EU leaders in Paris for talks on Ukraine. The Trump administration stands firm as Democrats and judges call for the return of a Salvadorian national. And scientists find strong evidence of life beyond our solar system on a giant planet 124 light years from Earth. To our top story, and President Donald Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio have met EU leaders in Paris to discuss ending the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's foreign minister and defense minister are also taking part in the talks hosted by Emmanuel Macron. Earlier, I caught up with Paris-based reporter Lisa Louis, who told me what these meetings were focusing on.
You could certainly think that, given that up until now there have been very much two parallel paths in these efforts to bring peace to Ukraine. On the one hand, you had the US, Washington, talking directly to Putin, to Russia. And then on the other hand, the Europeans kind of sidelined, but coming together in what they call a coalition of the willing, more than 30 countries, saying that clearly Russia is the aggressor and no one else, not Ukraine, not anybody else. And today you see the US for the first time in months meeting European delegates on that issue on Ukraine. Mind you, these talks are taking place behind closed doors, a number of talks with very little press access, and that is also an indication of how delicate the moment is.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Al Arabiya news editor Wissam Kirouz. Thank you so much for being with me this evening. So, Shane, I really wanted to start this conversation with you. We've got more talks happening, and we've seen an alliance form between the UK and France when it comes to Ukraine's future. But how significant is Witkoff and Rubio's presence in Paris today, and what are the expectations from Europe?
Well, I think, yeah, it's definitely significant because it's the highest level transatlantic engagement, I think is the word they're using, since February. And obviously, in that time, we've seen the sort of famous Oval Office fallout between Zelensky and Trump. So I think it is significant that we're back in talks, and we've had a lot of talks about different countries lately, and I think this one is kind of the significant one that we want to see progress. But I do think from the European side, they obviously want to sort of put pressure on the US to get Moscow to come to the table and make some sort of decision. But I think what we've heard today from the Kremlin, it's not looking massively positive from their side towards the Europeans, where they were saying that the Europeans are looking to, continue the war, which, it's one stance and one opinion, which, I wouldn't really go with myself. But I think basically the Europeans want Moscow to come to a ceasefire situation. So I think it's good and significant that the talks are there. I think the fact that Zelensky is not there means it's sort of more minor level. But I think it's a good starting point, and hopefully it's going to lead to somewhere positive.
Do you agree, Wissam?
Well, I think it's a much better day than the day that Zelensky had in the White House a couple of weeks ago. And I think in general we are in a happy day today because Trump's rhetoric seems in a much better mood. We see, what's happening today in Paris is significant. A new European dynamic has been taking shape for the last month. You have a French-British leadership of the Ukrainian issue. And let's not forget that why they were in Paris today. It is to discuss the very idea of bringing European troops to Ukraine and hence to stop the conflict. Having said this, we have heard also what could be understood by some as sabotage from Zelensky himself when he said Witkoff was completely siding to the side of Russia. But let's not forget that the two people from Trump administration who were today in Paris, it's one guy who is the most political person in the administration, Marco Rubio, who has a plan that starts with stopping the war, and one guy who is the deal maker, who is yet to make any substantial deal.
But he's been to a lot of places.
He's been everywhere, but never been to a deal.
Yeah.
So you're not confident that there's going to be really anything come out of this in terms of...
I think there is a certain bigger image taking shape.
Yeah.
We see Trump on a better mood. We see the most Trumpist of the Europeans in the Oval Office today. You have seen Meloni there also talking nice. Trump saying today we're going to have a deal 100% with European on the tariffs. And also we have the Ukrainian facing the very fact that this should stop. Are the Russians who are wanting to stop the war? I think they want to drag it as long as possible because every single day they have one more town in their possession.
Yeah, and I think, wasn't it Trump said that don't pick a battle with someone who's 20 times your size or something like that? So, would you think then that Russia wants to drag it out as long as possible because they've got the resources advantage, while if Zelensky is running short, then he's not really going to look to the US? But I would kind of think that the positive that's come out of the Oval Office situation is that it gives a vacuum that needs to be filled where Trump would have taken leadership. So the Europeans have to stand up, so they need to be seen to be doing something. But so do you think it's just all PR? It's not really going to lead to any decision?
I think there is a big deal of feeling broken in Europe. They feel that they cannot trust the Americans anymore, and they are right because it was very clear, and they need to be, to take their own fate in their hands, and they are trying to do this. At the same time, there is hopefully a chance that the American stance will somehow get to a more moderate place, and the Russians, let's not forget that they have the feeling that they got what they want from America beforehand. They know that NATO will not be in Ukraine. They know that somehow they will stay in Ukraine, and the rest is details. It's time.
And I think there might be a sort of a feeling from the European side that they want to be seen to be the ones that are solving this problem without the Americans, because if Trump is not engaging in it, if they can be seen to be adapting and solving this problem, then I think that may put the Trumpian ego a little bit askew, and then that may bring him back into the table. That's purely just my thinking of the situation.
The Trumpian ego is getting a boost next Thursday because he's finally signing the minerals deal.
Yes, indeed. And do you remember what happened when that minerals deal was meant to be signed? We saw that massive showdown, didn't we, in the Oval Office? But you actually mentioned Meloni. She's over right now meeting Donald Trump. She's a close ally of Trump. She went to his inauguration, the only European leader who did. And she was saying in this meeting today, together we can build peace in Ukraine. So is she the olive branch that Europe needs right now?
Well, I do. Well, it's already said. I was reading Reuters before we came here, and it said that Italy and Meloni in particular and Trump have a very special relationship, which, normally that was said about the Brits and the United Kingdom, which shows the extent that we're
How
moving.
Much things changed,
Exactly, but I think because they're ideologically kind of very close together, so hopefully I think some Italian charm will work in the White House.
Yeah, possibly, because, that is something that could happen.
Italian charm always matters.
Oh, I agree. We all love Italian food and Italian charm.
But at the same time, to think that Europe and Trump are completely two worlds apart is a bit of, not true. Because let's not forget that there is a huge swath of Europe now who is in the same ideological world of Trump. Let's not forget that Meloni herself, even though in a much bigger country, but she also represents the same wave that brought Trump to the White House.
Yeah, 100%.
You have also Viktor Orban in Hungary, even more advanced. So there is a Trumpist wave in Europe also.
And you can even see that, I guess, arguably in the UK, if you want to look at Nigel Farage and the Reform Party. We've seen it in France too.
Yes.
It is spreading. So maybe you're right. Maybe, maybe Europe isn't so far enough.
Maybe Europe, Trump would feel comfortable with a person like Meloni. Even though Emmanuel Macron has been trying since 2020.
But I think they're ideologically closer. But I think it's interesting your original question about an alliance between the UK and France. So, who thought we'd be saying that a couple of years ago? So maybe that'll be the sort of the offshoot of the Ukraine and what's happening with Zelensky and Trump, is that it'll bring the European partners together, which I think is a positive because I'm a Remainer, unfortunately.
I was going to say, Maybe Brexit will be forgiven, but we're going to move on now because Brexit was mentioned a lot.
I mean, if you ask the British people now if they want, if they are remaining or leaving, I think it's very clear.
Every time we mention Brexit even changes the subject.
Yeah.
So I think if I need to do that in future.
I always get a little bit scared of that word. But anyway, we're going to move on to another story now. And the White House has said a man who officials have acknowledged was wrongly deported to a prison in El Salvador will never live in the US again. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was transported to Central America from Maryland after being accused of being a member of the banned MS-13 gang, a claim his lawyer has denied. During a White House press conference, the mother of a Maryland woman whose daughter was murdered by an alleged illegal immigrant from El Salvador spoke to reporters. Rachel Morin died at the hands of Victor Martinez Hernandez. Here is what she had to say.
Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledge my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this.
Wissam, let's start with you. Obviously, that was incredibly moving to hear from Patty Moron when she was speaking last night. Right there with the press secretary. However, some critics are arguing that these two cases, the case of Garcia and the case of what they were speaking about here, are just worlds apart. They're not even related.
They are not even from the same country. Even though the story, the testimony that we heard is heartbreaking, it is really very touching. But at the same time, this is a very old populist trick, bringing a very touching story in order to inflict a certain, stigma on a whole population. And it serves the purpose for a certain rhetoric within the Trump agenda, which says that there are plenty of criminals within those people, the immigrants, as simple as that. And it comes very, on spot. Unfortunately, people are aware that, this is only a way to play politics. And this is very unfortunate, in my opinion, to use this kind of story.
And I don't know what you think about this, Shane, but we know the Trump administration used the Wartime Alien Enemies Act to deport these migrants, but some US judges are continuing to threaten legal action against the US government.
Yeah, completely. And the Supreme Court has weighed in on this, and usually you consider the Supreme Court to be sort of on Trump's side on everything. But this shows that they do kind of make independent decisions. But I think, I was just reading on Reuters again just before we came on air, and it was showing that the Trump administration was appealing efforts by some judges to investigate whether government officials had defied their rulings, which I think that does seem to be the case, because it has been said that this was an administrative error, I think is how they class it, which, that's, administrative error is, the staples have gone missing or something, but this is, somebody's life that you've got in their hands. And also, I think it's very tragic to watch that clip of that mother, but I think what would have been a lot more damning is if they'd had evidence to back up their claim that he was part of a gang, which doesn't seem to, I was Googling a lot of that and I couldn't really find, if they've raised any kind of evidence on that. So I think it just doesn't make the whole effort credible. But unfortunately, this guy has become the poster boy for the immigration effort in the US, which...
It's completely counterproductive because there is a gang problem. There is a huge gang problem. There are thousands of people who are dying, not in America specifically, but in the whole Mexico, Central America, related to these gangs. So what is a real problem is being, treated in not a very accurate way politically. But what I want to say is that we are in front of a very specific and special political case where you have a huge, big country, America, partnering with a much smaller state called Salvador in order to create a certain circuit of something that is legal somehow, but that crosses just near the legality. When you need to deport people and you have a country that needs money, although the money is not so much, we have heard all they get is $6 million, which is not a lot. In order to take people. El Salvador is very small, but at the same time, it would be very interesting to see the case of El Salvador president, who was 3 days ago in the Oval Office. He calls himself, I'm the coolest dictator in the world. And he is cool, actually, by the look.
Yeah.
And he is completely playing by the rules of Mr. Trump.
He has to, and I did look into this because I wasn't originally that familiar with the El Salvador economy, strangely enough.
Yeah.
But it is very much dependent on the US. And obviously it's got the base 10% tariffs that Trump has put across the board.
Yeah.
But the US is El Salvador's #1 trade partner, representing about 1/3 of all of their exports. So they can't really make a case of this one gentleman when they've got 1/3 of their entire trade in the balance, because we've seen before, Trump will then use the tariffs against their country. So that's a genuine fear, and I can see, the president, he may be the cool dictator, but at the same time, he needs to sort of, make some of these tough decisions and not really put his country's economy in jeopardy.
Yeah. One more interesting point, himself, Mr. Nayib Bukele, is the descendant of immigrants, and he comes from the Middle East, specifically from Palestine. So he's a Palestinian immigrant. That makes the story even more spicy.
But like you said, I think a lot of countries right now are just trying to tread that fine line with keeping Trump happy, with agreeing to things, because possibly the tariffs are looming over a lot of people at the moment, and it is quite a frightening place, I think, for many countries to want to find themselves. And of course, Trump is the man who's the art of the deal, so they want to try and get the best deal that they can. But Shane and Wissam, actually stay right there as we take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. And Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has travelled to Washington for talks with President Trump. She's the first European leader to visit the White House since Trump introduced and later paused the 20% tariffs on the EU. Around 10% of Italy's exports go to the US, making the country extremely vulnerable. Israel says it has struck a Hezbollah infrastructure in the south of Lebanon overnight. The military says it will continue to stop attempts by the Iran-backed group to build or establish a presence. The strike comes despite a fragile ceasefire agreed, and that was last November. A Tesla whistleblower has won the latest round of a long drawn-out court battle against Elon Musk and his company. In 2014, engineer Christina Balan lost her job after raising safety concern about a design flaw that could affect a Tesla's car's braking ability. Balan won a wrongful dismissal case but continues to fight a defamation case after Tesla claims she used its resources for a so-called secret project. And finally, a sloth at a British zoo has undergone pioneering dental surgery to cure its toothache. Rico, the two-toed sloth, required surgery after 2 root abscesses caused swelling on its face. The 25-year-old animal is believed to be the first sloth to have an operation of its kind. Well, I hope the sloth gets better soon. King Charles has released an Easter message saying the world still needs faith, hope and love. The British monarch shared his sentiment ahead of attending the annual Maundy service with the Queen at Durham Cathedral. Earlier, I spoke to our London correspondent Ollie Barrett about the King's poignant message.
He talks about this paradox of human life running through the Easter story and referencing some of the things that we're all seeing around the world at the moment. He talks about other faiths as well, as you say. He talks about when Jesus walked the earth, that he reflected, the King says, the Jewish ethic of caring for the stranger and those in need. But he also describes that as a deep human instinct echoed in Islam and other religious traditions. And really this reflects one of the things that we expected to see when Charles became king, was this idea that in some ways he wanted to portray himself, particularly to the British people, as a defender not just of the Christian faith in the UK, but of all faiths that people practice and follow here.
So, Shane, there we are, the British monarch. He's talking ahead of Easter. Almost forgot it was Easter, actually, but a reminder to everyone. The late Queen, as she was never, ever really got involved in politics, and we always knew that, you know, that was how keep calm, carry on kind of slogan that they had. But we've recently seen King Charles. He's been with Volodymyr Zelensky, also Mark Carney. Is this Easter statement referencing some of the global tensions that we are seeing?
Well, yeah, I don't think it's mentioned anything in specific location, but yeah, it clearly is. And I think bringing it back to our first two stories in Trump, Trump is on the record as saying that King Charles, is a beautiful and a wonderful man. So my hope would be that this does resonate in the White House, and maybe even if the Ukraine sort of talks that we were talking about earlier don't really come to any fruition, that maybe King Charles could, like you said, dabble into the politics and maybe put in a call to the Oval Office.
It's the soft power of the royal family, isn't it?
Completely.
That's what, yeah. I don't know what you think, Wissam, but...
I think that King Charles' Easter speech reminds us, especially people who are away from this part of the world, is how much this world lacks of a certain moral voice that comes from an authority. King Charles has his own opinions. He has been involved in a lot of controversial things, like he was a fierce believer in the climate, battle. He was one of the first people who started to make organic things. Yeah. And he is the first who said, I'm going to change my status as a monarch from protector of the faith
to all faiths.
Protector of faith with S. And it is somehow very important that it comes from the UK itself, which was described by J.D. Vance a couple of weeks ago as the first Muslim country to have a nuclear bomb. So this country, the UK, finds itself as somehow the empire becomes a country where a lot of people from a lot of religion live together. Yeah. And let's not forget also for Easter that the very matter of faith and religion is starting to become much more important in the world. Also because of immigration, because people are coming with the issue of religions that a little bit disappeared from the public sphere in the West in general. Yeah. So people are asking, and he speaks about love, hope, and faith.
Yeah, which does bother me a little bit. And I'm not going to get into sort of the royal family too much, because the last time I was on here, I made comments about Prince Harry, which didn't go down well on social media. But I will anyway. I do think he's talking about like faith and love. You can't really avoid the elephant in the room that he's calling for countries and peoples, and to do that when that's not even happening within his own members of his own family. If you look at what the crisis that's happening with his son and both his brother. So I think you need to, before you start preaching to people to change, you need to show direction and leadership.
In his own family?
But we don't know if he hasn't tried and he hasn't been able to have a breakthrough. Obviously, we don't know if that's happened or not. Maybe he's tried to build the bridge between faith, the family members.
Hope and love.
The three
virtues from St. Paul's epitre or letter, and the most important thing that we say that love is more important than faith and hope. maybe this is...
Maybe this is a time that he's saying we all need to come together and show a little bit more love. Maybe that's what he's hoping for from the Ukraine talks and everything that's been going on in the world. But like you did say, I thought it was really interesting because just pick up on something you said there about religion. I feel like, I don't know why, but since Trump came into the White House, I feel like religion has been much more in the spotlight, especially when it comes to politics.
I think that Trump comes within a certain religious wave, in America especially. It could be described as not the best of waves, but by other believers as well, because it comes within a more nationalist feeling. It's more based on values than on empathy. Whether that what King Charles is advocating now is more based on empathy, on inclusivity. And I think that what King Charles' message is today is closer to the core of the religious message that is Christianity. But at the same time, yes, the issue of religion is coming big time. It's used in politics everywhere.
Yeah.
People from many religions have to live together. There is no purity anywhere in the world, including in America. People have to start, thinking that people have to live together despite their beliefs.
How much of it with Trump do you think is genuine, or is he just weaponizing religion to appeal to his voter base?
There are two theories, okay? First theory says that Trump believes in nothing, okay? Even though when people from evangelical churches used to come to bless him and to pray with him, it's written in a book, in one of his aides' book, he used to say when the people leave, what are they doing? It's like, he believed in nothing. But I heard from sources who actually are very familiar with, surroundings of the White House, that after he had the incident,
the assassination
attempt, he started to have real messianic feelings, and he felt that he was saved somehow, and that he has a mission. So basically, both theories are valid.
Yeah, and obviously King Charles has had his own health battles recently, so they're probably all having, what's the meaning of life?
Yeah, that's true.
And both feel chosen as well.
Yeah. But stay right there as we take a look at the top business news now. United Airlines says it expects its financial performance to remain resilient despite economic uncertainty stemming from new tariffs. They say demand for extensive premium offerings and international travel will limit some of the financial gloom. Hermes says it will fully shift the burden of tariffs in the United States to its wealthy clients. This comes after the French luxury brand posted first quarter sales that slightly missed market expectations in a rare show of weakness. Meanwhile, Hermes this week became the world's most valuable luxury company. Turning to the sports news now, and Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk have signed a new 2-year contract. The defender's contract was due to come to an end in the summer. He joins Mo Salah in extending his stay at the club. And Neymar left the football field in tears after injuring his leg just 34 minutes into his first start in the Brazilian Series A Championship this season. The Santos forward was handed a start during the game against Atletico MG after returning from 6 weeks out, and that was with a thigh injury. Scientists say they found strong evidence that shows signs of possible life beyond our solar system. A Cambridge team studying the atmosphere of a planet called K2-18b has detected molecules which on Earth are only produced by simple organisms. Earlier, astrophysicist Chris Linnott gave me his reaction to the discovery.
This is not an Earth-like planet. Even in the models used by the Cambridge team, it's got a thick atmosphere, it's a bit smaller than Neptune, and it maybe has deep down a water ocean. Other people say that actually the planet's a magma world with lava on its surface, or perhaps just a small and compact version of, say, Uranus in our solar system. So there's a lot of debate about what this planet is. There's a lot of debate about whether this signature is real, whether they really have seen this chemical. These observations that came out today back up previous results that also hinted at the possibility that DMS was there. But it is controversial, and lots of other experts will want to get their hands on this data and reanalyze it.
Wissam, do they live among us? Do these findings show that aliens are real?
Aliens are real. We are the aliens.
I always thought of myself as a space cadet,
aliens.
sometimes. Not quite an alien.
Actually, it's quite interesting about this discovery is that maybe some form of life is germing somewhere in the universe, but real life exists here on this planet. I always say that one day we'll go to Mars, and it's going to be very boring. And, this dream about going to space, so this planet is very far from us, so that by the time we reach there somehow, and we really don't know how to reach, because this is the main problem. We know that maybe there is life somewhere, but we just can't go there. So my personal theory, if it is possible to say it, is that life could be there somewhere, and it's us. I mean, if somehow we manage to break the barrier of space and time, as described by relativity, the other people could be us in a certain discrepancy of time and space. So we are the aliens, maybe, and somehow maybe those aliens who are us can communicate with us. We are just very far away in time and space.
Interesting theory. I don't know what you make of this, Shane.
Well, it got me thinking, and I definitely do believe in aliens, for starters. I'm totally on board with the X-Files, and the truth is out there. But it's interesting you use the Alien Act, which was what Trump's administration is now using against immigrants in the whole El Salvador chat. So I'm kind of thinking, we can't even get on amongst our own sort of countries on this planet. So if we're going to go to Mars, that just seems slightly ridiculous to me, that we'll be the aliens going over to another planet. So what's going to happen then? Is Trump going to put 10% tariff on K218B possibly?
It depends if Elon Musk is the guy who takes us to space or not.
Well, I think if he's also cutting down on US government bodies, NASA's probably going to be in the firing line. So is that funding going to sustain the Trump administration and the 4 years? I don't really know.
But let's face it, space is becoming fashionable again. In the 60s, in the 70s, it was the dream of everyone. Go look to in the songs and the pop culture of the 60s, the 70s. Every young boy was dream. It was about going to space, and now it is coming again, but a more elitist. I don't think little boys are dreaming about space.
I'm dreaming about space, and I'm a little girl.
But then they also, when you're having domestic problems, then you look to a war, abroad, a foreign country, which we've got plenty of that going on. So now are you going to look to like another galaxy in this case?
Yeah, that's possibly true. And they also say that when the world's going through hard times, they produce the best pop music. I think you brought that up with me before.
Stephen Hawking said that we need to find a substitute place to live. I mean, we really, if we are at this stage of conscience and intelligence, we should be thinking about, finding a second home. I mean, this is important. And one of the great things that Elon Musk is doing, despite all the fuss, is that he's bringing back to the table very big ideas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Big ideas about going to space, about, linking your brain to internet. I mean, we need this kind of groundbreaking ideas. And whether it's going to be in our time, I don't think so. But we're going to have to start dreaming again, big time.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair enough. But I just think you were talking about religion before and King Charles. I think, we should all try and get on better on this planet before we start looking beyond the horizon.
Let's do love on this planet and faith and hope for the space.
The other planet. Yeah, I just was wondering what supermarkets they might have on space, what shopping, we can't leave the shopping. But, and finally, we've reached that point in the show where Shane and Wissam, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. I love this part of the show. Shane, we'll start off with you because you've got something about moose on the loose.
Yes. So we're talking about Sweden, and it's about I think like 300,000 moose who migrate across a river in Sweden. Now, you're thinking, does that sound like great TV? Well, according to Swedes, it does. They started streaming this 24 hours a day a couple of years ago, and last year it got 9 million people watching it. So hopefully it'll probably get about the same. And you can't say who's watching this because there's 10 million Swedes, so that practically all of them is what you're saying. But I think this is great because it's the advent of what they're calling slow TV.
Slow TV.
Yeah. So it's it's not action packed or anything like that. And the Swedes seem to have sort of been the pioneers on this. So what one show they had before, which was very successful first, was they put a camera in a train for 7 hours watching the Swedish countryside go by, and a lot of people like that as well. So you're laughing, but Al Arabiya might have something similar in a year's time. You never know.
You did ask me that question. You were like, if Al Arabiya had to do
slow TV,
what would it be? I don't know. I was having a bit of a think, and we were talking about this earlier, and I was saying maybe the Burj Khalifa, you know where the fountains are?
Yes.
Just to have the camera on that all day, I think would be absolutely spectacular for people around the world to see.
Yeah, or to see some beautiful spot in the desert, for example, where things are, the birds are coming.
Yeah, that's true.
But in the same time, slow TV is a trend.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
My family, they watch a show on YouTube about a family in Azerbaijan. Old woman, old man, married couple who cook all the day and
just go about their lives.
Yeah, they get the eggs from the hen. And it is, 24 hours videos where you see real life in the countryside. I think we need this. I think it's an antidote for the cruel lifestyle we are all having.
I wonder if people find it relaxing just to watch something that's sort of over and over again.
But instead of watching it, go do it, maybe. This is what we should do.
Well, I think you kind of project onto... I went to the Maldives for Eid, and I went snorkeling, and I kind of found where I was like staring at these tiny little fish and just making up like a soap opera of what was going on. So I think I think people look at these moose, and then they're kind of like looking, where's the family group, what's the dynamic, who's falling out, who's not, and who's moving forward. So I think it's just everyone's looking for a kind of a nice story, and then switch your brain off and relax.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that idea. And you've got something about the Titanic, and it's the 113th, is it, or 113th anniversary of the Titanic?
We have the story of a Danish young man. He's 27 years old. He was there. He unfortunately died on the Titanic, and his family got hold of what was his pocket watch. Okay. And after many generations, they decide to sell it. It's put on auction for £50,000, which is not a lot. I guess the price will be much more.
Yeah.
And if anyone would like to get a piece of the Titanic or the story, and the perfect piece, because the watch stopped exactly at the same where it all sank, and it's story of one of the most fascinating, event, and it still captivates our imagination. And we still have a lot of untold stories about the Titanic, like, for example, the untold story in the movie, which drives our imagination about the movie, when we see all the Irish people dancing and drinking in the third class. I have information that 400 to 500 people on this ship in the third class were from Lebanon.
Oh, wow.
And they were probably drinking something else and dancing a completely different dance before becoming less famous in history than their Irish counterpart.
Would you spend 50 grand on a Titanic?
Would I? No, I wouldn't. I don't know why I'm saying no, but I just don't think it would be something. But I was just thinking about that, because if it was like a watch from my family, I don't think I would ever want to auction it off. It's a little bit sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in the UK, I think. Maybe it's just cost of living has gotten to that point
Oh,
where
yeah.
they have to sell the family jewels. But I think I would spend it, because it's going to go up in value, because Titanic has been around, like you said, 113 years.
Yeah.
It's only going to get bigger. There's now a museum in Belfast. So I think whole Titanic mania, even though it's been a while since the film, Titanic 2, we're due that, at some point, I think.
Oh, no, I was so in love with young Leonardo DiCaprio. They can't ever replace him.
He's still young, by the way.
Yeah, they can't make a Titanic 2 remake because I just feel like, Leo, you know, all of us young teenage girls were just absolutely
amazed. It's a movie
amazed.
that captivates our imagination.
Yeah.
And it's part of what makes us, you know, one people, because we all watch the movie and we all have memories with that movie. And somehow a human culture thing. So we have to be very grateful for these movies that make us feel the same way about people like Leonardo and Rose.
And Rose, Kate Winslet. Yeah, but maybe if you get that watch, we could all have a look at it one day in the studio.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. But thanks so much to today's guests. Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Business Gulf Insight, and Al Arabiya news editor Wissam Kirouz. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio meet EU leaders in Paris for talks on Ukraine. The Trump administration stands firm as Democrats and judges call for the return of a Salvadorian national. And scientists find strong evidence for life beyond our solar system on a giant planet 124 light years from Earth. And that's all from us on W News GNT with Tom Burges Watson. That's coming up next, followed by The Dressing Room. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni meets President Trump at the White House today. Defence spending, Ukraine and tariffs all set to dominate the discussion. And researchers say they found the strongest signs yet of possible life beyond our solar system. We'll be asking space experts if this suggests we're not alone in the universe. Hello and welcome to the programme. Now, they say she is a Trump whisperer. I'm talking about the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who is currently in Washington. Well, she's meeting with the US President Donald Trump, who's long admired the right-wing leader. Well, her visit comes in the context of mounting trade tensions between the United States and Europe over tariffs. Well, Meloni is the first European leader to visit President Trump since he announced a 20% tariff on EU imports earlier on this month. That's now been lowered to 10% for a period of 90 days, allowing for negotiations to take place to try to find a possible trade deal. Well, let's speak now to Denis McShane, former UK Minister for Europe in Tony Blair's government. He joins us from London. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. If any EU leader is going to de-escalate the trade war with the United States, it's probably Giorgia Meloni, isn't it?
I'm genuinely not sure. She is one of the more right-wing leaders in Europe, as you correctly say, so a little bit in tune with Donald Trump. but she's a good European. People thought the right-wingers here in England, the anti-Europeans, the Brexit crowd, all thought she would be joining them. But as soon as she started warming up and looking as if she was going to become a Prime Minister, head of the government, her mentor is Mario Draghi, who was president of the European Central Bank, an enormous, important political figure in Italy, and Mario Draghi is #1 Europhile, pro-European man you can find anywhere on the European earth. So maybe she can charm Donald, but he's pushing 80. He's getting close to 80. Is he charmable by a very nice Italian lady? We'll see. Others have tried. Sir Keir Starmer came with a big present for Mr. Trump, a handwritten invitation from the King of England for Donald Trump to make a state visit with all the pomp and ceremony and history he loves to Britain. And Donald Trump's response was to slap 25% tariffs on British car and steel exports, which led to Jaguar Land Rover, that's our equivalent, I suppose, of Fiat or Ferrari or Maserati. It suspended exports to America. I mean, Mr. Trump is a one-man bull wrecker.
Well, one thing's sure about Giorgia Meloni is she was the only European leader to be invited to President Trump's inauguration. So I think it's pretty safe to conclude, isn't it, that he quite likes her.
Yes, I mean, she's others were, but they weren't serving in government. I mean, from Britain, a man called Nigel Farage was sort of put in an outhouse somewhere, but he could claim he'd been at the inauguration. And I think I saw the former British Prime Minister Liz Truss, who crashed the UK economy, actually doing a lot of the things that Trump is doing, interfering with trade, watching interest rates rise, watching the stock market slump. She had that very right-wing ideology that there are simple answers to the world's economic problems, and she lasted 43 days in office. Well, Mr. Trump's got 4 years ahead of him. So one can only hope so, but Signora Meloni, Miss Meloni, is also constrained. She has to represent all of Europe, so Germany and France and Spain and the Netherlands, other countries, Eastern Europe, Poland, they all want these crazy tariffs to go and for the United States to get back in supporting the whole of Europe in saying to Putin, because Putin is now our biggest strategic enemy. This is the man who invaded Ukraine just as in the 1930s, another certain gentleman invaded Poland. And we want Mr. Trump to say to Mr. Putin, back off. But Mr. Trump seems to regard Putin as his other best friend. So maybe we should ask Mr. Putin to go and talk to him after Miss Meloni.
OK, just on the subject of personal relationships, I mean, they seem to really matter to President Trump, perhaps more than many other world leaders, one could argue. And do you think personal relationships, having seen the goings-on in bilateral discussions that you've presumably been party to, do you think they matter in the context of trying to defuse a trade war like this one?
Honestly not. I would shuttlecock between Tony Blair and the then German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, or the French President, or Dominique de Villepin, the Foreign Minister. I knew them well. I spoke French. I spoke German. I campaigned with Gerhard. And Schröder was a friendly pro-Blair guy, but he once just sort of waved me away and said, no, Dennis, don't come and talk to me about what Tony Blair wants, because all I hear is the voice of Rupert Murdoch. And until Tony cuts free from Rupert Murdoch and speaks for Europe as well as simply the Murdoch position on everything, I'm not interested in him. That was just, he was tired, exhausted at the end of a bad day of negotiations. So I think Mr. Trump will say, I love tariffs. Europe has been screwing us. Italy's been screwing us. You've taken advantage of America. Why? I mean, Italy has done nothing different from France, of Spain, the Netherlands, Sweden, Great Britain in terms of trade with America. And the fact they have a small ideological affiliation, not really a very big one, I don't think is going to make any difference. Mrs. Meloni says very clearly Putin is the enemy of Europe. Mr. Trump refuses to criticize Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Ukraine is an area where Mrs. Meloni could serve as a bridge. I mean, there are people in Europe hoping she's going to represent the whole 27-nation bloc. But do you think she will, and do you think she does, or do you think she's going there very much flying the Italian flag and not the European one?
It's both, but she has to do both. I mean, she can't simply come back, well, I've got the President of the United States to agree to allow, another 100,000 tons of Parmigiano to come in, or prosciutto di Parma, a nice ham from Italy. That's not going to wash with anybody in Europe. She'll make herself the laughingstock of Europe, and in Italy too, where there's a growing criticism of the way she's running the government. It's not, I don't think it's fatal politically, but she's not on the best and most solid of footing. So maybe, I mean, look, the Italian diplomats since Machiavelli have been the most brilliant people of reading the room, of working out what to say, of knowing how to give a little to get back a bit more. So she's got some very, very smart negotiators and diplomats in Rome and are working for Italy in the European Union. And indeed Mario Draghi himself, and indeed a lot of American Italians who I'm sure would like to see a good relationship between Ms. Meloni and Mr. Trump. But we will see. But look, the trouble with Donald Trump is, who knows what he will do tomorrow? Who knows what he'll do in the next 10 minutes? I don't really think Italy's on his running order. Miss Meloni is of much importance to him in America. People don't know who she is. And he's made it very clear that the one thing he shares with Putin is a real dislike of the European Union.
Where do you think that comes from, that hatred of Europe?
Very simply, well, for Mr. Putin, it's the same. What Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have in common is they want the Europe of the 1920s, 30s back. I don't mean, fascists and all that stuff, but they want smaller countries that don't cooperate, that can be picked off or bought off one by one by one. And what Europe's done, by accident more than great design, is to sink a lot of differences. And on trade, above all, since day one, all trade on behalf of all EU member states, doesn't matter if it's mighty industrial Germany, it doesn't matter if it's tourist ancient history Greece, doesn't matter if it's wonderful cuisine France, Italy, all their trade is done by the European Union officials working with the national officials, so that Europe speaks as one voice. And when they do, it's a very, very powerful bloc. And so Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, and I'm sure Mr. Xi in China, would like to see Europe disaggregate again into individual nation states. They all thought Britain, with Brexit, leaving the European Union, that would start a rush out of Europe 10 years ago, 9 years ago. It hasn't happened. Europe's got bigger since Britain left, and not a single country wants to follow the British example, because, to be perfectly honest, we've become poorer, we've lost trade access, and we've lost a lot of international clout. Brexit has not been a success story for Great Britain.
And when you say, Europe obviously speaking with one voice, that idea might explain some of the disquiet and perhaps unease in European capitals about Mrs. Meloni kind of going it alone. We had the French industry minister, Marc Ferracci, who was warning last week that Europe is only strong if it's united. He said, if we start having bilateral discussions, obviously it will break the current dynamic. I mean, do you think there are people like Mr. Ferracci in France around Europe who don't like the idea of Mrs. Meloni kind of going it alone on Europe's behalf?
It's rather ironic that, and you're speaking to a Francophile who knows, met President Macron and obviously more on the left, but I love France. But don't forget, when Putin invaded Russia, Mr. Macron went to see him by himself. He was humiliated by President Putin, who sat him in the other end of a very long table. I mean, it's like half the length of a football pitch at times. You always need binoculars to see each other, and treated him as an irrelevancy. And I wept for my France and I wept for my Europe at the time. It's in the past now. And Mr. Macron has come back into the fold. He's now working with the new Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, working very closely with Sir Keir Starmer. OK, we're not in the European Union, but Britain is a big European defence, security, intelligence player, and we are speaking as one. And I don't think, absolutely no disrespect to Italy, but there are countries in Europe which have got a record of being heavyweights when it comes to military activity. I wouldn't quite, and I don't want to upset or tread on the toes of any Italian friend, I wouldn't quite say that's Signora Meloni's speciality. She's got to find other reasons, and she can charm something out of Trump. We'll all be the better off for it, and America will be the better off for it. I mean, nobody knows how we're going to get this old geezer guy to work sensibly and intelligently, but throw everything at him. And we've tried a guy called Peter Mandelson, my friend, who's a British ambassador. People thought, oh, he's a brilliant talker, schmoozer, pro-American. He said Trump was unfairly criticized. We sent him over there. He's had no access to Trump, and Trump has treated Britain with exactly the same indifference, borderline contempt he's treating France, Italy, Germany, Poland, Greece, the rest of Europe.
One thing that Mrs. Meloni is going to be a little uncomfortable discussing with President Trump is defence spending, because Italy spends about 1.5% of GDP on defence. That is a long way away, isn't it, from the 2 to 5% of GDP, 2 being the absolute minimum, that the United States would like to see European heavyweights or European powers spending.
I'm tempted almost to say no comment, but you make the point for me very well, Alex. This is a speciality of this other odd chap, J.D. Vance. He is the one who's always finger-wagging and lecturing Europe on defence spending. Some countries in Europe, Poland, others in the Baltic states spend more than America. Some still have partial national service, conscription, which America doesn't, for example, take the case of Greece. But yes, I mean, Italy has not really been much of a defence spender. But that I don't think right now it's defence is important, especially when we get back thinking about Mr. Putin's invasion of Ukraine. But right now the stock markets are in turmoil, the bond markets are in turmoil. There's no certainty. Nobody knows where to put money, whether it's in, and that's why gold is doing very well, because, when you can't invest your money intelligently, what do? You run for cover and you buy gold. You've been doing it for about 3,000 years. And it is this incredible instability and uncertainty, and nobody knows where Mr. Trump's going to wake up from one day or 1 hour to the next, what he's going to say and what he's going to decide. So she's a nice, she gets on well with people, Miss Meloni. I mean, she's not some sort of unpleasant person. Her English isn't bad at all. I've heard her speak English in different countries. So, and I'm sure somebody will be feeding her brilliant lines, the cleverest minds in Italy. And don't forget, Italy gave us Machiavelli, it gave us most of the popes we've ever known, very clever men. They'll be there whispering, saying to her, Mrs. Prime Minister, say this to him, make that point to him. Maybe some of it will get through. We can only hope so.
Well, she did a good job, didn't she, of winning over President Biden, Donald Trump's predecessor. So in one sense, she scored some points already in Washington. Just lastly, I mean, just reading the commentators and the editorials in the Italian press, some of them warning that this visit by Mrs. Meloni isn't without risk. One commentator said it's full of potential pitfalls. I mean, do you think they've got in mind in Italy and perhaps in lots of other European countries this fear that perhaps they'll have an Oval Office situation like the one that President Zelensky had?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, that's something quite different in that Donald Trump said incessantly, I mean, he's since Putin invaded Ukraine in 2022, 3 years ago, he said, if I was president, not Joe Biden, this war would never have happened. I would have solved it. I would have settled it. And of course, he has been president now for a good chunk of time, and absolutely nothing's happened. I mean, Putin is playing him like a fool, embarrassing him. I mean, Putin's attack on a civilian area, Sumy, killing 35 people, including children, that was giving the finger to Donald Trump. And the Italians understand what giving the finger is in Italian as in any other language. We'll see whether she can find some words. And by the way, I would not, were I an advisor to Mrs. Maloney, I would not say, well, I charm Joe Biden, I can do the same with Donald Trump. If you mention Joe Biden anywhere in Washington, not just in the Oval Office, but within a mile radius of where Donald Trump is, he'll pick it up. And anybody who speaks well of Joe Biden, in his view, is somebody he doesn't want to do business with. So I'd shut out Joe Biden, find something else about Donald Trump, some secret way into his inner soul and heart, and see if she can get him to just restore a little sanity to world affairs before it gets a lot worse.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time today. Dennis McShane, always a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you so much.
Well, for more, we can speak now to Greg Swenson, the chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us from the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure to speak to you. I mean, the main topics of discussion between Mrs. Maloney and Mr. Trump look like being tariffs, Russia, with Ukraine sort of thrown into the mix, and defence spending. I mean, I don't know if you agree with that. What do you think she can achieve on those fronts?
Well, hopefully something. I think that they get along really well. I think George Maloney was very popular in Washington, even in the Biden administration, even though politically they were on opposite ends of the spectrum, Tom. So I think she's in a really great spot. She's very popular in D.C., but she's much more politically aligned with President Trump. She's more of a populist, a nationalist, conservative. So I think she's in a really good place. And by the way, she's charming and people really like her. So I think that she's in a really good position on all three of those topics.
Yeah, there were those pictures of the two of them, Mrs. Maloney and Mr. Trump, having a chat and a catch-up at the reopening of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. I believe they were at a dinner at the Versailles Palace. I mean, they seem to get on really well, and that echoes what you're saying. President Trump afterwards described her as a live wire. For those of us that don't speak American English, but how would you translate that?
I think it means just high energy. Which she is. I would assume. I've never not met her, but she appears to be very high energy and likable. And so, I think that's going to work out really well with President Trump. I think at Notre Dame, she was clearly his favorite, and that's not only personally, but politically, she's very much aligned. Whereas the voters in other countries in Europe are moving toward President Trump's politics. It's just that the leadership is still stuck in 2020.
Mrs. Maloney is, of course, a staunch ally of Ukraine and President Zelensky, really standing by that country when other allies perhaps have been less supportive. Do you think she brings a message with her with regards to Ukraine as well?
I think she will try. I'm not sure where she will rank that in terms of the priorities today. But I think, she from the beginning, she was a staunch supporter of Ukraine and very much a critic of Russia. I don't think that's inconsistent with what President Trump thinks. In fact, if you look at President Trump's first term, he was very aggressive on Putin and Russia. The problem is now, that was then and this is now. And I think that he is really interested in stopping this war and ending the war. And so, or at least stopping the killing. And so he's very much an anti-war president. So I'm not sure the timing is perfect. It's never perfect, but I do think they can have a decent conversation about it. And I think, that conversation is probably one that President Trump would not or could not have with other leadership in Western Europe.
I mean, some saying she's walking a bit of a tightrope here, sort of, in a way, having to choose between Washington and Brussels. And I'm just wondering how much pressure you think she's under from European leaders to somehow bring back something from this trip, and you know, especially with regards to the tariff situation. I mean, how do you rate the chances of bringing something back to the whole of the European Union?
I'm sure it's much more likely with Giorgia Meloni than it is with anybody else in Europe at this point, with maybe a few exceptions like Poland. But, you know, look, again, she's politically aligned with the president. She's politically aligned with many of the voters in Europe. So I think if anyone can do it, it will be her. You know, the challenge is, you know, while she might be representing the EU in this situation, you know, it's a multilateral institution. I'm not sure that, you know, she can really cut a deal, so to speak. I think, you know, that she would probably leave that up to the trade people. Remember, Italy only has a 2 or 3 billion, I think it's $3 billion trade surplus with the United States. So in many ways, that puts her in a much better position, much like Keir Starmer for the UK, where her individual or Italy's individual trade surplus is relatively meaningless. So, you know, that might help the situation, because I don't think the president would have, you know, a problem with the fact that, you know, Italy, yes, they export more than they import from the U.S., but on the other hand, it's not significant.
Indeed. So not too lopsided a trading arrangement between the United States and Italy. But one area where Mrs. Meloni is going to find herself perhaps sitting on the naughty step is with regards to her country's expenditure on defence, which is 1.5% of GDP, far below what Mr. Trump would like it to be. I mean, is that likely to count against her?
I think so. I think they can have a decent conversation about it, and perhaps she'll make a commitment to ease into a more reliable number. You know, Italy's still a major economy. You know, it's maybe not what it was comparatively to other countries that have really grown, but, you know, they're still in the top 10 globally, and the European countries combined are 10 times the GDP of Russia. And that's got to be a sticking point for President Trump, that, you know, this is the, you know, arguably a top tier economic bloc, and yet they're not spending enough on defense and security. And so, yeah, I think that is an issue, and she should have the conversation about it and make some sort of commitment. I know it can't happen overnight, but there needs to be commitments from the larger economies in Europe. The smaller ones are doing great, with the exception of the UK, who's always been above 2%. So I think, you know, President Trump appreciates, and so does J.D. Vance, they appreciate the fact that the UK still has a sizable military. But the other large economies in Europe, Germany, Italy, Spain, and France, are completely underachieving. And I think that's a real problem for the president. So I'm quite sure that's on the agenda.
OK, so she gets no points for military spending, a few points possibly for the trade arrangement between the United States and Italy. But bottom line, and you know President Trump, you see him, I gather, quite often. I don't know when you last saw him, but does he value a relationship more than he would value those details, you know, those numbers with regards to expenditure on defense and, trade surpluses?
Tom, it's a great question, and the answer is absolutely yes. He values the personal relationship. He knows that the defense spending is really a legacy that she inherited. I mean, that's not all on her. Now, maybe she hasn't, you know, rallied enough, you know, in terms of defense spending since she took office. I don't know that specifically, but I do think this has been a generational problem. So that's not on her. I think she's, if anybody, could bring some kind of spirit to Italy in terms of defending their country, defending their borders, and contributing to NATO and to the European allies. I think she'd be the one. And so I think it's an opportunity for her to make some commitments, long term. Maybe it's even purchasing American military equipment, buy some F-16s, or, to get involved with some other military supplies. But they do need to play catch up. There's no doubt about it. And I think the continent collectively needs to play catch up.
Do you think a visit to the White House by the EU chief Ursula von der Leyen is still a very, very long way off?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. You know, look, she's saying on occasion she says the right things. She didn't say the right thing yesterday when she was complaining about the president. But, you know, 2 weeks ago, she was one of the first world leaders, if not the first, to say, I want to reach out to the White House and negotiate a trade deal and maybe even zero tariffs. So, you know, on occasion, she says the right things. I think it's likely, you know, to at least a visit to Washington. You know, not sure she's going to get the red carpet. The president loves bilateral relationships. He doesn't really care as much for multilateral relationships. So it puts the UK and Keir Starmer in a much better position, in my view, than the EU.
Do you think he's likely to portray the visit to the White House by Mrs. Maloney as being yet another world leader coming to him, cap in hand, on bended knee, desperate for a deal, or perhaps using even more colourful language than that?
I'm not sure he'll get more colorful than that. I don't think
he has done in the past.
He really likes her.
He's talked about hissing various parts of the body.
Well, that's true. But I think that he will use this to his advantage. He'll definitely be happy about it and speak highly of the visit. I don't think he'll go. Maybe I would hope he doesn't go too far and say, you know, she's come hat in hand. I think he really likes her personally, and I think he would take advantage of it on one hand. Because he'll turn it into a positive, that's for sure. But I don't know that he has to go too deep on that, like he will with the EU, like he has with other countries that have reached out.
Mrs. Maloney's got another important ally in the White House in the form of the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and he's going to be in Rome at the weekend, being hosted by her. I mean, she's also been defending him, hasn't she? When he made those comments at the Munich Security Conference, she sprung to his defence. So she's quite cleverly, hasn't she, forged two really important Washington relationships?
Yeah, what a smart move that was. And by the way, I think she was able to say that with confidence about the vice president because he was right. And it's one of the reasons that she was elected. Remember, she ran on, you know, sort of a mass migration issue. And that was a big part of her election. So, you know, that's important for her. It's important for the rest of Europe. And again, in terms of the voters right now are frustrated by mass migration and censorship. J.D. Vance is quite outspoken on those issues, and so is Mrs. Maloney. So, you know, good for her. I think this is a real great opportunity for both of them.
So just lastly, you would say the words Trump whisperer to describe Mrs. Maloney would be no exaggeration.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think she would rank in the top 5 in terms of relationships, bilateral relationships with the U.S., but specifically with the president and the vice president. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Greg Swenson.
Thanks.
Always
Thanks, Tom. Great to be here. Thanks.
Now, new evidence suggests we may not be alone in the universe. Well, scientists have discovered what they're calling the strongest evidence yet of life beyond Earth on a distant planet named K2-18b. Well, roughly 2.5 times the size of planet Earth. K2-18b lies about 124 light years away, or around 700 trillion miles away. That's well beyond the reach of human travel. Well, the discovery comes from a team at Cambridge University, which detected molecules in the planet's atmosphere that on Earth are only produced by simple living organisms. Well, the signs were spotted using NASA's James Webb Telescope. Well, let's get more on this discovery, and we can speak now to Dr. David Whitehouse, who is a space expert and the author of biographies on the Moon and the Sun. We can also speak to Nick Pope, former chief UFO investigator for the British Ministry of Defence. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. Dr. Whitehouse, let me start with you. Are you excited?
I'm moderately excited. This is a very interesting hint, the first step on the ladder of finding out if there's life in space. This is a very different planet, as you've said, a much larger planet, a planet that could be gaseous like Uranus and Neptune, or perhaps even have an ocean. And it orbits a very different type of star, a red dwarf star, which is much fainter than the Sun, but it orbits closer in than the Earth does of our star. And it receives about as much radiation and heat, and therefore you could have liquid water on the surface of this planet. And what James Webb has done, it's able to exquisitely look at the atmosphere exoplanets, of these planets around nearby stars, and tell you something about their chemical structure. And there is a molecule, we think, in this atmosphere, which is, on the Earth at least, is only produced by life. And therefore it is a hint. And the question now is it the case that this is only produced by life, or are there other ways to produce it, which could be a possibility, this could be what it's telling us, or is this indicative of perhaps an ecology of some sort down there on the surface of the planet or down there in the ocean of the planet? This is very early days. It is only a hint. It may well go away, but we may have to wait for other observatories like the forthcoming Habitable Worlds observatories to make a closer look at this to find out for sure.
OK, Nick, let me turn to you. What went through your mind when you heard this news?
Well, I'm very excited about this. I think it's great news, and I think it's going to kickstart a very interesting global conversation about the implications of all this. I mean, it's important to say, of course, that this has not yet been confirmed. We need more validation, we need more data, and that's going to happen. And even if it is confirmed, of course, this is likely to be microbial life and certainly not something more advanced. I mean, this is a biosignature, not a technosignature. A technosignature would be very exciting because it would indicate an industrial, perhaps spacefaring civilization. But whatever the truth of this is, as I say, an opportunity to have a very interesting global conversation, because the implications of our not being alone are going to be deep and profound, and they're going to affect everything from religious belief to personal philosophy as we think about who we are and what our place is in the cosmos.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Dr. Whitehouse, what you think it would mean for humankind to know and to have proof of life on another planet.
Well, if it does turn out that this is an ecology of some sort, then that is highly significant, because the gap between no life and a bacterium is much greater between a bacterium and ourselves. It is the major step in the formation of life. So if we find ecologies on nearby planets, then yes, it does confirm what is a growing feeling among astronomers, that the universe could be well teeming with life, and that the universe has it on the planets and perhaps in other areas as well throughout the cosmos, a fertile ground for life to develop in whatever form it could develop. So this is extremely interesting. It's pointing the right way to life in space, but this is far from the evidence of intelligence, which many people want, which would only come with, say, a signal, an arrival, or an artifact. And that would enable us to put ourselves in a cosmic context, to ask the important questions of ourselves as to whether or not, as a species, we are unusual, whether or not we are common, whether or not our type of species is widespread, or whether or not other species out there which are bound to be older than ourselves are fundamentally different. We will not understand ourselves, our religion, our philosophy, our history, our science, unless we have another species born under the light of a different star, possibly much older than ourselves, to compare ourselves with.
Nick, when you were at the Ministry of Defence investigating UFOs, I mean, did you think that perhaps in your lifetime the day would come when, I know we're not there yet, and I'm not getting ahead of myself, but did you think perhaps the day would come in your lifetime that we would see and discover life forms on another planet?
I thought so, yes. I mean, unless we thought there was something almost literally magical in a sort of Harry Potter way about planet Earth, and life was unique, it seemed to me that the laws of physics were going to be the same in the observable universe and chemistry and such like. And the fact that even though this planet, 124 light years is an unimaginable distance for us, but yet in cosmic terms, it's right on our doorstep. And so the implication would be if life exists here on Earth and just 124 light years away, then there should be other life out there. And given the age of the universe and the rate of star formation, it's intriguing to speculate that there could be, if that life has evolved into something more complex like us, there could be civilizations out there that might be 1 billion more years ahead of us. And that's a really interesting thought, and perhaps a little bit of a scary one too. But again, time to have this conversation about the potential societal impact of finding out that we're not alone in the universe, and maybe one day having some sort of contact.
Yeah, I mean, it raises a lot of questions. And as we've been saying, it challenges pretty much every norm every human that's ever lived has had established in their brain. I just want to ask you, Dr. Whitehouse, I mean, this was found by the James Webb Space Telescope, launched about 4 years ago. I mean, there are other space telescopes in production, and presumably they're constantly being upgraded and new ones are coming out. NASA's got one. Europe has something called the Extremely Large Telescope, which I gather will be rolled out at some point in the near future. Can we expect, therefore, do you think, more and more of these types of discovery, the better our abilities get in terms of the technology?
Well, the technology of observing the sky is increasing all the time. In terms of what we can detect, the precision we can measure is actually quite remarkable, even over a few years ago. And it is interesting that in the search for signals from intelligent life in space, we have so far had about 70 searches, and we have detected nothing that is unusual or extraordinary. And that actually tells us something very interesting about searching for life in space, because searching for microbes on a nearby star is the ancillary to searching for intelligences such as our own. And as it was said, they could be, it's unlikely they would be as young or as dumb as we are. They could be much older than us. And the question is, and the question should be engaged with more often, because this could happen tomorrow, is will they be billion-year-old cosmic printers of peace who would look on us benevolently? Or could they have had 1 billion years to build up a nasty attitude and not just like our form of life? No human knows the answer to those questions. And since we could find intelligent life in space tomorrow, this is something that we should talk about, because until we find them, we will not be ready. And even when we find them, it may be too late for us to do anything about it.
Yeah, and with this amazing technology out there, these telescopes that are incredibly powerful and getting more powerful as the years go by, plus the advent of artificial intelligence, which presumably will be somehow incorporated into this technology. And I just wondered how astronomers and people looking for life beyond this planet, how they know where to point the telescope and which direction to look. Is there a process of elimination where they'd say, definitely not over there, let's try over here? Nick, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that's actually more a question for David with his area of expertise. But I think, it's the old adage, if what you're doing isn't working, try something else.
Okay, Dr. Whitehouse, how do you think astronomers decide where they're going to go on a hunt for? How do you think they made this discovery? What was the thinking behind it?
There have been various strategies to search for life, and they've been looking at nearby stars, particularly sun-like stars, and more recently red dwarf stars, which I think could be very good for a habitable place. More civilizations could develop around long-lived red dwarf stars and perhaps around our own yellow star. So individual stars sweeping the skies for beacons. There have been lots of strategies carried out, because the thing is, you can't presume what an alien is like or how they would communicate with you. It's no human can think the way an alien thinks. But certainly over the next few years, with things like the Rubin telescope coming online soon, which are going to scan the sky several times a night, very quickly, looking for anything that moves, this is going to be a new paradigm in astronomy. We're going to get so much data about the things which change in space and the things which change seen in various wavelengths and in various ways, that we are going to actually set ground zero for the assumptions of life in space. And it may well be that when we do find life in space, be it intelligent or otherwise, it will not be through a targeted search of we are looking for this. It would be through the old adage of an astronomer looking at data and saying, that's strange, that's unusual, let's look a bit further at that. When I was a radio astronomer at Jodrell Bank, we looked at all sorts of objects, and each one of us had in the back of our mind, in the back of our drawers, a little program which looked for intelligent signals or evidence of artificiality, because we knew it could come from anywhere. So that's what makes the search for aliens, for intelligences, so exciting these days, because the technology is now growing up at such a rate that we are probing the universe in such great detail that we have hope that we may find intelligent life somewhere soon. And if we don't, well, that's telling us something significant as well.
I'll come back to Nick in just a moment, because while we were talking, Dr. Whitehouse, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, that subject about artificial intelligence, and I want to ask you whether you've seen or heard any suggestions that AI is going to do a better job of locating life outside this planet than we have done. I mean, after all, the potential is huge, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. I mean, space probes that are scanning the sky with looking for incredible amounts of data, like Euclid, like the Rubin telescope, like future telescopes, they produce a prodigious amount of data, which is impossible for a human to analyze. Therefore, AI intelligent programs are looking through these things for, initially, what we know. But what we've learned from AI and ChatGPT and stuff like that, large language models, is that AI can adapt and understand, and it can find things that we hadn't asked it to look for. So it may well be that we find in this vast amount of data coming from future space probes something strange that only AI would be able to pick up. If I was a young astronomer at this time, looking forward to these wonderful instruments over the next few decades, I'd be very hopeful about finding evidence for intelligent life in space.
Nick, let me turn back to you, and I'd like to sort of ask you to recall your time investigating UFOs for the British Ministry of Defence. First of all, I mean, are you aware, without giving away any British government state secrets, of any contingency plans or any comms plans? Is there a strategy in place on how to break news of this magnitude to the public, if indeed a massive and significant discovery is made like this?
No, there isn't. And rather sadly, a while ago, the British government was having a look at, just as a sort of fun, almost as a thought experiment, how it might be announced. I think that plan might be dusted off now. And I think governments all around the world need to start thinking about this, because whatever we might find, if we do find any definitive evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life, and particularly if it is a civilization and not just microbes, this will touch almost every aspect of our society, I would think. Politics, religion, science, technology, the economy, philosophy, and much more besides. So why wouldn't we want to have that conversation? I should just pick up on the point about artificial intelligence. I mean, there was mention earlier of the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence program, the radio astronomers looking for signals. That's a very good example of where AI can go back through the vast amounts of data that the SETI scientists have amassed over the years and look for patterns which, as David says, human analysts might miss.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the scope for marrying these two types of technologies is incredible. I'm just staying with you, Nick, for a moment. I'd ask you to draw on your memories working with the British Ministry of Defence. I mean, have you got any anecdotes to share with us, or any stories from your time there where you thought perhaps this really was, you'd fallen upon some pretty convincing evidence that you'd found evidence of a UFO or some sort of alien life form?
Well, we didn't have a smoking gun, but we did have some very interesting cases. And the ones that interested us were, of course, the ones where you had something detected across multiple platforms, multiple sensor platforms. And we've seen this recently, for example, with some of the US Navy videos and some of the other statements coming out that these things are being seen by pilots, tracked on radar, filmed on forward-looking infrared cameras, and sometimes detected on satellite. And when that happens, and when these things perform speeds, maneuvers, and accelerations that seem to go beyond the cutting edge of anything that we have or allies or adversaries have, then that at least makes us pay attention and say, look, we don't have an answer to the UFO mystery, but we should be looking at it through the lens of a potential defense and national security issue. And that, of course, is exactly why the US government now has congressional hearings on this. And we see this in both the Senate and the House, in the Armed Services Committees, the Intelligence Committees, the Oversight Committees. And this subject has come from fringe to mainstream, and rightly so.
I'd like to ask you both, perhaps starting with Dr. Whitehouse. I mean, do you genuinely believe that alien life exists?
Yeah, I'm sure it does, but I have absolutely no proof whatsoever. And the recent spate of objects seen in space is no proof of anything. They are certainly, if you analyze them carefully and scientifically, not breaking any laws of physics. They're not doing anything unusual. And in most cases, as far as you can identify them, they are pretty ordinary objects. So we are seeing a spate of the mundane be interpreted as the extraordinary. And there has always been a plan to break this news to the public. When I was a journalist at the BBC, we were always talking with ministers and secretaries of states, and one of the things we used to break the ice with was talking about aliens. And we had ideas and plans as to what to do, as you would expect that if we had to break news about wars or conflicts, we had ideas to do that. And there are scientists currently, and for instance at the St Andrews Post-Detection SETI Hub, who are talking to governments of all around the world and politicians about how this should be done. So there are ideas and plans about what this means. But at the moment, we have nothing to talk about. There is no evidence whatsoever of alien incursion into the Earth, nothing unusual, nothing that cannot be explained when you look at it scientifically. I wish there were. I was in the UFO encyclopedia in 1985 saying that I would believe it if they landed on the White House lawn. And I didn't mind if it was the one in America or the one in Hampshire where I live. I wait for the evidence. So many people have got fuzzy blobs. So many people have got stories. Nobody has got evidence.
Let me ask you, Nick. I mean, is your hunch that we are not alone in this universe?
Yes. Life out there, I'm absolutely sure. Life visiting us down here, I don't know, but I hope so, because I think the world would be more interesting with aliens in than not, as I think we've seen with the buzz of this discovery just in the last few hours. And as for how it might be announced, I just have this wonderful vision in my head. And I know this is a very US-centric thought, but I imagine the President of the United States going live on television and saying, my fellow Americans, people of the world, we are not alone. And I think we might be the generation that sees that. I certainly hope so.
David, Dr. Whitehouse, I think you wanted to come in and make a point there.
It might happen in the future with a discovery, but the idea that cover-ups, conspiracies, that we have the evidence that we are being visited is delusional. I would hope the American president, whoever he or she is, would say we have evidence that we are not alone in the universe because of science, not because of fantasy.
Okay, well, indeed.
Well, I hope that science is the key to this. And, you know, that's not to say that we shouldn't look at the other data too. And I'm pleased to say that the newly formed task force on the declassification of federal secrets will be looking at this subject too. So I think we've got everyone working on this, whether it's the government officials or the scientists. But I think a multidisciplinary approach to this is the way forward. But it's certainly an interesting time to be having this conversation.
Yeah, and what do you think is the enduring appeal of this search for life beyond our solar system? I mean, help us get to the bottom of it. Nick, your thoughts first.
Well, I think it's one of the biggest and most profound questions we can ask ourselves as humans. You know, there are, I suppose, a certain number of big philosophical questions. What if anything happens to us after we die? But the question of whether or not we're alone in the universe, that's one of those big questions. And it's also, if we are talking about a civilization and not just microbes. It's a potentially very impactful question because, as I said earlier, you know, the idea that there might be civilizations out there with a billion-year head start on us, what might their knowledge of science be? What might their engineering skills have brought up? Arthur C. Clarke once said that any sufficiently advanced technology would be indistinguishable from magic, and that excites me.
Okay, Dr. Whitehouse, well, what do you think is the reason for this perpetual appeal of the search for life beyond our solar system?
Well, I think most people want to find out if we're alone in the universe, if there are beings born under the light of different stars that have grown up and share our wonder of the universe and see it the same way we do. And they may have knowledge, they may have information and technology that we don't. And we should be very careful about interacting with them, because knowledge, particularly over such a long period of hundreds, billions of years, could actually be very dangerous to us. So it is a dangerous enterprise. But fundamentally, it is a search for our place in the universe, our understanding of how we fit into everything. Do they see the universe the same way we do? I'm not so much interested in an alien's science, because they would understand hydrogen molecules, they would understand electronics and planets and stars and like that. What I would like to hear is their art, their literature, their philosophy. That would really tell us about how different we are from them and how they see the universe differently from us. That would tell us a great deal about ourselves. It was once said, I think, by the philosopher Lauren Isley, we will never understand ourselves until we look at ourselves through the eye of an alien. I hope one day that we will have that point of view, but I hope we will have the discussion leading up to that, because we need to talk about this. The idea that we could encounter the adjacent possible is something that could happen tomorrow, and we need to be ready, and we're not.
Indeed. Well, maybe it's on K2-18b, the first the first life form outside of our solar system that we become aware of. Okay, so we're in the situation where we've identified what could be possible life on this very distant planet, which doesn't have a very catchy name, I should add. Perhaps that'll change. What has to happen next? What's the next step? Finding out more as to what's happening on a planet 124 light years away from planet Earth. Dr. Whitehouse?
We probably won't make a great deal more progress on this, because this is at the limits of detection to develop dimethyl sulfide in the atmosphere of this planet, and that even if we had longer observations and better signal to noise on the spectra, then we probably wouldn't be able to say very much. And the problem with biosignatures on exoplanets is that the exoplanets are very variable. They're different sizes, they are different stars that are different distances, and therefore the atmospheres are not the same, and therefore with different sensitivities, different objects, different mixes of gases, it's very difficult to actually say anything other than that's a significantly interesting molecule there, and we might not have expected it. And if we find life on one of these exoplanets, it probably won't be a single event where we look at a molecule and say, that's indication of life. We probably have to gather spectra from the James Webb, from the Habitable Worlds Observatory, over many years, and then stand back and make a judgment and say, all things considered, we believe that that has all the attributes we would expect if we're looking for a ecology or a biology. So no, short of it, as Nick might imply, short of a signal or an arrival, it's going to take a few years, perhaps decades, to actually look at these objects and say, I think there's probably life there.
OK, well, at least we perhaps know where to point the telescopes to find out more, or at least have a clearer idea. Just lastly, Nick, 'cause we're nearly out of time. I mean, does all of this, just to sum up the conversation, does this all sound to you like the closest we've ever been to possibly finding or identifying life beyond our solar system? Is this the way it looks to you?
Yes, it does. I think it is the best ever evidence, but yeah, we're not quite there yet in terms of crossing the line. So close, but no cigar. But what an amazing discovery! And if it kickstarts this conversation and, of course, more science, then that's all good.
All right, Nick Pope, thank you very much indeed to you, and a very big thank you as well to Dr. David Whitehouse. Thank you both very much indeed. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at the highlights of GNT. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. We've got Carlton back.
Yes.
What happened, Geese? What happened?
Listen, mate. I've had a Freddy Krueger, innit? Proper nightmare. So I was due to come in at 7 a.m. that morning when we was actually going to film. And it didn't happen for some reason or the other. Apparently, the plane that was coming in to take us back from Atlanta, after I'd done all the promotional gig for West Ham, because I was out there promoting the Premier League series for the Premier League summer series. And there's teams like Man United, Everton, ourselves and Bournemouth. We're playing Bournemouth out in Atlanta, so I was promoting that tour. Anyway, on the way back, it was such good weather whilst I was out there. I was like, I thought I was in Barbados. Then, all of a sudden, I look at my phone in the morning and I'm thinking, it says, thunderstorm due. And I was like... Thunderstorm what? It was due. Oh, right, okay. I thought it was like a name, because they sometimes give them like Hurricane Carlton or Hurricane Buff. Well, it must have had a Hurricane Buff, but Hurricane Carlton. But there must have been a storm coming or somewhere. Anyway, as we get into the taxi, it starts pouring it down, and I'm thinking, oh, here we go. Then I'm hearing of, like, as we're going, I'm hearing of cancellations. But our ones were straight. Oh, we were fine. So I was thinking, the long haul journey, definitely I'm going to be good. So plane flies in, and then obviously, they were supposed to do a switchover. But apparently, as the plane was flying in, a thunderbolt clipped the wing. So obviously, I'm there, I'm thinking, and I didn't know this at the time, and it got delayed. And I was like, why is it delayed for? We just might be waiting for the storm to calm down, then we're going to take off. Then they called our flight out and says, cancelled. So everyone was trying to rush around, getting on the next plane, One I could have got on would have taken me to New York, then I'd have to wait like 6 hours there, then get on another one to London. And then I would have been in London for about 11, 12 o'clock anyway. I said, well, I've missed the pod, innit I? So I might as well just wait for the one next day. Right. Same one. And, so I'll get on the Tuesday morning. But the thunderbolt put a hole in the wing. Yeah, you don't want to get on that plane. So I'm thinking, all right, we're going to get a new plane now. Like, obviously, come on. Like, get the new one in. They said, nah, we're fixing this one. I'm thinking, hold on a minute. Nah, what do you mean we're fixing this one? And listen, is it tried and tested? Like, when you fixed it, if you've repaired it or whatever it is, has it been up in the sky and has it been, tested again? Yeah. No. Well, I asked the stewardess, and she goes, nah, they probably just patched it up. And I said, what do you mean patched it up? No. So what they do, they got spare parts in it. Right. So obviously there was a hole in the tip of the wing, they said. So they just had to cover it with a bit of paper.
Bit of filler. Bit of paper. You just say paper. Bit of paper.
Bit of metal, whatever it is, masking. Yeah. And I was like, is that all it takes? He goes, yeah, that's it. And I said, what? Have you ever been... So
those people in the plane when it was coming down and they say a thunderbolt hit the wing, what are they feeling like? Then, so you know what so I was looking at, I was thinking, so I'm going back on this plane, and I'm thinking, oof. Every kind of turbulence, I was like that on my seat. I'm bracing myself just in case the wing fell off.
Mate, you'd be pretty unlucky for a plane to get hit twice, though.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but there was a storm when I was coming out.
I used to be a really bad flyer. That reminds me of a story. Di Canio was the worst flyer I've ever played with. Right, every away game, he was doing the cross. He was like nervous, right? And same thing. Like the plane had a little bit of a technical issue. But we're on the plane getting ready. I think we're playing Liverpool away, and he's like, he's sweating, like, and everyone's like laughing at him, like, and he's gone. But they've gone. No, we just need to check something, right? And we're at Stansted Airport, and you can see out the wing, and the geezer who's come to check looked about 14, right? So this geezer looks about 14, he's checking the wing and just doing that, and he's just lost the plot, Paolo. He's like getting more and more panicky. Yeah. And he just like, get me off the plane. I had a proper full-blown panic attack. And we had to go taxi back in.
No way.
Yeah, mate. You don't mess about with planes.
Yeah, that is one thing I can understand him with. That's a lot.
He got off the plane.
Yeah, he got off the plane.
So did everyone else stay on it?
We stayed on when?
Oh, mate, I'm not being funny. If someone else gets off, I'm thinking, I've got to get off here.
Yeah,
because we could all be gone as here. There's only one.
We should have
and he
listened
was
to that
right.
one
Yeah, mate, I think I'm getting in the car with. I'm getting in the car with him.
Have you ever been in any Because I remember we were coming back down from Newcastle. I was with Chelsea.
Yeah.
And we coming back down from Newcastle, and I think it was freezing or something like that.
Yeah.
And something to do with the propellers or something like that, freezed up, froze over, and or it was, I can't remember, but I just remember we had to go up in the air and we had to come back down and land.
Oh no, that must have been before my time. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was before your time. We had to go up in the air and we had to turn around and come back because the plane couldn't hack it.
Yeah, mate, you don't
See,
mess with that.
things like that, I'm thinking, this is not working.
Yeah.
And there was another one from London,
Yeah.
up to Newcastle again, actually.
This is starting off as an aviation podcast.
up from London all the way up to Newcastle, and there was a storm. Yeah. And we had to fly through the storm to land.
Yeah.
But it was turbulence all the way from London all the way up there.
Oh, no.
That was so hard. There was people puking up. There was just going in. Remember those small planes that we used to go into? Just going like that all the time. I thought, we were God's basketball.
God's basketball.
Just bouncing along in the air.
Just to give you a frame of reference from here, me and Bridgie are in the studio, right? And then we got the message, Colton, on the group chat. Yeah. He's not there, right? And he's like, when you're trying to get a day off school, right? You've got a headache. Like you just, if you try and over-egg it. Right. So we're thinking, like, just say like, oh, my plane's been delayed. And that's cool. But you were talking about tornadoes. And
Wait, go on the news. It was on it.
And even put a letter up. A letter from Virgin.
I had to.
No one sends a letter these days.
No. I got the letter from the desk. They gave us all letters. And it said, no. Because other people on the plane, businessmen and everything. Yeah. Like, it was not a Mickey Mouse plane, you know what I mean? It's Virgin. So they gave us a letter, so just in case you do have some business the next day you're missing, they put us in a hotel and everything for the next day anyway. But lovely hotel, by the way. I enjoyed myself. A lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Used it.
Yeah, I used it. But yeah, we had a good time anyway whilst we're there. And I'm here now, man.
We're glad to have you back.
Yeah, get over it.
Let's get on to some football.
Let's talk about football. Champions League. Arsenal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. We've not discussed that.
We need to.
How has Declan Rice got to 27 years of age without realising he can take a free kick? That's unbelievable.
Mate, the curl on it.
Oh. Do you know what it is? What he said? He said that Saka told him, if you feel it, do it.
Really?
That's a new quote, you know. If you feel it, do it. That's what he said. That's where he got the inspiration from. And he done it. And it's gone in. But do you know what? I always said to... because I was even explaining to Freddie Potts when I was speaking to him. He came in the other day. And I was like, mate, you need to start scoring from some outside the box. I said, look how Declan Rice has moved on a little bit now. He starts scoring. Yeah. And so when he started scoring... when you see... Dex, when he strikes the ball, you don't strike it with his laces. It's not like a ping. It's like more. That's a different technique. He does like that. I always said I had it as well. The side foot the hard foot, hard side foot slap.
Drogba had that, didn't he?
The hard side foot slap. Like,
I'm pulling my groin if I open my foot up like that.
Yeah, and that's the kind of way Dex kind of wraps his foot around it, so he gets that lovely spin on it and curl, and that's a natural movement for him. And
it was lovely, wasn't it?
And the way he done it so nicely, like, but. You got to look at the keeper as well a little bit on that first.
Mate, it started well outside the post, mate. It started
the wall
far out. Yeah, it became round the wall. Looked like it was miles out. Just curled right back in. It's like the Roberto Carlos one years ago. Remember that bend on it? I know it was miles out, but it was so much bend on it.
You know because I'm coaching the under-18s at Brentford. You know that when I went in the next day, you know when something big's happened in football. Because all the kids were trying the free kick.
Same here. That's what happened. I saw that as well. My son.
So like that was a massive goal from Declan. You know what I thought was quite naughty watching it on telly, and I don't know why the TV companies do this. Straight away, Declan scored, and he's running away. It's his moment. They panned away to Jude Bellingham like that. Did you not see? Did you notice that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, as if to say, like, look at Deck, he scored, and now look at Jude, he's really sad. I'm like, it's not so drama, mate. Declan Rice just put one in the top bins.
Top bins, man.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
do you know what they've done that with as well? They've done that with Mbappe for the second one, and then they're looking at Mbappe's reaction. He goes, and it's like fair play. He put it top bins, and he couldn't even get more top bins than that, man. Let's define top bins. Yeah. All of these boys that are scoring goals, it's not really top bins.
No.
That stance and the ball is like that, right? That is top bins.
That's it. I think top bins is stanchions. Like for all the youngsters out there, we used to have these things called stanchions.
Yeah, the little triangle
bit.
And if you hit the stanchion
and it hits it, everyone's going,
mate, it's chills down my spine.
That is like sexy, isn't it? It's like, if you hit that stanch, on a half volley or off the crossbar goes in,
proper turns me on. And
man.
even better than that, this is it. Do you remember, what about when it's stuck in the stanchion?
That's even worse. That's like, this guy meant it. This guy meant to put the ball in that stanch.
I even remember at Lillishall training, used to go out, right, and there was no warm-ups. There was none of this activating your groins. You'd go out and you'd get balls, and it'd be like you'd be trying to get a stanchion. And if someone stuck it in the stanchion, it was like running off, celebrating.
Those are the days, man. That's what turns us on as footballers, isn't it? The ball off the crossbar, when you go ping, ping. That's the best sound in the world for me. Not coming off the cross. That's why people still get like goosebumps when you hear, when someone hits the crossbar, everyone goes, and it goes boing, and everyone goes, the whole stadium goes, they love it. There's something about hitting the woodwork. I don't know what it is. It didn't even go in.
Do you know with the balls though? I don't know what the balls are like these days. You remember I remember Chelsea, when we used to have a Champions League game, we'd all be out on the pitch, smashing balls. That Champions League ball used to move all over the shot. It used to just move more, didn't it?
It did.
What? See, so that's you lot's experience. I only played a couple of Champions League games, but I didn't get the experience you lot did. I don't even remember the balls.
Do you know what? That reminds me of when we done the Champions League final a few years ago to TNT.
Yeah.
And one of they put on loads of shows before the game, right? So one of the shows was okay, we're filming us lot getting ready, like all of the pundits, right? So I'm in the hotel and it's like behind the scenes, right? Makeup girls, and this is what we do. We're preparing for the Champions League, and so I get Steve McManaman on, right? And he's like, when I scored the winner in the final and all that, and then it'd be Rio. We were chatting about Moscow and then Colton's going. And I don't know if you had a few drinks by now, and you went. And I'm talking to you, and I'm like, how about your Champions League experience? And you just went, mate, I can't even remember if I played it or not. I'm just happy to be here. Enjoying the vibes.
Enjoying the vibes, man. Do you know what it is? Because when you're an imposter, you're an imposter, innit? Like, how am I doing it? What am I doing it? I didn't even play that, but I think I played 2 games.
It was in Paris, wasn't it, right? And I think they were trying to figure out things for me and him to do, right? So at one point, we was like going around Paris, doing like a I wish you were here tour thing, like We got like
it's just to justify what we're getting paid. Why are we here?
We're going to go to see the Eiffel Tower, then we're going to go see the Louvre. The Louvre.
Yeah.
He's on there calling it the Louvre.
The Louvre. It's spelled Louvre though, isn't it? It's Louvre. So wait, I'm English.
I'm with Carlton there.
I'm not going to go try and spice up and put Louvre or whatever it is.
It was underwhelming as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't great.
It was.
Louvre. Put it in the Louvre. Put it in the Louvre.
Back to the game, though. I was watching it and I was like, Real Madrid just looked dangerous every time they were attacking.
Yeah.
It reminded me like when they played City a few years ago where they were just soaking everything up. Don't get it wrong, I think Arsenal dominated the game, but every time they broke, I think, I can score here.
Yeah.
Just quick, powerful, direct.
Bridget, do you think, because I think the game's done, I think Arsenal will be able to go out there and not concede three. But what do you think? You sounded to me like you might think it's still in the balance.
No.
And do you know what?
Look, do you know what it is? Arsenal fans are just celebrating too much.
You
they won it already, innit?
Okay, so do you? That's not the question, yeah? The question is, do you think they can go up there and win the game and win the whole tie? Because
Real Madrid have been off it a little bit. If you look at the last load of games they played, they've been off a little bit. But mate, they're dangerous.
So
they got players in it that can go and do it.
So you think Arsenal fans are already celebrating
They're celebrating too soon. I think so.
Okay,
I think that, there is a chance. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But they played well, mate. They played really. I thought Saka played well on the wing. Like they dominated. Do you know what I mean? But it was those times where, as soon as Real Madrid broke, like Mbappe broke.
I think
his
dangerous.
His finishing was there was a chance. I thought it was a bit poor of a attempt at goal. Just did it straight at the goalkeeper. Could slot it in the corner. They were dangerous, mate. The thing is, it ain't over. It ain't over.
Just put it this way.
Lenny Kravitz, it ain't over till it's over, mate.
Well, put it this way. This guy, man.
He's saying Villa have got a chance the other week. I think that could be over. My God.
Put it this way,
Listen to Lenny, Arsenal fans.
If Real Madrid can go to Arsenal and get beat 3-0 at Highbury, Emirates, at the Emirates, then the other way round, at the Bernabeu, Arsenal can get beat at least 3-0 too.
That is some.
So if you look at it like that,
right there,
so they're more than capable with their players they've got of beating Arsenal 3-0 too.
You can never write them off. You can never write them off.
So that's the way I've got to look at it. So don't get too happy. Although Arsenal, you've got something to defend, but. Mate,
how do you go and play?
Early goal, they go get early
they
goal.
can't just go and sit there.
Can't sit there. You can't be a sitting duck.
No, very, very true.
You get picked off.
You know what? You've just made a lot of Arsenal fans listening to this very, very nervous in their car. They're strutting into their car, listening to the podcast, getting
they're all
out,
confident.
thinking, I'm not sure about this now.
Yeah, it's not. This is Bernabeu you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a walk in the park.
That's going to be a great game, whatever. Another really interesting game at the weekend for many, many reasons. Newcastle outclassed Man United with a 4-1 win. Harvey Barnes scored twice. Tonali and Guimaraes. Newcastle are absolutely flying, but I think we were talking about the collapse of Man United is unbelievable, isn't it? And they've got
Roy Keane summed it up really, didn't he? Labelled them physically and mentally weak.
He's the last thing them players.
You're going out as a United player thinking, I hope Roy's not on TV again.
Roy's always on TV. Mate. He's always there lurking. He's always watching you.
He's always
just one bad move. He's on to you. Like,
he's right though, isn't he? Like,
yeah.
I just think, Bridgie, right? We get onto that was a nailed on Newcastle win at the weekend. They was like in between these two European games, right? The pressure's mounting. Now they went away from home in Lyon. Oh, here he goes.
I'm sorry.
What is wrong with you? What kind of...
Siri must have heard something it like.
It perked up straight away, didn't it? What's it perking up for? Put Siri away.
What type of operation is this? Get yourselves together. Right, Man United, right? They've gone to Lyon.
Yeah.
The late consolation. Now they've had a dreadful result. Everything's against them. It's all on this game. Quarter-final. They have to win the Europa League. Onana causing carnage. Dropped at the weekend, Bridgie. What do you make of that? Because
he didn't cause anything, I don't think.
Yeah? Go on.
Bridgie, do you think he caused anything? He was just being...
He said...
He's just being... I know what he said.
Yeah, I'm with you. But he's basically come out in a press conference and said that he thinks they're the better side over 2 legs. Not too bad, is it? It's not too
That's
bad.
what you're supposed to say,
The
isn't it?
journalist has then gone to Nemanja Matic, who's probably come in straight away and gone like, he's like that kid at school who said, have you heard what he said about you?
he's
I
bought
can't believe he
into
said
it.
this about you. Matic has bought and then just gone.
Just opened him up.
He's opened him up. Journalist is sitting there. He's like that. I've got these two
Bingo.
here. Like, got these
Bingo.
two. He's got the
Bingo.
story, and then it's ended up with Onana being dropped. Do you think?
And what has Matic
Well,
said,
to be
though?
fair,
Matic has said that he thinks Onana is statistically one of the worst goalkeepers. He's gone hard.
he says it's a fact. He said it's a fact.
And what would you say? How would you rank him in that? Put you on the spot again.
I think Nemanja's. He's right, isn't he?
Yeah,
Like, he
he's right.
can't stand next to De Gea,
Yeah.
Van der Sars of this world, or any of
Yeah.
the other ones that have come before him. So
Yeah.
he's right, but you don't say it.
You don't say what you think these days.
Only on here you do. But in the press conference, you got to be.
Do you know what he is? What Onana is? He's one of those. He's an outfield player played in goal.
Yeah.
All I
He's
know,
a
if I'm,
centre-right,
a
he's a
Man United,
sweeper.
if I'm a Man United player, I ain't wanting to do any interviews, mate.
Yeah, I know,
I'm not wanting to
Onana-
speak.
Onana.
But all you can say is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we've been so bad. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Onana,
that's
Onana's is a centre half with goalkeeper gloves on.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Colin,
I'm sorry. I didn't,
You're not sorry.
I've got listen, mate. He's actually a good goalkeeper. Sometimes I've seen him when he's been at his best.
it's the standards, mate.
It's
It's
just
the standards.
he just needs to be consistent.
Yeah.
And
What it is, and it's all these Man United fans will be they're pulling their hair out. But ultimately, you've just got a group of players who are just not good enough for your standards of what you're used to.
Yeah,
but that's where
what
you
you've had
are
in
now.
the past.
So listen, it's
pass
like
being the biggest
it's like
word,
when
mate.
you
It's pass.
It's when you come home from a night out and you want to cook yourself something. You want all of the ingredients, the fresh stuff, but you've got to work with what you got in the fridge.
That's a good analogy.
You've got to work with, you know what I mean?
Hold on
And if
a
it's a
minute.
bowl of corn,
But usually you've got a lot in the fridge, by the way. So like, for you to say that,
you've got to
what
work with what
about
you
the geezer that lives on the estate, geez? Like he's just got Dairy Lee in there, geez.
Well, Man United have got Dairy Lee at the moment.
That's what they got,
and they've got to work with it. And but I can see them winning this game and going through.
Yeah,
I think.
Look, they should do. Look, but it doesn't help when the goalkeeper throws one that for like that was it the second goal?
Yeah,
it comes out to him and he palms it back into the guy's path, and he goes and finishes it. I just don't
they have this thing, man, where they get battered a little bit by people, and then they have a good game, don't they? Or they surprise you and they're at it mentally, and they do it. So it might be one of them moments.
I wonder what Amorim
Them moments have been quite. Like they're familiar with those moments.
Yeah,
so it's not good to be familiar.
There hasn't been loads, but
there's been loads.
Yeah.
Should we listen, Man United? I still think they win. Do you think they win?
Yeah, I think they'll bounce back.
I think they'll get through.
To be fair, Xerxes out, man. He's just done his hammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, last night, the other day, he's just done his hammy. So I'd like to see what they're gonna do. They've only got Højlund now.
No pace in it.
Xerxes not really got pace, but at least Xerxes was coming into some type of form.
He can.
He scored a great goal against Lyon as well.
Yeah.
So big respect to him because remember we were talking to him at one stage when his own fans were booing him.
True.
And he's come up trump now. They've used him and he's just got injured at the wrong time. The backstage of the season, the business end, where he could go out there and be a hero, go and get his team into a final, and he's injured now. So it's going to be hard for him. It's going to be hard for them as well because I don't think Højlund's climbing up any trees at the moment. Is
no. Climbing up trees or pulling them up.
well, he's climbing them. Obviously, he's not pulling anything, is he?
Right, moving on. Right. Liverpool.
You lot miss me, innit? You lot miss me.
He don't work without you.
You lot miss me.
Right, okay. Right, listen. Liverpool. The title procession continues with a 2-1 win against mine and Carlton's ex-club. And yours, all of our ex-clubs, West Ham. Mate, listen. Van Dijk scores the winner. What do you say about this? I mean, you was interested in how West Ham approached the game.
I thought, listen, the first half was wasn't great. Second half, we looked really good. I thought the boys were really going at it. Should have got something out of the game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little bit unlucky for the lads because they've been working hard. Every time I've gone to the training ground, I see how hard they work. They're really putting in the effort right now. But then it's just, you see in football, it's always moments, isn't it? It's moments in games that win it.
Yeah.
And
mate, when you're at the top, you get a lot of them moments as well. You know, them moments where you pipping games at the end, or you get that little bit of luck.
Yeah, and
that's what happens when you're at the top. You create your own luck.
You get to 1-1, and everyone's thinking, "Oh, we could might even go on to win."
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, one moment where we could have had a foul, Paqueta gets pushed in the back.
Yeah.
But his reaction, because I think he does this quite a lot, to be fair to the referees, they must have looked at that and thought, he's probably a dive. Let's play on. You know, because he's done it quite a lot. He tries to buy
theatrically
tries to buy the foul.
Yeah.
But by doing that, it leaves it open because now we're a man down.
Yeah.
And he's tried to buy a foul. He stayed on the floor. He doesn't get up to run back or anything. Although yes, it might be a foul, but your reaction's everything in this situation. If you know you didn't get it, then get back in and stop dwelling on that. It goes out for a corner kick.
Yeah.
Right? Then they obviously. I see another push in Fulkrug's back as well in the box.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And because it's at Anfield, you don't get them. You don't get these little fouls and niggles. You know what I mean? And it worked against West Ham in the end, and I thought we was unlucky.
Yeah.
There's two incidences there that I felt could have gone our way, but it didn't.
Yeah.
You know? And listen, fair play to Liverpool. They took advantage of it and they get the win. It was a bit unlucky. We should have got something out of it.
Yeah. Do you know what I think? Right, with Paqueta in particular, I've noticed him does that, but I think it's a cultural thing.
What does the little theatrical dive?
You think of like South American Latin football, right? Their whole thing is like they're okay with diving, like this, and it's not, it's like whatever way possible, we're going to win this game, and we don't mind a little bit of bordering on cheating, right? It's something culturally is acceptable for them, right? It's like all this thing that's creeping into the game, Bridgie, and it's creeping into the English game as well, where you see where the players are like getting a little tap and they're falling down. We've seen English players doing it, mate, and it's like something we would never have done in our career. And I don't understand the mindset, but I think it comes from this idea where I am gonna win this game. I'm gonna rump you by any way possible. Yeah. Can we say that? I can't say that.
I don't know about rump. Rump. Okay. What are we talking about? Rump steak or?
No, like, do you? Like, I'm going to beat you by any way possible. And if I'm cheating, but I think the values of the English game and English players and what we've done, it would never have happened in our time. But I'm seeing it, and I think Paqueta does that. He thinks, right, I'm feeling a touch, I'm going to go down. Yeah. But our referees, some of them will still go, nah, I can see you're doing that. Yeah. But in South America, I think they go, foul, even though he's been a bit. So Paqueta needs
to learn.
He needs to learn.
But he's been in that country for quite a long while now. Yeah. He's seen the ones he can get.
That's what I mean. He needs to understand.
And he needs to understand. Just got to come out of your comfort zone and see this don't work over here.
Yeah.
So if you're a smart footballer, you'd stop doing it.
You come across some smart footballers, people that are like, they got that dive in them, but they've also got that nastiness in them as well.
Yeah.
You know, one who stands out for me would have been Cafu when I've ever played against him.
Yeah.
Mate, he could stick it on you.
Yeah, I know.
Right, and he'd give you loads. Like, it's tough. But he's so intelligent, just like a little dive here and there.
So when you give it,
it's horrible to play against. Yeah. It's so frustrating.
The way you just name drop Cafu as well, bro.
I've already played against him once. It's probably a pre-season friendly,
just
mate.
Just pick that name off the floor there. I just had to Cafu.
Those players are hard to play. Like the Italians always hate playing against Italian teams because of their diving.
Yeah.
The dark
they
arts.
Get away with it, and mate, it's frustrating to play against.
Do you know what? Right, and everyone goes, "Oh, they do it, so we should do it." No, we're English. Right? We should have more of an identity into how we do it. We're going to do it the right way, whether we win.
I think the referee should be able to read it
and the referee should be better
and not fall for it.
Absolutely right, and it's like I do this when I watch Diego Simeone's team, right, and we all sit there before the game watching Diego Simeone's team and go, "Oh, there's going to be theatrics here. They're going to be done," and I'm watching them. playing like children, going down. These great players, like. Pinching someone.
It was like the Mourinho.
Embarrassing, mate.
What was the thing that happened with Mourinho the other
He
week?
grabbed his bugle.
The way he went down, I'm like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, Mourinho, what was that? Was that in Turkey?
Yeah.
What was he doing? No, but hold on, one second.
Yeah, this ain't we're going off script.
We need to talk about this. What's the gap for going to pinch someone else's nose for?
Oh, no, but it's funny, though, isn't it?
Even looking, he comes from behind.
It's funny, I think it's quite funny. If he done it to you, you'd probably look round at him and go, what are you doing? Not go, oh, look at me.
There was poor reaction. It was it was poor for Mourinho doing
it. Yeah.
And then it's poor reaction.
It was funny, though.
What was pinching his nose for? We're trying to get a spot or something. Do you know what else I hate as well? Sorry, let me just, while this is in my head, I've got a bit of OCD, ADHD.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, everyone's got it these days, isn't they?
Yeah, I've self-diagnosed. Everyone on this panel's definitely got it. Well, there's something wrong with us lot. Anyway,
that's probably why we're friends.
That's probably why we've gravitated to each other. Anyway, what I was going to say, though, what was going on? Well, actually, I don't know if you've seen it.
Go on.
So, I don't like players, and we're on this subject about kind of cheating and dark arts. I hate players that go chase the referee down and go, cards.
Oh, yeah.
Card. That's another thing that irks me.
Yeah.
Oh, card, that guy there, card. Look, ref, what you got? I saw something happen to Billy Sharp. He plays for Doncaster, right?
Yeah, good player, Billy Sharp.
He come on against AFC Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, hold on a minute. He comes on, I think it's the fastest red card that the league's ever seen.
I've read about it, I've not seen it. Go on, tell me.
It's the fastest red card. So Billy Sharp, he trots on,
Yeah.
Great lad, I love him to bits, right? Trots on, he's got loads of energy. I think under a minute, he's chasing down some ball. The defender gets in front of him, shows him a little bit of strength. He's a tall lad as well. And he kind of like... Billy kind of hits out a little bit, Like, you know when you get shielded off the ball, it's hurtful, isn't it? You're right. You go, get on. I think he's hit him, a little bit. And then the guy goes, oh, did you see that? Chases down the referee. He just hit me.
Oh, God.
Billy gets a straight red. He's off the field under a minute. Straight red. I was like...
He's actually a good lad.
I know, but I just didn't like the reaction of players wanting players to get red cards, man. Come on, man. It's just poor play, bro.
It's like, it's the snitch, innit? It's like in London, we call them Bertie Smalls, the grass. Wikipedia it.
It's nothing worse.
Like grassing,
I hate that.
Horrible.
Go give him a...
Oh, mate, let me be in charge of the refs. I'll just say any of that nonsense.
I'm sending you off.
Yeah, you're off. Red. Stop.
Back to the
football
game. Yeah, back to the Liverpool game. Salah's assist, by the way. What a ball.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, mate.
I didn't see it. I missed it.
It's a long ball coming down the wing. He's kind of dropped the shoulder a little bit, left the defender for dead, mate.
Yeah. That's what he does.
And then the through ball. He must be like... He only must be halfway in between the halfway line and the touchline, mate. And he's fed this ball on the outside of his boot to like the edge of the 6-yard box with Diaz just running onto it, mate. The ball's a joke.
Mate, he's just...
Baller.
Like that big news for Liverpool, him signing the 2 years.
That's
massive news for the club. And fair play to the owners and the people doing the deal. They had to get it done, and they did get it done. And just like, listen, I know that there was a lot of people in Saudi who really wanted to watch him play football, but I think it's great for the Premier League that we went for another 2 years, isn't it?
Yeah, he was a phenomenal player, and nice.
How many years has he signed?
2-year deal. I mean, he's 30. Takes him up to 35, I think.
Yeah, he's going to break more records now, isn't it?
He might need another year to get the goal scoring one. He's quite far off it, isn't he?
He's a while off.
He's quite far. What is he? 80 goals off of it? He's got to be.
He must be. I think to hunt down Shearer's Premier League.
That's a tough one. Yeah,
2 years he'll get 80 goals, won't he?
No, surely not.
No, I don't know. It depends if he stays
not in the Premier League. You never know.
What age did Shearer play to in the Premier League?
I'm not sure, but he was in it from... Do you know what the thing with Shearer's thing? He played in the Premier League before it was a Premier League. So then Premier League goals, he scored more league goals just because they've rebranded it. Do you know what I mean? Which is insane.
Way ahead of his time.
He's ahead of his great player, Shearer. I got a game that I went to. I went to watch my boy play football. We turned up late for the Chelsea game against Wolves. Mate, really, really strange, Bridgie, because a game that Chelsea had to win, right? He ended up drawing the game. And you know, like I've been going to Chelsea since I was a boy, played at the club, and now my boys go and we go, and I don't think I've seen the atmosphere as bad as it is.
I
really
spoke
bad.
to a few dads after the game because I had a few of the kids over at my house, and they were like, "Mate, it was just like we were passing it around the back, doing nothing. It was so slow."
Yeah.
And all we're thinking is, can someone just attack, please?
Yeah.
And he said the fans are just fed up. And they were like, they said it took it to go 2-0 down for them to start passing the ball with any kind of urgency and going forward with any kind of urgency.
Do you know what happened? Right now, I don't think this would have been reported on. So I'm there. You're right. Fans are getting restless. Chelsea are being very patient. That build up. Fans are getting angry, and then it goes back to the goalkeeper. And I'm looking. Oh, this is interesting now because the fans were. It was at a moment where the fans were really, really frustrated. The goalie's got the ball. Everyone's split like patterns of play. We're going to pass it out, and the goalie's gone. I can tell he's gone. I'm no way passing this to my fullback now. This is going long because the fans are going to go on me. So the fans were affecting it. And I don't know if Enzo talked about this after the game. So he's got everyone up. And then the fans, he's booted it up the field. Ipswich defender's gone crash, headed it, bang, Ipswich scored. And I looked over the bench straight away and I saw Maresca. And I can tell he's gone straight. And he's like, he would have been.
See what I mean?
Do you know what I mean? But that's what it is at the moment. It's like.
Do you reckon Maresca is Chelsea standard? What is Maresca what they need?
I really like his personality, Cole. We speak to him after the game. I think he's a strong character. I like the fact he's a very, very, very decorated ex-player. Been a captain, played for Juventus, played for Sevilla.
Yeah.
You know, I like that. My issue. I think he operates very well in how he sets the team up.
Yeah.
I think my issue is the recruitment. I've met the recruitment guys, and they've explained to me
what they're thinking,
what they're doing, and what they're trying to do. And I said, listen, well, I still think that you need experienced players. I still think, and I'll explain my reasons why. And ultimately, time will tell whether it is Enzo. I think there has to be a point where you running any business or any football club. This is what we want to achieve, and if we don't get above that, there'll be a change. So I think they've not come out and said it publicly, which I think has been a mistake. I think no, we have to get Champions League. You tell your players like. You're Chelsea Football Club. You have to get Champions League.
You have to.
And if you don't get Champions League, I think then it's
consequences.
Then I think it'll be, well, we need to figure something out here. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I think that is if you spent $1.5 billion,
there's got to be consequences.
You have to get Champions League.
There's got to be consequences. You can't
in my opinion,
because that is a bad. That's a bad turnout, isn't it? If you don't get Champions League, you spend $1.5 billion.
Yeah,
that's a bare minimum.
They should have ended up winning the game.
They should have ended up winning the game, but it's Ipswich at home.
Yeah.
In all
Ipswich
respect.
at home, at the bottom of the league.
Mate, he made some great saves, keeper. I know, I get that, but they should have won it. They've Champions League's tough now.
Bridgie,
Newcastle, when they got game in hand, they go above Forest.
That's why it's a must win.
Let's put it before we move on quickly. I just want to say, right. You have to be accountable to your success. Winning games of football, when you break it down, you have to get into the Champions League, right? I think now our listeners and viewers might disagree with me here, but I think if us three said $1.5 billion, you take any team in the top 10, you got $1.5 billion to spend within 3 years. Will you be finishing in Champions League places?
I ought to think so.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd like to.
I'd be disgusted with myself if we didn't.
And look, I get the recruitment policy. I know what they're trying to do, but they're just buying everything young. And you have to, if you want to get Champions League, you've got to be serious about it. Get some experience in as well. Yeah. Get someone that's done it that can guide, because young players need to be guided. I don't care how good they are, spiritually, mentally, physically. They need something stern there that's been through the war already and churned it out already. Yeah. And just to be talking to them. Talent needs to be talked to every day. They need to talk to them, especially these ones.
Here's an analogy, right? When you go have any army in the world.
I like your analogies.
Right, you like them, right? Any army in the world, right? Yeah. You have generals, you have colonels, you have... then you have your soldiers, right? Yeah. You don't just go, here, soldiers, go out. They need someone going... This is what you do. There's little leaders.
Well, that's the manager supposed to do that.
Yeah, but
you need someone on with them. You need someone with them.
Absolutely.
This is how we done it last time. So just make sure you're prepared for this.
I think you've noticed that Chelsea over the years, though. Like you had Thiago Silva, I think.
They did.
But like there hasn't been many, since we last played there. Well, since our last played there haven't been many
I think
there hasn't been many.
I think since the last title.
When you look at the players that we had when we were playing there, like Makelele, Ballack, Lamb, everyone. Do you know what I mean? There's loads of captains in the team. You don't look at them and think there's many captains there.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, when you look at the boy in the middle, Enzo.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be that guy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He was supposed to be that guy to lead the team, but he's still young as well.
24.
And when you look at his so he's one of the ones that won the World Cup.
And still be young though.
No, but he's one of the ones that was supposed to lead the team, and he did win the World Cup.
Yeah.
But winning the World Cup in a team like Argentina's, where you got the leaders in that team anyway, then you've got loads of leaders. So he didn't really need to. He's seen how a leader should look, but he's not at that stage just yet in his career.
Yeah.
It might look like he is, but he's not that guy just yet. Yeah. And when you got Messi in your team anyway. That's another
cheat
story.
Code. Right.
That's all we've got time for in part one. Thanks for listening to the dressing room of Al Arabiya News. Catch you in a bit.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most American newspapers continue to follow President Trump's trade war and what is becoming to be known as Trump's war on American institutions and universities, with most reporting on Trump's request of the IRS to revoke Harvard's tax-exempt status. As for British newspapers today, most focused on the Supreme Court trans ruling, with some celebrating it, while others explained what it really means. Writers like Suzanne Moore in The Telegraph went as far as saying that the courts have spelt out what British politicians are too scared to say. However, other news like the trade war still had a big share in today's news stories, editorials and articles. The Guardian editorial, for one, celebrated the UK's Supreme Court landmark ruling that the legal definition of a woman in the Equality Act refers to biological sex, not gender identity, saying it's a victory for truth over faddish radicalism. Others had a different opinion. Sam Howells, as you can see, tried to explain the ruling in The Guardian today, saying it is not what it seems. He emphasized that the court said its role was not to define a woman in general, but only as it applies in the law. Fowles also points out that the ruling means there are now multiple levels or legal categories of women, trans women with or without certificates, and so on, making the law more complex. The author concludes that trans people still have protections under Equality Act, but some sections now apply only to biological women. The court urged politicians to clarify the law, warning against using this decision for political gain, according to the author. Martin Kettle wrote in The Guardian today saying that Britain should stop pretending a trade deal with Trump will be a game changer for the UK because it won't. Kettle warns that the UK should be cautious about a trade deal with President Trump's United States. While trade agreements usually sound positive, the author argues that Trump's approach is about power, not partnership. He wants to win, meaning others must lose. The piece highlights how Trump's administration is demanding changes to the UK laws, such as repealing hate speech protections as the price for a deal. It also notes that the economic benefits of Britain would be small, especially compared to trade with Europe. The article argues or urges UK leaders to see a US deal as a defensive move, not a path to prosperity, and warns that Trump's real goal is to pull Britain further from Europe. In the end, the author says the UK must choose wisely, as real growth depends more on Europe than on any US deal. The Financial Times focused today on economic news as expected, publishing numerous articles about President Trump's tariff policies and their repercussions at home and abroad. One of those articles asked an important question, which is the world losing faith in the almighty US dollar as Donald Trump's trade war is forcing investors to confront the possibility that the dominance of the US currency might fade or even end? While Chris Murphy, who is the junior US Senator for Connecticut, also wrote in the Financial Times today with certainty that Trump's tariff policy has nothing to do with trade. Murphy argues that President Trump's recent tariffs are less about economic strategy and more about consolidation of his personal power. The author explains that Trump's chaotic and sweeping tariffs, followed by a sudden 90-day pause, have destabilized markets and confused economists. Rather than aiming to help American workers or rebuild industry, the tariffs are used as leverage, forcing companies to plead for exemptions, often in secret, and compelling their loyalty to the president. The piece warns that Trump's approach is part of a broader campaign to weaken key democratic institutions, including universities, law firms, and the media, by threatening funding or access. By making industry leaders dependent on presidential favor, Trump is undermining the rule of law and edging the U.S. closer to autocracy. The article concludes that these tariffs are a tool for control, not policy, and urges public vigilance to protect American democracy. Across the Atlantic, the New York Times published a news analysis on its front page today, talking about a hint of a shift in strategy in the U.S. as some of the country's most powerful institutions have started choosing to resist the president's decision. Luke Broadwater detailed in his analysis how major American institutions are openly resisting President Trump's escalating demands for control over universities, law firms, and also the media. Harvard University became the face of this backlash by refusing to comply with President Trump's sweeping requirements on hiring, admissions, and campus policies as well, despite the administration freezing $2.2 billion in federal grants. Now, over 500 law firms have united in support of colleagues targeted by Trump, and news organizations as well are fighting legal battles to maintain press freedom. The article highlights that while Trump's tactics have forced some institutions to yield, Harvard's stand is inspiring others to fight back. Faculty, students, and activists are rallying for academic freedom and the rule of law, signaling a new era of public resistance against political pressure, even as the financial and operational risks remain high. Shadi Hamid highlights in his opinion article in the Washington Post today the growing fears over free speech and due process for immigrants and international students in Trump's America. The administration has begun detaining and deporting also visa holders, green card holders, and even legal residents for expressing pro-Palestinian views or criticizing U.S. allies like Israel. Hamid explains that students and academics have been arrested and sometimes with little warning for activities as simple as writing an opinion or joining a protest. The government is also monitoring social media for anti-Semitic activity as grounds for denying visas. The article points out that legal experts as I said, points out that legal experts warn that these actions threaten First Amendment rights and create a climate of fear and self-censorship, not just for immigrants, but for all Americans. The author concludes that unpredictability and political targeting are undermining America's reputation for freedom and the rule of law. Moving on to the Wall Street Journal, whose editorial praised one of Trump's achievements, which is sharply reducing illegal border crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border, with apprehensions dropping to historic lows since his return to office. The piece credits Trump's tough messaging and renewed cooperation with Mexico for deterring migrants, noting that even large migrant caravans have shrunk and big city complaints about migrant arrivals have also faded. Of course, this article argues that this success actually gives Trump a unique political opportunity to pursue broader immigration reform, and it also sees that that could include fixing asylum standards, reducing the court backlogs, and also expanding legal pathways for workers and dreamers. While Trump's focus remains on enforcement and deportation, the editorial suggests he could use his political capital to push for lasting bipartisan solutions that address both border security and also America's economic needs. And we'll end with the Jerusalem Post now, where Douglas Bloomfield recounts in his opinion article the dramatic diplomatic movement between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Bloomfield goes on to say that Netanyahu, expecting support and a strategy session on Iran, instead he learned in Washington that the U.S. would begin direct nuclear negotiations with Iran without Israeli involvement. Now, the article also highlights the sense of betrayal that Netanyahu felt, especially given his past efforts to push Trump to abandon the 2015 Iran deal. Now, Trump's priorities are shifting. He seeks a quick foreign policy win, even if it means sidelining Israel's interests. Adding to Netanyahu's disappointment, Trump is also preparing a nuclear cooperation agreement, possibly with Saudi Arabia, that is not linked to Israeli normalization, undermining one of Netanyahu's top goals. All this is according to this Jerusalem Post article, and the article also suggests that Trump's approach is driven by personal ambition and a desire for diplomatic victories, while Israel is left worried about being excluded from critical regional decisions and security guarantees. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Thank you very much, Adam, for this interview. With so many things to catch up with since your last interview with us. I want to start with the situation in Gaza. There is so much pressure from the hostage families on the Netanyahu government to do something. With the collapse of the ceasefire, what is the fate of the U.S. hostage now?
I mean, it's as you know, my primary focus is to bring people home. And I think it's what everybody wants, save a few. And those few are the people that we all fight against. They're extremists that want to hurt and kill people. That's Hamas, that's ISIS, that's Al-Qaeda. It's all different names. But I know what Israel wants. I know what the United States wants. And I know what our Arab allies want. And that's an end to this. And we've been working very closely with Israel, but beyond Israel, with Saudi, with UAE. I'm in Doha all the time, Qatar-wise, with Egypt, to bring an end to this, because we need to clamp this down. And the reality here is it all goes down to one country, Iran. And Iran, who attacked Saudi, who, this extremism that threatens things, that's the source. And that's what we're all fighting against.
I'm going to ask you about the role of the Arab allies and on Iran, but I just want to focus on Gaza now. Do you think there is a chance with demonstrations now from against Hamas in Gaza that we've seen in the last 2 days and the pressure from the hostage families that something will happen? Do you think we can resume the talks soon?
I do. I want to say that the people that went out and protested against Hamas took great personal risk. And I think that there's a massive opportunity to end this and bring people home. It has to be done the right way, but I think seeing people on the street recognizing that Hamas has done them a huge disservice, that's very powerful.
So do you still want to negotiate with them regarding Aiden Alexander, which is the only living American hostage in Gaza?
We will stop at nothing if it means getting Americans home, including Idan. There are 4 bodies of American citizens there. But I will say President Trump has given a very specific charge, which is to bring Idan and those 4 bodies home, and also to bring all home from a hostage perspective. So they're connected. This isn't an in and out from our perspective. And it's the way we're going to bring stability to the region. And that's what Steve Witkoff's working on. We work very closely on these things. But I will tell you something. If it means release of hostages, we're always open to having a dialogue. But it's got to be the right circumstances, and it's got to mean the end of terror.
All right. You're the one yourself who did have face-to-face talks with Hamas. And you said the purpose was in order to facilitate releasing the hostages. Are you willing to do it again if that means releasing U.S. hostages?
I think President Trump is always willing to have dialogue. It doesn't mean we're accepting any deal. And I want to be very clear. I walked away from those talks. I walked away, and then Steve Witkoff had to walk away. So there were some messages given if Hamas is serious about ending this, and I think they know. And so if Hamas is serious about ending this, if people are serious, then they can move on the hostage side, they can disarm and move things forward. And so they know it. And so the dialogue can be had any time, but it's got to be under the right terms. And President Trump always reserves the right to talk to people, but it doesn't mean we're weak.
What is the right terms?
The right terms is full release of all hostages, disarmament, and the end of tyranny on folks in Gaza. Most people are families. They want to live. They worry about the price of food. They worry about their kids. We're all human. It's time to end this. But if we end it and then it happens again in a few years, we haven't ended anything. So it needs to be taken away writ large so that people can go on with their lives.
Since the collapse of the ceasefire, almost 860 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. Almost 200 are women and children. people, when they see the U.S. weapons being used to kill civilians in Gaza, and they don't see the U.S. equally condemning the Israeli for what they're doing in Gaza now, they somehow, the support for Hamas increases, despite that we have seen in the street yesterday. Don't you see this equation?
I think that right now we have, let's put blame where blame should go. Blame should go to terrorists. I don't see Israel holding Palestinian civilian hostages. Blame should go, we just were talking about Iran. They're a threat to everything that Saudi, that the U.S., that we hold dear, which is stability and people. It's never good when anyone dies. I never rejoice in that, no one ever does. And those situations when a human life is lost, any human life, that's a tragedy. And the people that threaten those people are people that are terrorists. So I will place blame where blame is, and I think it should rest there, and we've got to get rid of it because it will stop.
What's your understanding? You, as you said, you were in Doha a lot. You are in contact with the Egyptians. Where are we as we stand now? I mean, are we going to continue like this, or do you think Hamas is willing now to accept your deal that you said you and Witkoff walked away when Hamas refused to accept it?
I think that we're in a totally different, so there's a few things that are very different about this situation. First and foremost, President Trump changed the whole landscape. And it's amazing how quickly things change, because it didn't just change when he took office, it changed when he was elected. So I would say that has been a big change. The second has been the progress that Israel has been made dismantling terrorists, whether it's Hezbollah, that situation, what happened in Gaza, so what happened in Iran, a major weakening from that perspective because of those actions. Those two things make things possible that weren't possible before. And so that's what we're seeing. And so do I believe now, I think people in the region respect President Trump. They respect a man of action. And I think that he will lead us to a place that is peace. He is not a president that wants war. Look at look at what happened in our first term. We brought Abraham Accords. We came together. We want to unite, and we don't want war, but we're not going to make peace in a weak way. He's not weak, he's strong. And I believe that strong leaders are the people that bring a lasting peace.
With Iran in particular, the administration put heavy sanctions on Iran. As you said, they have been affected badly in Lebanon, in Yemen, and in Gaza. But they're still a powerful player in the region. So what exactly, how the administration is going to go ahead in the next few months to deal with the situation as it is now? The proxies are weakened, but they're there.
I think that President Trump communicated very directly to Iran and said that they had a specific time limit. And I believe, and I know, the president will act on that. And I was asked even a lot on TV. They said, well, president said it or else. When's or else? The president always ends up delivering, and you see it now. There's more action on the Hamas side. Israel's driving some of that action because they have to be dismantled. Iran should heed the president's warnings. We did this in the first administration, and the president took very specific action against al-Soleimani and Kataib Hezbollah, for that matter, too. And he is creating a situation where terror will not be accepted. So the message the president sent to Iran was enough. And you're going to end it, and you're going to work with us, or there's going to be real problems. And I believe the president of the United States.
So Iran should read it as this is a final ultimatum from the president of the United States.
I think the president reaches out, and the president likes options. He does not want to go to war. He does not want to take action because those things are never positive. No, as I said, I never rejoice. I don't think people ever rejoice in the negative, but you need to have that strength to drive lasting peace. And so the president has given fair warning to Iran. It's up to them to respond, and if they don't, then the president will take action with allies, by the way, together, with our Arab allies, with the region. We have great allies. This region has supported us so much, and we're proud of our allies, and we'll do it together.
I want to ask you specifically about this, and it's a point that you mentioned. So the Saudis has helped in the releasing of prisoners of war in Russia and Ukraine. You said the Qataris helped the release of U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan. Tell us about the dynamics in terms of your relationship with Arab allies to secure the release of whether it's U.S. citizens or others who've been held in different parts of the world.
You know, people ask me all the time whether the Abraham Accords are durable, how I feel about it. Look at how much progress we made. I mean, look at where Secretary Rubio, where Mike Waltz, our national security advisor, where did they hold those talks?
In Riyadh and Jeddah.
In Saudi. Imagine that. Look at the strength of our relationship. Look at where MBS has taken Saudi and the progress that it's made, and the strength it's built, and that's because of his leadership, and having those talks there is recognition of Saudi's partnership with the United States, the durability of things like Abraham Accords building, and a commitment to ending terror together. And so, I mean, the region has been very effective. We've worked very closely with the Emiratis. You know, I just went to Afghanistan, and that was facilitated out of Doha in Qatar and with Emirati help. We worked very closely together, and it's made a difference. And so I think you're going to see a new region. This is what Steve Witkoff is working so closely on, which is how do we create a pan-Arabian strength, this strength together, with Israel, by the way, together, to make sure that terror doesn't have existence, and that will mean a lot of strength for the Middle East going forward. And Saudi, UAE, they're prime players in this. Egypt, they're prime players in this because they're allies, and I think we've all been working together to say things like Hamas, et cetera, that has to end. There's no progress happening when people are being taken hostage. It just creates destruction. Now let's focus on our strength as a region, the strength of the Middle East region with our allies. That's what's going to happen.
Was the removal of bounty on the Haqqani was part of the deal to release the U.S. hostage?
Well, I think what Secretary Rubio said, and I'll reference his tweet, which was basically, one, we're always looking at things from that perspective, but if Americans don't come home, then you could see pretty big bounties. You could see pretty big bounties. I think he said greater than Osama bin Laden. And so those bounties, they may move around, but they can come back in massive force if we don't have all Americans out.
I want to ask you about Austin Tice in Syria.
Yes.
Hostage Aid, which is an organization, has been dealing with them. They've been in Damascus many times, and they said they facilitated a meeting with the president of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, with you, if you want to go there. What's the latest in terms of negotiation to release him? Because he seems to have some information about the whereabouts of Mr. Tice.
I think that Austin Tice is a case that has been a driving force on the hostage side from an American perspective. I speak with Deborah all the time. We speak with the Tices. I think we have Americans that we need to find out where they are and bring them home. And we're committed to that. So I will say, if it means the return of an American, we will go to great lengths to do that. And if that's visiting Syria, if that makes a difference, that's fine, we'll do it. So we're looking into it right now. We're always reviewing this information. And somebody like Austin Tice, we will not forget. I will tell you, every time I go to sleep, Every time I wake up in the morning, it's the first thing on my mind is every American that is still there. My job is great in some ways. It's great because you're able to take somebody and say, welcome home to the United States. I will also tell you it can be terrible too, because what haunts me is every single American waiting, and we've got to bring them all home.
Do you have any proof of life that he's actually somewhere, held somewhere? There were so many rumors, he's in Iraq, he's in Iran, but it seems that the Syrian president have some indication to where he is.
Well, I think the Syrian president, we've been reviewing information, and I won't comment on things that are, very closely held. But
you're willing to go to Syria if that means you will.
I'll go anywhere in the world. I'd fly a rocket that Elon Musk could supply me to Mars if there's an American there.
Right. Okay. I want to ask you about also the scholar who's been held in Iraq. And last time you talked about her with my colleague, Elizabeth Tsekov.
Yes.
What happened to her? The Iraqi prime minister said that he knew the militia was holding her. Any development in her case?
I think Hezbollah has her, or I know that. And just similar to what President Trump has said to Iran, because they're all related. Extremism won't be tolerated. And I will tell you right now that if she is not released, there are going to be problems. And so I think that message has been delivered, and I expect movement very soon.
Okay, great. See if there's anything else that I haven't asked you about. There is still, as you said, we mentioned Russia. We said there is still American hostages or prisoners that are held there. With this new rapprochement with Russia, do you think that things might ease up to the degree that they might release Paul Wheeler?
I think that we have Americans in Russia, and that has to be discussed and a part of anything that we do with them. It is. Obviously, you see the movement. When our envoy, Steve Witkoff, was on a plane, and the difference that made. The president made, obviously, a commitment, actually, in that case, and delivered on that. And that's step one. I mean, look, the nice thing here is we're 60 some odd days in the administration, and I think at this point we're at 37 Americans. At this point in the Biden administration, we were at 0. And so it's just the start. And Russia's a great example of that. There's a lot going on back and forth there, as you may imagine. But it's first and foremost in the president's mind. This is very important. Americans are pretty important to us.
Absolutely. I want to ask you finally about the Abraham Accord.
Yes.
You played a role in the previous one. Mr. Witkoff said that he can envisage Lebanon and Syria being part of it. Do you agree with that? Do you see them being part of it?
I think that if they embrace moderates, because that's what, I mean, look, this is the reality here, and we know this. Your viewers, they're not extremists. The Arab world is not made up of extremists. You have a very small percentage of folks that need to be marginalized, and that needs to be marginalized. But everybody that wants to work for strength in the region and security. So is there a probability or possibility if Syria or Lebanon want to commit to that? I think it's possible. It's always possible. It has to be a real commitment. And I think Steve Witkoff, if that's his judgment and that's the president's judgment, it will be a judgment. Nobody needs to be excluded from this, but they need to have a serious commitment to it also. And it's a commitment against extremism. That's all it is.
But some say that the previous countries who joined the Abraham Accord were never at war with Israel, while the Palestinian issue is the heart of the matter. So as long as there is no solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, on a just solution, whether it's two-state or whatever solution that is agreeable to the main party, which is the Palestinians, you're always going to have extremists in the region. You're always going to have people who will be against Israel as an occupier and against the United States who support Israel. How do you see that?
Well, I think President Trump has made very clear that no people should live in horrible conditions. And he's been very clear that the situation in Gaza cannot continue as it does. when people don't have homes, people don't, and as I said, the president has been very committed to rebuilding. We've got to get a situation where Hamas is out. Okay, we've got to, because again, I think from the protests that we see, people in Gaza know that, and then there's a lot that's possible. Again, the president is a peacemaker, but he's a peacemaker through strength and action, and so I think folks all over should know. I know him well, that he means what he says. And that he's committed to action to do things, but a lot's possible there.
I agree with you on all what you said, but the word justice is missing. So it has to be peace through strength, but also justice for all parties, especially the Palestinians.
I think, listen, like I said, nobody likes. There's no situation where innocent people dying, anywhere, is okay. Anywhere. And there's no situation where we want people not to have the freedom to live one way or the other. And so terror needs to be removed. It needs to be strong. But we are looking for, and the president has said, his suggestions, maybe they're controversial. People didn't like shifting, these kind of things. But what is at the heart of what President Trump said? What is at the heart of what President Trump said is he knows that people don't want to live where there's no homes, where it's, so that is, I know him, that's the heart of it, and he's providing solutions. If there's better solutions, he's open to it. But people should know that the president is committed to that, because that's what drives security over time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Encrypted doesn't necessarily mean secretive, especially if you add someone into a group chat by mistake. Does that sound familiar? We've all heard about the Signal chat with US officials and a journalist who wasn't supposed to be there. This wasn't just a messaging mishap. It exposed something way bigger, just how messy and misunderstood government secrecy can be. I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
Maybe the signal's not very good.
No sources, no methods, no classified information.
Let's unpack how America protects its secrets and what happens when people confuse encrypted with secure. We can start with a real example. Senior U.S. officials recently used the encrypted app Signal to discuss a military strike against the Houthi militia in Yemen. But a journalist was on the group chat by mistake. While they claimed no classified information was shared, the incident raised a huge question. What does classified even mean? Most people call anything the government keeps secret classified. But in reality, classification has levels. Confidential, that's sensitive but not catastrophic. Secret could cause serious damage if leaked. Top secret could pose a grave threat to national security. Even if something isn't officially classified, that doesn't mean it's safe to discuss it over a messaging app. The U.S. government classifies everything from nuclear plans to invisible ink recipes from 1917. Yes, that's a real thing. But who decides what gets locked up and what gets released? The power to classify or declassify sits at the top. Presidents, defense secretaries, intelligence chiefs, which means the decision can be strategic, political, or personal. Sometimes a piece of information isn't classified because of a bureaucratic oversight. Other times, it's just kept secret because someone wants it that way. Now let's talk tech. Apps like Signal are encrypted, which is great for privacy, but encrypted doesn't mean invulnerable. Encrypted just means only you and the other person, or others in a group chat, can read the messages. If you're using a personal phone, even with a secure app, you're still at risk of hacking, leaks, or in this case, accidentally adding a reporter. That's why true classified material is only supposed to be shared in SCIFs, Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility. Secure rooms designed to prevent spying and leaks. And it's not just the big secrets. There's a whole category called controlled unclassified information. Info that's not technically secret, but still sensitive enough that the military bans sharing it on personal devices. Yet, some top officials, when asked about these rules in a Senate hearing, admitted they weren't familiar with the policy. Will there be changes made following this incident? Here's what U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has to say.
Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing. How did that journalist get on there? Why was this the appropriate? I think there'll be reforms and changes made, so this was not going to happen again. It can't.
So this probably won't happen again, at that level at least. But the takeaway here isn't just about one signal chat gone wrong. It's about a system where technology, secrecy, and human error all collide. We live in an age where a single message can go global fast, and the difference between confidential and catastrophic might come down to who's in the group chat. Encrypted doesn't mean invisible. Just because something isn't labeled classified doesn't mean it's safe to share. And secure? Well, that depends on the people holding the phones. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.